Yo, what's up, everyone? It's crazy Hermionee, and today we're checking out, what if Harry's blood test at Gringotts revealed he was the last descendant of Merlin himself? Drop a like if you're hyped. Subscribe for daily content. Let's get this story started. Chapter 1. The Blood Speaks. The Morning Post arrived at number 4, Privet Drive, at 7:30 on a Tuesday in July, and Harry Potter was already awake because he'd never really been asleep. The cupboard under the stairs didn't lend itself to restful nights. Not when Dudley had decided to practice his new hobby of jumping on every step above Harry's head at random intervals until midnight. And not when the summer heat turned the cramped space into something that felt like the inside of a closed fist. Harry lay on his thin mattress with his knees drawn up because he'd grown 3 inches since spring and the cupboard hadn't grown with him. A spider had built an ambitious web in the corner above his head. He'd named it Margaret, after Aunt Marge's bulldog, because both were fat and seemed to enjoy watching smaller things suffer. The letterbox rattled. Uncle Vernon's heavy footsteps crossed the hall. Then silence. Then, Petunia! Harry had heard his uncle shout about many things: the neighbor's lawn, the state of the economy, the existence of foreigners, the specific way Harry breathed too loudly at dinner, but this particular bellow had a quality Harry had never heard before. It sounded like fear. He pressed his ear to the cupboard door. "It's one of those letters," Vernon hissed, and Harry heard paper being crumpled. Addressed to him. "To the cupboard, Petunia. They know where he sleeps. Burn it." Aunt Petunia's voice was ice and glass. "Burn it and we'll say it never came. And if more come, then we burn those too." More did come. By Thursday, Vernon had nailed the letterbox shut. By Saturday, he'd boarded up the mail slot entirely and was ranting about moving to an island. By Sunday, letters were shooting down the chimney like confetti at a parade no one had asked for, and Vernon had loaded the family into the car with a look in his eyes that suggested he'd finally lost whatever tenuous grip on sanity he'd maintained for the past decade. They ended up in a shack on a rock in the sea, which Harry thought was a bit dramatic even by Vernon's standards. He lay on the cold floor, drew a birthday cake in the dust with his finger, and watched the minutes tick down on Dudley's cracked watch. 11 years old in 10 minutes. 9. 8. The door came off its hinges at midnight exactly. The man who filled the doorframe, and he really did fill it, in the way that a boulder fills a doorway it was never meant to pass through, had a wild black beard, hands like dinner plates, and eyes that crinkled with a warmth so genuine it almost hurt to look at. Harry had spent 11 years around people whose eyes held nothing for him but contempt or indifference, and this stranger was looking at him like he mattered. "Harry," the giant man said, and his voice cracked on the name. "Law's time I saw you, you was only a baby. Ye look a lot like your dad, but ye have got my mum's eyes," Harry guessed, because even the Dursleys had let that slip once, in a moment of unguarded cruelty. Hagrid beamed. "She told ye?" "Not exactly." What followed was the kind of night Harry would remember for the rest of his life, not because of the revelations about magic or Hogwarts or even Voldemort, though all of those hit him like successive waves in a storm, but because of the chocolate cake. It was squashed and the icing was smeared, and it said HAPPEBIRTHDAE Harry in green letters that had mostly slid to one side, and it was the first birthday cake anyone had ever given him. He ate it while Hagrid talked, and the world rearranged itself around him. Diagon Alley announced itself as a sensory assault, colors and sounds and smells that didn't belong in any London Harry had ever known. Witches in robes of purple and green haggled over barrels of beetle eyes. A shop window displayed a broomstick with a small crowd of boys pressed against the glass. Somewhere, an owl screeched. Harry stopped walking 3 times in the first minute just to look, and each time Hagrid waited with a patience that suggested he understood exactly what it meant for a boy from a cupboard to see a world this wide. "Gringotts first," Hagrid said, nodding toward the end of the alley where a white marble building rose above everything else like a crooked tooth. "Wizarding Bank, run by goblins. Safest place in the world for anything ye want ter keep safe, 'cept maybe Hogwarts." Harry looked up at the building. The bronze doors caught the sun. Something, and he couldn't have explained this, not then, not if someone had offered him 100 chocolate cakes, something pulled at his chest. Not painfully, more like a thread being drawn taut, like the building was exhaling and he was breathing it in. "You all right there, Harry?" Hagrid asked. "Yeah," Harry said. "Yeah, fine." They climbed the white stone steps. A goblin in a uniform of scarlet and gold stood at the bronze doors, and Harry did something that Hagrid would later describe to Dumbledore as the first sign, if ye think about it. He stopped, looked the goblin directly in the eye and said, "Good morning." The goblin's eyes widened fractionally, not because the greeting was remarkable in itself, but because the boy had looked at him, really looked at him, without the flinch, the disgust, or the performative politeness that wizards usually managed. It was the look of someone who knew what it felt like to be treated as less than human. "Good morning," the goblin said slowly. "Welcome to Gringotts." They passed through the silver doors into the vast marble hall, and the pulling sensation in Harry's chest intensified. He could feel something beneath his feet, not physically, but there, the way you could feel thunder before you heard it. Deep below the bank, something very old was aware of him. He said nothing. Hagrid led him to a long counter where a goblin was weighing rubies the size of ping-pong balls. "Mr. Harry Potter wishes to make a withdrawal," Hagrid announced, then leaned down and added in what he clearly believed was a whisper. "And I've got some business from Dumbledore. Top secret. About the you-know-what in Vault You-Know-Which." The goblin behind the counter, his nameplate read GRIPHOOK, looked at Hagrid with an expression of supreme patience, then turned his attention to Harry, and stopped. Griphook's quill fell from his fingers and rolled off the counter. The goblin didn't pick it up. He was staring at Harry with an intensity that would have been uncomfortable if Harry hadn't spent his life being stared at for worse reasons. "Your key, Mr. Potter?" Griphook asked, but his voice had changed. Careful now, measured. Hagrid rummaged through his coat and produced a tiny gold key. Griphook took it, examined it, and then looked at Harry again. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said, "would you do me the courtesy of placing your hand on the counter?" "Why?" Harry asked, not rudely, just curious. "Call it a professional interest." Harry placed his right hand flat on the marble. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Griphook passed a thin crystal rod over Harry's hand, and the crystal turned a color Harry didn't have a name for. It wasn't purple or gold or white. It was all of those things and none of them, shifting like oil on water, and it was bright, bright enough that 3 goblins at nearby stations turned to look. Griphook made a sound in the back of his throat. It might have been a word in gobbledygook. It might have been a prayer. "What was that?" Harry asked. "A preliminary reading," Griphook said, and now his hand was trembling slightly as he set the crystal down. "Mr. Potter, I must ask, has anyone ever performed a full inheritance test on you?" "A what?" "I'll take that as number." Griphook stepped down from his station. He was shorter than Harry, but he carried himself with a coiled authority. "Please wait here. I need to speak with someone." Hagrid shifted uncomfortably. "Now, we've got a lot to do today. This will not take long," Griphook said in a tone that suggested it would take exactly as long as it needed to. He vanished through a door behind the counter. Harry waited. The pulling sensation hadn't gone away. If anything, it was getting stronger, a slow, warm hum somewhere behind his ribs, like a second heartbeat finding its rhythm. Around the hall, the other goblins were whispering. Harry caught a few of them looking at him and then quickly looking away. "Hagrid," Harry said quietly, "what's an inheritance test?" "Oh, it's a blood thing." Hagrid looked uncomfortable. "Goblins can do 'em. Drop blood on a special bit of parchment, and it tells ye about your family line, magical inheritances, that sort thing. Most old families have 'em done when a child's born, but no one ever did one for me." "Well, no, I suppose not. After your parents, after what happened, there wasn't exactly anyone to." The door behind the counter opened, and Griphook returned. He was not alone. The goblin who walked beside him was old. Not old the way Uncle Vernon was old, with his red face and thinning hair and general air of having pickled himself in bitterness. This was a different kind of old entirely. This goblin moved like bedrock given legs, slow, deliberate, and with the absolute certainty that the world would wait for him. His armor, because he wore armor, dark iron and silver, beneath a cloak of deep crimson, bore marks and runes that Harry could almost read if he squinted, if he let his eyes unfocus just slightly. Every goblin in the hall stood. Director Ragnarok, Hagrid breathed, and Harry had never heard the big man sound quite so small. The director of Gringotts Bank stopped in front of Harry Potter and looked at him for a long moment. His eyes were black and ancient and sharp enough to cut. "You're James's boy," Ragnarok said. His voice was gravel and iron. "Yes, sir. You have your mother's eyes. So I'm told." Something that might have been amusement flickered across Ragnarok's face. "Griffook tells me his crystal turned an interesting color when it read your magic. He tells me it turned a color he's never seen. In fact, Mr. Potter, I have only seen that color once in my life, and I have lived for 347 years. Ragnarok paused. "I would like to perform an inheritance test, full lineage, with your consent. What will it show? The truth of your blood, every family line, every magical inheritance, every title and claim." Ragnarok's gaze didn't waver. "It may show nothing remarkable. It may show everything. Either way, you deserve to know." Harry thought about the cupboard. About the years of don't ask questions. About every door that had ever been closed in his face, every truth that had ever been kept from him, every lie he'd been fed about who he was and where he came from. "Yes," Harry said. "Do it." Ragnarok inclined his head. "Follow me." Hagrid started to follow, but Ragnarok stopped without turning around. "This is a matter of blood and lineage. Only the client and authorized Gringotts personnel beyond this point." "Now wait juice a minute," Hagrid protested, drawing himself up. "Dumbledore asked me to look after Harry, and Gringotts will ensure his safety far more effectively than any single wizard, regardless of reputation." Ragnarok did turn now, and his smile showed every one of his pointed teeth. "You may wait in the lobby, there's tea." Harry looked up at Hagrid. "It's okay, I want to do this." Hagrid wrestled with himself visibly. Loyalty to Dumbledore versus the clear desire of the boy he'd already come to care about, and finally deflated. "All right, but if you're not back in an hour, I'm common, in after ye, goblins or no goblins." Harry followed Ragnarok through the door, down a corridor lit by torches that burned with pale blue flame, and into a chamber that was nothing like the polished marble of the main hall. This room was old. The walls were rough-hewn stone, and the floor was inscribed with circles within circles, runes and symbols that seemed to shift when Harry looked at them directly. A stone basin sat at the center, filled with a liquid that looked like mercury but moved like something alive. 3 other goblins waited in the room. They wore robes of gray and carried no weapons, but their fingers were stained with ink and their eyes held the particular sharpness of scholars. "These are the keepers of lineage," Ragnarok said. "They will conduct the ritual. You will need to offer blood, 7 drops, no more. The basin will do the rest." "Will it hurt?" "Briefly." "Fine." One of the keepers approached with a silver knife no longer than Harry's finger. She held it out, handle first. "Your left hand, Mr. Potter. A small cut across the palm." Harry took the knife. The metal was warm, actually warm, as if it had been sitting by a fire, though it had been in the goblin's hand. He pressed the blade to his left palm and drew it across quickly. It stung, sharp and clean, and blood welled up, dark red, ordinary blood, the same as anyone's. He held his hand over the basin and let it drip. 1 drop. The mercury surface rippled. 2. The ripples turned gold. 3. The gold spread, brightening, and the runes on the floor began to glow with the same not-quite color that Griffook's crystal had shown. 4. The light intensified. The 3 keepers stepped back. Ragnarok stood motionless. 5. Harry felt something shift, not in the room, but in himself. Like a lock turning. Like a door opening in a house he'd lived in all his life without knowing it was there. 6. The basin erupted with light. Not upward, but outward, filling the chamber, and every rune on the floor blazed to life with a sound like a cathedral bell struck once, deep and resonant, and Harry could feel it in his teeth. 7. The light turned white. pure, blinding white. It poured from the basin, from the floor, from Harry himself. He looked down at his hands, and they were limned with it, this ancient light, and he could feel it now, not the pulling sensation from before, but the source of that pulling, and it was everywhere. It was in the stone and the air and the blood in his veins, and it was waking up. The three keepers fell to their knees. Ragnarok, 347 years old, director of Gringotts, veteran of 2 goblin wars, took one step backward. His breath came out in a rush. The light receded slowly, like a tide going out, and in the basin, the mercury had transformed entirely. It was a flat, mirror-bright surface now, and words were forming on it, rising from it, gold letters hovering just above the liquid, assembling themselves into lines. Harry James Potter born, 31 July, 1980, son of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans, paternal line, House of Potter noble and most ancient house, est. 1202 heir and lord, Vault 687 trust, Vault 312. Family, the letters kept coming. The goblin keepers were reading with expressions of controlled shock. Ragnarok was perfectly still, his black eyes tracking every word. Maternal line, House of Evans. Descended from the Peveril line through Ignatus Peveril, heir of the Deathly Hallows legacy. Contested, Harry didn't know what that meant, but the goblins clearly did. One of the keepers whispered something urgent to another. But the basin wasn't finished. New letters were forming, slower now, as if the magic was reaching deeper, pulling something up from a place that hadn't been touched in a very long time. The light in the room shifted. The blue torches dimmed. And the letters that rose from the basin were not gold. They were silver, old silver, the color of starlight and ancient things. Maternal line, extended ancestry through the Evans bloodline, dormant magical line, activated. Descended from Morgan of the Lake, descended from Nimue. Lady of Avalon, direct descendant of. The basin shook. The silver letters blazed so bright that even Ragnarok shielded his eyes. The stone floor cracked, a single fissure running from the basin to the wall, and the final words rose like a monument. MYRDDINEMRYS, last confirmed descendant, confirmed magical inheritance, active status. Awakening the silence that followed was the loudest sound Harry had ever heard. One of the keepers was openly weeping. Another had pressed both hands flat on the floor and was speaking rapidly in gobbledygook, a prayer, Harry thought, or maybe a curse, or maybe there wasn't a difference. The third was staring at Harry with an expression that combined reverence and something very close to terror. Ragnarok stood absolutely still for a count of 10. Then he moved forward, slowly, and knelt. The director of Gringotts Bank knelt before an 11-year-old boy. The prophecy of Gringotts, Ragnarok said, his voice rough, spoken by the oracle Shardtooth in the year 382 AD, states, "When the blood of Imrise enters these halls again, the world will turn upon its axis, and the old compact shall be renewed." He looked up at Harry. "We have waited for you for 1,600 years." Harry stared at the silver words floating above the basin. Meodin Imrise, Merlin. He was descended from Merlin. A dozen thoughts crashed through his mind at once, disbelief, exhilaration, and a fierce, burning anger that surprised him with its intensity. Because someone had known. Someone had sealed his parents' affairs, placed him with the Dursleys, never told him any of this. Someone had decided that Harry Potter should grow up ignorant and small and grateful for scraps. "Stand up," Harry said. Ragnarok looked at him. "Please," Harry added. I don't want anyone kneeling. I'm still just me." Ragnarok rose. Something had changed in the old goblin's expression. The reverence was still there, but it was joined now by a sharp, assessing respect. "Just you," Ragnarok repeated. "Mr. Potter, I don't think you understand what just you means yet, but you will." He turned to the keepers. "Seal this room, nothing leaves until I authorize it, and bring me the Imrise vault key." "There's a vault?" Harry asked. "There is a vault," Ragnarok said. "That has been sealed since the 14th century, waiting for someone of the true bloodline to claim it. No goblin can open it. No wizard has been able to claim it. It sits at the deepest level of Gringotts, below the dragon vaults, below everything." He studied Harry. "It will open for you. If I'm right about what I'm seeing, it will open the moment you touch it. Harry flexed his hand. The cut from the knife had already healed. He hadn't noticed when, but the skin was smooth, unbroken, without even a scar. The warmth in his chest had settled into something steady now, a constant presence, like embers banked in a hearth. He felt awake, as if he'd been sleepwalking for 11 years and someone had finally shaken him. "Take me to it," Harry said. The cart ride to the lower vaults was something Harry suspected would fuel his nightmares and his happiest memories in equal measure. They plummeted through the earth at a speed that turned his stomach inside out, past levels of Gringotts he was fairly sure most wizards never saw. The air grew colder, then warmer, then cold again. They passed a dragon, an actual dragon, pale and half-blind, chained to the rock, and Harry felt a stab of pity so sharp it surprised him. "That dragon," he said to Ragnok, who sat beside him in the cart with the absolute composure of someone who had made this journey 1,000 times. "Is it in pain?" Ragnok glanced at him sideways. "It serves its purpose." "That's not what I asked." Another silence. Then, "Yes, likely it is." Harry filed that away. He didn't know what he could do about it yet, but the word yet sat in his mind with a new weight. They went deeper. The torches on the walls changed from blue to green to a deep, pulsing violet. The stone was different down here, darker, veined with something that glittered like crushed starlight. The air tasted old. Not stale old, like breathing in a library that had existed since before books. The cart stopped. They stood before a door that was nothing like the vault doors Harry had glimpsed on the upper levels. There was no lock, no keyhole, no visible mechanism of any kind. The door was seamless stone, black as deep water, and carved into its surface was a single symbol. A staff, wreathed in flame, with a serpent coiled at its base and a star burning at its peak. "The seal of Emrise," Ragnok said quietly. Harry approached the door. The warmth in his chest was a fire now, not painful but insistent, building, reaching for something. He raised his hand. "Mr. Potter." Ragnok's voice stopped him. "When this door opens, your magical core will begin to fully integrate with your Emrise inheritance. This process may be intense. I want you to be prepared." "How intense?" "We genuinely do not know. There hasn't been an Emrise heir in 700 years. Harry looked at the door, at the seal of the most powerful wizard who had ever lived, his ancestor. He pressed his hand to the stone. The reaction was immediate and absolute. Light exploded from the seal, silver white, the same color that had blazed from the basin, and the stone door didn't swing open so much as dissolve, particles of black rock streaming away like sand in a wind. The light rushed over Harry and through him, and he gasped, staggering, because it wasn't pain, but it was everything. He could feel the wards of Gringotts. All of them. Every layer, every enchantment, stretching up through hundreds of meters of rock above his head like a vast, invisible architecture. He could feel the dragon's heartbeat. He could feel Hagrid, far above, pacing nervously and drinking tea. He could feel Ragnok beside him. The old goblin's magic was sharp and geometric, like crystal formations. And he could feel himself. His magic, which he had never consciously felt before, which had only ever manifested in accidental bursts, vanishing glass and flying to rooftops, his magic was immense. It was an ocean he'd been looking at through a keyhole, and now the wall was gone and the water was rushing in, and it wasn't drowning, it was like coming home. Harry opened his eyes. He didn't remember closing them. The vault was open. It was cavernous. Literally carved from a natural cave, the ceiling lost in shadow far above. And it was full. Not full the way his trust vault was full, with its mounds of gold galleons. This vault held things, objects of power that hummed and whispered at the edge of hearing. Shelves carved into the stone walls held books bound in leather and metal, and something that looked like dragonhide. A suit of armor stood against one wall, silver and black, sized for a tall man. Trunks and chests were scattered across the floor, some plain, some ornate, all radiating the particular weight of age and enchantment. But Harry's eyes went to the center of the vault, where a staff stood upright in a stone cradle, unsupported, impossible, perfectly balanced. It was pale wood ash, he knew without knowing how he knew, about 5 feet tall, carved along its length with runes that moved and shifted like living things. At its head, cradled in carved wooden fingers, sat a crystal that burned with soft, constant light. "The Staff of Emrise," Ragnok said from the doorway. He had not entered the vault. "Meodin's own focus. It's been waiting, Mr. Potter, for a very long time." Harry walked toward it. Each step felt deliberate, ritualistic, like the vault itself was watching to see what he would do. He stopped in front of the staff and looked at it, really looked, the way he'd looked at the goblin at the front door, the way he was learning to look at things with his whole self. The runes on the staff settled. They stopped moving and formed a pattern Harry could read, though he'd never studied runes in his life. "I am yours as you are mine. Take me up, son of my maker." Harry wrapped his hand around the staff. The crystal at its head blazed white. The entire vault lit up. Far above, in the main hall of Gringotts, every chandelier flickered. In Diagon Alley, witches and wizards paused and looked up as a tremor of magic rolled through the street like distant thunder. In a castle in Scotland, an old man in half-moon spectacles dropped his teacup, and a dozen silver instruments on his desk spun wildly. In a forest in Albania, something dark and bodiless and filled with hate screamed. Harry held the staff, and the staff held him, and he burned with a light that hadn't been seen in the world for 700 years. When the light faded, Harry was still standing. The staff felt natural in his hand, balanced, warm, an extension of his arm. The crystal had dimmed to a gentle glow. He felt calm, centered, powerful in a way that had nothing to do with violence and everything to do with completeness. Like finding a piece of yourself you didn't know was missing. He turned back to Ragnok. The old goblin was gripping the doorframe. His black eyes were very wide, but he mastered himself quickly, straightening, and when he spoke, his voice was steady. "The staff accepted you, fully, without hesitation." Ragnok shook his head slowly. "In our records, Meodin's own son had to prove himself for 3 days before the staff would answer. It came to you in a heartbeat." "What does that mean?" "It means you are not merely his descendant." The Emrise magic didn't dilute over the centuries, it concentrated. It waited, building, until a vessel worthy of its fullness was born. Ragnok met his eyes. "You may well be more powerful than Merlin himself, Mr. Potter. In time." Harry looked at the staff in his hand. He thought about the cupboard under the stairs, about the locks on his door, the bars on his window that Vernon had once threatened, about being told he was nothing, a burden, a freak. He started laughing. It wasn't hysterical or bitter. It was the laugh of someone who has just realized the absurdity of their own story, that the boy they locked in a cupboard was the heir of Merlin, and wasn't that just the funniest thing in the world? Ragnok waited patiently. "Sorry," Harry said, wiping his eyes. "Sorry, it's just if my uncle could see me right now." "Your uncle? It doesn't matter." The laughter faded, replaced by something harder. "Director Ragnok, you said something about a sealed will. Or no, that was," he paused. The inheritance test had mentioned his parents, the Potter vaults. "My parents, they had a will." Ragnok's expression went carefully neutral. "All clients of Gringotts with significant holdings are encouraged to file wills." "Was my parents' will ever executed?" A beat. "Number, why not?" "It was sealed by order of the chief warlock of the Wisengamot, Albus Dumbledore." The warmth in Harry's chest flickered. Not diminished, the fire was still there, steady and strong, but the quality changed. A cold thread wound through it. "He sealed their will," Harry said flatly. "He did. So wherever my parents wanted me to go, whoever they wanted to raise me, was overridden. You were placed with your mother's Muggle sister by Dumbledore's authority. The will was never read." Harry stood very still. The staff in his hand pulsed once, gently, as if responding to his emotions. He thought about asking more, about demanding to see the will right now, about storming up to wherever Dumbledore was and demanding answers, but he was 11 years old and he had learned patience from the cupboard. Not the healthy kind, the survival kind. The kind that came from knowing when to wait and when to act. "Can the will be unsealed?" he asked. "By the heir upon claiming lordship of House Potter, which you may do at age 14 or immediately in cases of extreme circumstance." The fact that I've been living in a cupboard for 10 years, would that constitute extreme circumstance? Ragnar's eyes went very hard and very cold. A cupboard. Under the stairs. Yes. For the first time, Harry saw rage on the goblin director's face, not the formal displeasure of a banker, but genuine, fanged fury. Ragnar turned to one of the keepers and spoke a rapid string of gobbledygook. The keeper went pale, paler, and hurried away. Mr. Potter, Ragnar said, and his voice was controlled in the way that a blade is controlled, precise, deliberate, and ready to cut. The heir of Imrise was placed in a cupboard. I want you to understand that from this moment forward, the full resources of Gringotts are at your disposal. Legal, financial, political. We have waited 1,600 years. We will not allow this to stand. I appreciate that. Harry meant it. But I need to be smart about this. Dumbledore, he's important, isn't he? Powerful. He is the most politically powerful wizard in Britain, chief warlock, supreme mugwump, headmaster of Hogwarts. Then I don't want to fight him head-on. Not yet. Not until I understand why he did what he did. Harry turned the staff in his hand thoughtfully. I'm going to Hogwarts in September. I'll learn what I need to learn, I'll watch, and when I'm ready, I'll deal with it. Ragnar studied him for a long moment. You are 11 years old and you are already thinking like a strategist. Míoden would approve. Míoden grew up without parents too, didn't he? He did. Then maybe it runs in the blood. Harry looked around the vault. I want to take the staff, obviously. What else is in here that I should know about? What followed was an hour that felt like a lifetime and a heartbeat simultaneously. Ragnar walked Harry through the vault's contents with the precision of a general reviewing his arsenal. The books were Merlin's own, journals, spellcraft, theory, and something Ragnar called the Imrise Codex, a comprehensive record of magical knowledge that predated Hogwarts by centuries. Harry couldn't read most of it yet. It was written in Old English, Latin, and something older than both. But the staff pulsed when he touched the codex, and he felt knowledge settle into the back of his mind like sediment in still water. Not readable yet, but there, waiting to be accessed as his mind grew into it. The armor was battle gear, forged by goblin smiths in the old alliance between Merlin and the Goblin Nation. This is why the compact matters, Ragnar explained. Míoden did not treat us as servants or lesser beings. He forged a partnership, equals. This armor was made as a gift, and it was the finest work our smiths ever produced. A trunk near the back wall contained gold, but not galleons. Ancient coins, pre-Gringotts, stamped with the seal of Imrise. Ragnar estimated their value at somewhere north of 6 million galleons, based on historical significance alone. You are, Mr. Potter, independently one of the wealthiest individuals in wizarding Britain, and that is before accounting for the Potter family fortune. But it was a small wooden box on one of the shelves that made Harry pause. It was simple, unadorned, and when he opened it, he found a folded piece of parchment and a ring. The ring was silver, the same old silver as the letters from the inheritance test, set with a stone that wasn't quite a gem. It looked more like captured starlight, shifting and luminous, and when Harry picked it up, it resized itself instantly to fit his right ring finger. The Imrise signet, Ragnar said, with something approaching awe. Wear it, and no magical contract or compulsion can bind you without your explicit consent. It is also, I should mention, impervious to virtually all known curses. Harry slid the ring on. It felt like putting on a glove he'd been missing his whole life. The parchment in the box was a letter, but when he unfolded it, the words were in the same shifting script as the runes on the staff, the Imrise language, old and deep. He couldn't read it yet. In time, Ragnar said, seeing his frustration. The inheritance is awakening, not arrived. Your mind and your magic will grow into their full capacity over the coming years. But the foundation is yours now, and it is vast. Harry nodded. He folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his pocket. They rode the cart back up, Harry holding the staff across his knees, the ring glinting on his finger, and emerged into the marble hall where Hagrid was wearing a groove in the floor. Harry, Hagrid surged forward, relief flooding his face. Ye have been down there for what's that? His eyes locked onto the staff. "Blimey, Harry, where is that a staff?" "It's a long story," Harry said. "Hagrid, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me." "Oh, course, Harry, anythin'. Did Dumbledore know about my mother's bloodline? About the Evans family's magical heritage?" Hagrid's face went through a complicated journey. Confusion, thought, discomfort. Well, Dumbledore knows most things, doesn't he? But I don't know what exactly." "It's okay," Harry said gently. "You don't have to know the answer, I just wanted to know if you did." "I'm sorry, Harry, I just do what Dumbledore asks. He's a great man, Dumbledore." "I'm sure he is," Harry said. And then, because he liked Hagrid, genuinely liked him, this huge, kind man who had given him a birthday cake and broken down a door for him, he changed the subject. "We've still got shopping to do, right? I need books and robes, and do I need a wand?" He looked at the staff in his hand. It was 5 feet of pale ash wood and ancient crystal, and it was the most powerful magical focus in the Western Hemisphere, and he could hardly carry it through Diagon Alley without attracting the kind of attention he wasn't ready for yet. As if hearing his thought, the staff changed. It shrank, twisted, reorganized itself, and in the space of a breath, Harry was holding a wand. 11 inches, ash wood, with a barely visible crystalline gleam at its core. It looked like a wand. It felt like a wand. But if he concentrated, he could feel the staff's full presence coiled within it, compressed, ready. "That's new," Harry said. Ragnock, who had accompanied them back to the lobby, allowed himself a small, sharp smile. "The staff of Imrise is said to take whatever form its wielder needs. I see the legends were accurate." Harry slipped the wand into his pocket. It fit perfectly. "Hagrid," he said, "let's go shopping." They went to Madame Malkin's first, where Harry stood on a stool and got fitted for robes while a pale, blonde boy on the next stool talked at him about Quidditch and houses and blood status with the casual arrogance of someone who had never been told no in his entire life. "I'm Malfoy," the boy announced. "Draco Malfoy, and you are." Under other circumstances, an hour ago, a lifetime ago, Harry might have been uncertain, might have fumbled, might have let this boy's confidence overwhelm his own. But the ring was on his finger, and the wand was in his pocket, and the fire was in his chest. And Harry looked at Draco Malfoy and saw a boy wearing his father's opinions like an ill-fitting suit. "Harry Potter," he said. Draco's eyes went wide. Then they went to Harry's forehead, looking for the scar, and then, because he was observant whatever else he was, they dropped to the ring on Harry's right hand. "That ring," Draco said slowly. "I've seen something like it in my father's books. That's a house signet, but I don't recognize the—" He stopped. The color drained from his face. "That's not possible." "You'd be surprised what's possible," Harry said. "That's the Imrise crest. I've seen it in That's Merlin's, you can't—" "And yet," Harry said. He held up his hand, letting the ring catch the light. The stones shifted, starlight and silver unmistakable. Draco Malfoy stared at him. For the first time in what Harry suspected was the boy's entire life, he had absolutely nothing to say. "It was nice meeting you, Draco," Harry said, and stepped down from the stool. His robes were done. They bought books at Flourish and Blots, ingredients at the apothecary, and a cauldron and telescope and scales. At each stop, Harry felt the quiet pulse of his magic responding to the world around him, the enchantments on the books, the latent power in the potion ingredients, the ancient charms woven into the very cobblestones of Diagon Alley. It was like having a new sense, a sixth perception that colored everything with meaning and depth. Hagrid bought him an owl, a beautiful snowy owl with amber eyes, and Harry named her Hedwig after a name he found in one of his new textbooks. She nipped his finger gently and settled on his shoulder as if she'd always belonged there. They stopped at Ollivander's last, because Harry felt he should, even though the wand staff in his pocket was more than sufficient. The shop was narrow and dusty and felt like standing inside a held breath. The old man who emerged from the stacks was Mr. Ollivander, and his pale eyes went straight to Harry's right hand. "The Imrise signet," Ollivander whispered. "I had wondered if I would see this day. You know what it is?" My family has been making wands for over 2,000 years, Mr. Potter. We remember. Ollivander moved closer, peering at Harry with unsettling intensity. You already have a focus, don't you? Something old, something that chose you. Harry drew the wand from his pocket. Ollivander's breath caught. May I? The wandmaker asked, extending a trembling hand. Harry let him take it. Ollivander held the disguised staff with the reverence of a man holding a holy relic, which Harry supposed wasn't far from the truth. Ash, the core is... I can't identify it. It's not phoenix feather or dragon heartstring or unicorn hair. It's something else entirely. Ollivander looked up. This is his, isn't it? Meodin's focus. It is. Then you don't need a wand from me, Mr. Potter. Nothing in this shop could compare. He handed the wand back with visible reluctance. But might I suggest, for the sake of appearances, if nothing else, that you acquire a secondary wand. Something to use in public, so that the staff's true nature remains your secret until you choose to reveal it. It was sensible advice. Harry let Ollivander try wand after wand on him. The wandmaker grew increasingly giddy as each one responded with escalating enthusiasm, shooting sparks, glowing, and in one case, setting a shelf on fire, until they found one that Harry could use without drawing excessive attention. Holly, 11 inches, phoenix feather core. It felt like a whisper compared to the staff's roar, but it worked. Curious, Ollivander said as he wrapped the holly wand. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your new wand gave another feather, just one other, and its brother gave you that scar. The scar. Harry touched it absently. He'd almost forgotten it in the rush of everything else. Voldemort's wand, Harry said, and Ollivander flinched at the name. We can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great. Harry pocketed the holly wand alongside the disguised staff and looked at the wandmaker steadily. I'm not interested in great things, Mr. Ollivander. I'm interested in right things. He left the shop with Hagrid, who was still casting bewildered glances at him, as if trying to reconcile the quiet boy he'd collected from a shack with the person now walking beside him. Harry couldn't blame him. He was still reconciling it himself. They stopped for ice cream at Fortescue's, and Harry sat with his sundae and watched the alley bustle around him, witches and wizards going about their days, oblivious to the fact that the boy eating chocolate ice cream at table 4 was carrying Merlin's staff in his pocket and wearing a ring older than their civilization. Hagrid, Harry said, when we were in the bank, you mentioned you had business for Dumbledore. A package from a vault. Hagrid went red. I shouldn't have said that. Top secret, that is. Vault 713. You said you know which, but I heard Griffook say the number when you went in. Now, Harry, I'm not going to tell anyone. I just want you to know that I was paying attention. Hagrid looked at him, really looked, the way Harry looked at things now, and something shifted in the big man's expression. A realization, maybe, that this wasn't the same overwhelmed child he'd expected to shepherd. You're different, Harry, Hagrid said slowly. Since the bank, something changed. Everything changed, Harry said, but I'm still me, I promise. Hagrid nodded, and something in his expression softened. Your mum was like that, you know, fierce, sharp, but kind underneath it all. Yeah, remind me of her. Harry smiled. It was possibly the nicest thing anyone had ever said to him. They parted at the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid gave Harry his train ticket, September 1st, King's Cross, platform 9 3/4, and a bone-crushing hug that lifted him off the ground. You'll be all right, Harry. I'll be all right. He took the underground back to Surrey, Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him, his trunk shrunken, and in his pocket, the goblins had enchanted it for him, at Ragnarok's insistence, because the heir of Emrys should not be dragging luggage through Muggle transit like a common errand boy. The Dursleys were out when he got back. He let himself in and stood in the hallway, looking at the cupboard under the stairs. The door was ajar. He could see his mattress, his broken toys, the shelf where Margaret the spider had rebuilt her web. Harry raised his hand, his right hand, the one with the ring, and felt his magic respond. Not a spell exactly, not yet, just intention. The cupboard door closed. The lock clicked, and a warmth spread through the house, subtle but absolute, A ward, his first, laid by instinct and inherited power, that would ensure the Dursleys never locked anyone in that cupboard again. They wouldn't know why. They'd just find that the door wouldn't close properly, that the space under the stairs felt uncomfortable, unwelcoming, a place no one wanted to use. The cupboard would sit empty for the rest of its existence, and the Dursleys would never quite understand why. Harry went upstairs to Dudley's second bedroom, which he decided was now his bedroom. And if Vernon had a problem with that, Vernon could take it up with the heir of Merlin. He set Hedwig's cage on the desk. He drew the wand staff from his pocket and set it beside the cage. He held up his right hand and looked at the Emrys ring, turning it in the light. He was 11 years old. He was an orphan. He had grown up in a cupboard, unloved and unwanted, fed lies about his parents and himself. He had been placed there deliberately by a man who sealed his parents' will and decided Harry's fate without consultation or consent. He was also the last descendant of Merlin, heir to a magical legacy that predated modern wizarding civilization, bonded to the most powerful magical focus in the world, and possessed of a magical core that 347-year-old goblins fell to their knees before. Harry sat on his new bed and opened A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. He had a month before Hogwarts, and he intended to use every minute of it. But first, he took out parchment and the self-inking quill the goblins had given him, and he wrote a letter. Director Ragnarok, thank you for today. I have several requests. 1. Please begin the process of unsealing my parents' will. I understand there may be legal requirements. Whatever they are, let's meet them. 2. I would like a full accounting of any withdrawals, transfers, or access to my family vaults by anyone other than my parents. I want to know who has touched my money and why. 3. Please do not inform Dumbledore of the inheritance test results. I will decide when and how that information becomes public. 4. I would like to learn Gobbledegook. If there is a tutor available, I can pay whatever the going rate is. Thank you for your honesty today. I won't forget it. Harry James Potter, heir of House Potter, heir of House Emrys. He tied the letter to Hedwig's leg. She hooted softly and nipped his ear. Take this to Director Ragnarok at Gringotts, Harry said. And take your time coming back. The skies are yours. Hedwig launched herself from the window and disappeared into the evening air, a white shape against the darkening sky, and Harry watched her go with the feeling that everything, his whole life, the entire trajectory of it, had just pivoted on its axis. He was right. In his office at the top of Gringotts, Ragnarok sat behind his desk and looked at the inheritance test results, copied, sealed, and locked in a vault only he could access. The silver words glowed faintly on the parchment. Míoden Emrys, last confirmed descendant. The old goblin pressed a button on his desk, and a younger goblin appeared at the door. Send word to the clan elders, Ragnarok said. All of them, emergency conclave. The subject, Director, Ragnarok smiled. It was not a comforting expression. Tell them the Emrys has returned. In a castle in Scotland, Albus Dumbledore stood among his spinning silver instruments, most of which had stopped spinning and were now pointing uniformly south, toward London, and felt something he hadn't felt in a very long time. Uncertainty. The instruments that monitored Harry Potter were behaving impossibly. The boy's magical signature, which Dumbledore had tracked for a decade, a steady, unremarkable candle flame, had become a bonfire. Not a bonfire, a sun. The monitoring devices couldn't process it. 3 of them had cracked. One was actually smoking. What have you done, Harry? Dumbledore murmured. He moved to his flue. He needed to contact Hagrid. He needed to understand what had happened in Diagon Alley. He stopped. Because another instrument, one that was not tracking Harry's magic, but something far more concerning, was also acting strangely. The one that monitored the wards around Harry's home. The blood wards, anchored in Petunia Dursley's grudging acceptance of her nephew, the wards that kept Harry safe from Voldemort's followers. The instrument showed the wards were intact, but there was something else now, something layered over them, woven through them, reinforcing them and simultaneously superseding them. A ward structure Dumbledore didn't recognize, ancient, powerful beyond anything he could have constructed himself. Whoever had cast it, and it could only have been Harry, the signature was unmistakable, had just rendered Dumbledore's carefully constructed protections obsolete. Not destroyed, not removed, simply outgrown. Albus Dumbledore sat down heavily in his chair. "Oh," he said softly. "Oh dear." In a forest in Albania, a wraith that had once been the most feared wizard in the world drifted among the shadows and nursed its eternal hunger. The thing that was Voldemort, reduced, diminished, a shade, existed in a state of constant agony, clinging to the world by the thinnest threads of dark magic and sheer, unrelenting will. It had felt the awakening. Not understood it. The wraith's capacity for complex thought had been degraded by years of disembodiment, but felt it. A pulse of magic so vast and so old that it had rippled across the world like a stone dropped in a still pond. And even in his diminished state, even in the depths of an Albanian forest, Voldemort had felt the wave pass through him. And for the first time in his existence, not since his first death, not since the night in Godric's Hollow, Lord Voldemort felt afraid. Something had woken up, something old. Something that remembered a time before dark lords and prophecies, before Hogwarts and wands, before the very foundations of the world Tom Riddle had tried to conquer. The wraith shuddered in the darkness and began to move. It needed a body. It needed power. It needed to return. Sooner than planned. Much sooner. Back in Little Winging, Harry Potter turned the page of his history book and kept reading. He had a lot to learn and not much time to learn it. But he was smiling. For the first time in his life, he was actually, genuinely smiling. Chapter 2. The train and the sorting the last weeks of July bled into August, and August burned itself away in a haze of study and correspondence and quiet, deliberate transformation. Harry read everything. Not just the Hogwarts textbooks, those he finished in the first week, absorbing them with a speed that startled even himself. His mind drinking in magical theory like parched ground taking rain. He read the books the goblins sent him. Histories of the wizarding world that weren't sanitized for children, political treatises on the Wisengamot structure, a primer on goblin law that was denser than concrete and twice as hard to crack. He read about blood wards and family magic and the legal framework of magical inheritance. He read about Voldemort, what was publicly known, which wasn't much, and what the goblins knew, which was considerably more. Ragnarok wrote back within a day of receiving Harry's letter. The reply came not by owl but by goblin courier, a young goblin named Silverclaw who appeared on Harry's windowsill at 3 a.m, handed him a sealed scroll, and vanished before Harry could offer him tea. The scroll contained 3 things: a letter from Ragnarok, a preliminary financial audit, and a name. The letter was brief and businesslike. "Mr. Potter, your requests are in motion. The will unsealing requires a petition to the Wisengamot, which we will file the moment you claim lordship. In the interim, our legal team has identified several irregularities in your accounts that warrant immediate attention. The audit is attached. I suggest you read it carefully. Regarding Gobbledegook, I will tutor you myself when time permits. Consider it an investment in the compact. The name at the bottom of this letter is someone you should speak with before September. She knew your mother. She knows things that have been kept from you. Use discretion." Ragnarok, the name was Andromeda Tonks. Harry set the name aside for later and read the financial audit, and the warmth in his chest, which had settled into a constant, banked fire over the past few days, flared hot. Someone had been withdrawing money from his trust vault. Not large amounts, a few hundred galleons per year, easily overlooked, but consistently, starting the month after his parents died. The withdrawals were authorized by the magical guardian on record, Albus Dumbledore. The money had been directed to a vault belonging to the Order of the Phoenix, which Harry gathered was some kind of resistance organization from the last war. He supposed there were justifications, maintaining safe houses, supporting members who'd lost everything, but no one had asked Harry. No one had asked his parents. And the withdrawals continued long after Voldemort fell, which meant someone was spending a dead couple's money on an organization that, as far as the public knew, no longer had a reason to exist. Harry didn't write an angry letter. He didn't confront anyone. He noted the amounts, filed the information away, and wrote back to Ragnarok with a single instruction: freeze all access to my vaults except my own. Retroactive to today. No exceptions. Then he went back to studying. The staff, his wand in its disguised form, taught him things the textbooks couldn't. Not in words, but in impressions, intuitions, a gentle guiding pressure that steered his practice in directions no first-year curriculum would touch. When he cast his first lumos, the light that bloomed from the wand tip wasn't the pale glow described in the standard book of spells, Grade 1. It was a sphere of warm, golden radiance that filled his bedroom and sent shadows fleeing to the corners, and it held steady without any effort at all, as natural as breathing. When he tried Wingardium Leviosa on a pillow, the pillow didn't just float. Everything in the room lifted: books, quills, Hedwig's cage. Hedwig hooted in alarm, and then, when she realized she wasn't in danger, in delight, and hung suspended in a gentle orbit around Harry's head, rotating slowly, perfectly controlled. He put everything down, considered what had just happened, and adjusted. Not his power, he wouldn't diminish that for anyone, but his precision. The staff helped, feeding him techniques for channeling magic with surgical accuracy, and within a few days Harry could levitate a single grain of salt from a shaker while leaving the rest untouched. Power without control was just destruction. Harry had no interest in destruction. Not yet, anyway. He wrote to Andromeda Tonks. The reply came by a handsome brown owl and was written in a flowing hand that trembled slightly in places, as if the writer's emotions had outpaced her penmanship. Dear Harry, I've been waiting 10 years for this letter, though I didn't know it would come from you. Your mother was my friend, one of the few who treated me as a person after I left my family. She was researching something before she died, her bloodline, her heritage. She found something extraordinary. She told me, and she told one other person, and then she was killed before she could act on it. The other person she told was Severus Snape. Please come for tea. There is much to discuss, and very little I'm willing to put in writing. Andromeda Harry went for tea. Andromeda Tonks lived in a comfortable house in Kent with her husband Ted, a cheerful, broad-shouldered man with a muggle father, and a gift for making anyone feel at ease, and their daughter Nymphadora, who was 22, an auror in training and possessed of the ability to change her appearance at will, which she demonstrated by greeting Harry at the door with bright pink hair, and then, when she saw his startled expression, shifting it to electric blue. Watch her, Harry. Mum's been pacing since your owl came. I think you broke her. Nymphadora, call me Tonks. Everyone does except Mum, and she does it to annoy me. Andromeda was waiting in the sitting room. She was tall, dark-haired, with the kind of aristocratic beauty that certain pureblood families seem to produce as a matter of course. She reminded Harry of someone, though he couldn't place who. When she saw him, her composure cracked for just a moment, and he saw grief and joy and something fierce pass through her eyes. You look like James, she said, but those are Lily's eyes beyond question. She took a breath and steadied herself. Sit, please, Ted's making sandwiches. Harry sat. The house felt warm and lived in, nothing like the sterile perfection of Privet Drive, and he found himself relaxing in a way he hadn't known he was capable of. Ragnarok sent me, Harry said. He said you knew my mother. I did. We met through the Order, Dumbledore's resistance group during the war. I'd left my family, the Blacks. You might not know the name yet, but you will, and I was rather adrift. Lily took me in. Not literally, but she made me feel like I belonged somewhere. Andromeda paused. She was brilliant, Harry, not just clever, truly brilliant and curious. She could never leave a mystery alone. The bloodline research. Yes. She'd always known there was something unusual about her magic. She was Muggle-born, supposedly, but her power didn't behave like a first-generation witch's. It was deeper, older. She started digging into her family's history, going back centuries, and she found. Merlin. Andromeda stared at him. You already know. Gringotts did an inheritance test last month. Then you know what you are. I'm starting too. Andromeda leaned forward. Lily found the connection 6 months before she died. She traced the Evans line back through centuries of squibs and dormant magic, all the way to a daughter of Meodin who married a Muggle lord in the 13th century. The magic went dormant, skipped generations, surfaced occasionally as hedge witchcraft or unusual talents. And then Lily was born, a full witch with the Emrys blood active for the first time in centuries. Did she tell Dumbledore? Andromeda's voice hardened. And she had her reasons. She told me that Dumbledore had plans for your family. She didn't specify what, but she was wary. She said he was too interested in prophecies and destinies, and she didn't want you caught up in his chess game. But she told Snape. A shadow crossed Andromeda's face. Severus and Lily had a complicated history. They grew up together, neighbors in a place called Spinner's End. He was her first friend in the magical world. Their falling out was painful, but when Lily discovered the truth about her bloodline, she reached out to him. I think she trusted his skill with research more than his character, if I'm honest. And she needed someone who could help her understand what the Emrys inheritance would mean for you. What did she think it would mean? She thought it would make you a target, more than you already were. Andromeda's eyes were very serious. The prophecy about you and Voldemort was one thing, but the heir of Merlin. Every power structure in the wizarding world, the Ministry, the Wisengamot, the pureblood families, even Dumbledore would want to control you or destroy you. She wanted to protect you from that. She protected me by dying, Harry said quietly. She protected you by loving you. The blood wards, Harry, whatever Dumbledore told you about them, the truth is that your mother's sacrifice created a protection that goes far beyond what Dumbledore understands. He thinks it's tied to your aunt's blood. It's not. It's tied to your blood. The Emrys bloodline. Lily activated something ancient when she died for you, an old magic, the oldest, woven into the very fabric of the Emrys line. It's not a ward, it's a covenant. Harry absorbed this. So the protection I have, it's not dependent on living with the Dursleys. It never was. Dumbledore either doesn't know that or doesn't want you to know. Something clicked into place, a piece of the puzzle that had been bothering Harry since he read the audit. Dumbledore needed him at the Dursleys. Needed him small, isolated, grateful to be rescued when Hogwarts came calling. A boy who'd been loved and supported might ask questions. A boy from a cupboard would just be happy to belong somewhere. Harry looked at the Emrys ring on his finger. The starlight stone pulsed gently. Andromeda, he said, I'd like us to be friends, real friends. Not because of what I am, but because you were my mother's friend and you've been honest with me when no one else has. Andromeda's eyes glistened. I'd like that very much, Harry. Good. Now tell me about Snape. Because if he has my mother's research, I need to know what kind of man I'm dealing with. She told him. And by the time Ted brought in the sandwiches, Harry had a clear picture of Severus Snape, a man of extraordinary talent and extraordinary bitterness, who had loved Lily Evans with a devotion that bordered on obsession, who had turned to Voldemort and then turned back, who served Dumbledore now out of guilt and grief, and a debt he could never repay. A man who would hate Harry on sight because Harry had James Potter's face, and who would protect Harry with his life because Harry had Lily Evans' eyes. Complicated. But then, most people were. Harry left the Tonks' house in the late afternoon with a standing invitation to return any time, a tin of Ted's homemade biscuits, and a significantly better understanding of the world he was about to enter. September first arrived with cool air and pale sunshine, and the particular electricity of a day that would change everything. Harry had packed his trunk the night before, the enchanted one the goblins had given him, which looked like an ordinary school trunk from the outside, but contained 7 compartments, including a small library, a wardrobe, and something Ragnarok had described as a space suitable for private study and meetings, because an Emrys should never be without a proper room. He left Privet Drive at 8 in the morning without saying goodbye to the Dursleys. They were eating breakfast in the kitchen, Vernon behind his newspaper, Petunia fussing over Dudley's diet. He was eating 4 sausages, the diet, such as it was, permitted 3, and Harry walked past the doorway without a word. Vernon looked up, saw the trunk and the owl cage, and opened his mouth. Harry looked at him. Vernon closed his mouth. It wasn't magic, not exactly. But the boy who had left for Diagon Alley and the boy who was leaving now were not the same person, and even Vernon Dursley, whose perceptive capabilities ranked somewhere below those of a particularly dim potato, could feel the difference. There was something in his nephew's eyes that hadn't been there before, something very old and very certain and very much not afraid. Vernon went back to his newspaper and didn't say a word. Harry caught a taxi to King's Cross. He arrived at 10:30 and found the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, exactly where Hagrid's instructions said it would be. He walked through without hesitation, not running, not looking around nervously, just a steady, purposeful stride through apparently solid brick, and emerged onto platform 9 3/4. The Hogwarts Express was a scarlet steam engine that belonged to another century, belching white smoke into the enchanted ceiling of the platform. Families milled about, parents hugging children, owls hooting, trunks being levitated onto the train. The noise was tremendous. Harry moved through the crowd with his trunk floating behind him, a subtle bit of wandless magic that he'd practiced until it was effortless, and found an empty compartment near the middle of the train. He stowed his trunk, set Hedwig's cage by the window, and sat down. The compartment door opened before the train had even started moving. "Sorry, do you mind? Everywhere else is full." The boy in the doorway was round-faced, nervous, and clutching a toad that was making a determined effort to escape. "I'm Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter, come in." Neville's eyes went wide at the name, but to his credit, he recovered quickly, or perhaps the toad chose that moment to make a break for it, and the resulting scramble broke the tension of the moment. Harry caught the toad with a flick of his wrist. The animal floated gently back into Neville's hands, and Neville stared at him. "Did you just without a wand?" He looked like he was making a run for it. "I'm better at catching things than I am at introductions." Neville sat down, clutching Trevor the toad, now formally introduced with renewed determination. He was quiet for a moment and then said, very carefully, "My Gran says I'm practically a squib. She's worried I won't be able to keep up at Hogwarts." Harry looked at Neville. The ring on his finger pulsed faintly, and he felt something, not a spell, just an awareness, the enhanced magical perception that had been growing stronger every day. Neville Longbottom's magical core was bright. Not small, not weak, not anything close to a squib. It was large and warm and constrained, like a fire burning in a box too small for it. "Your Gran's wrong," Harry said. "You don't even know me." "I don't need to, I can tell." "You can tell. It's hard to explain. But trust me, Neville, you're not a squib, not even close. You've got more magic in you than you think. Someone or something has just convinced you it's not there." Neville stared at him with an expression that reminded Harry of his own face in the mirror, the face of someone who desperately wants to believe good news but has been disappointed too many times to trust it. "My parents were powerful," Neville said quietly. "Aurors, some of the best, they were. They were tortured by Death Eaters after the war. They're in St. Mungo's now. They don't recognize me." The compartment was very quiet. The train lurched and began to move. "I'm sorry," Harry said, and he meant it with everything he had. "It's okay. I mean, it's not, but you know." "Yeah, I know." They sat in companionable silence as London slid away and the countryside opened up, green and gold under the September sun. The train picked up speed. Harry felt the magic of the engine, old enchantments, layered and maintained over decades, a beautiful piece of craft, and let himself enjoy the sensation of going somewhere that mattered. The compartment door opened again. "Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, oh." The girl in the doorway had bushy brown hair, front teeth slightly too large for her face, and an expression of fierce intelligence that reminded Harry immediately of Andromeda Tonks. She was already wearing her Hogwarts robes. "You found it, then. I'm Hermione Granger, by the way, and you are?" "Neville Longbottom. Harry Potter." Hermione's eyes went wide, wider than Neville's had, actually, and with a particular intensity that suggested she was already cross-referencing everything she'd read about him. "I've read about you, of course," she said, coming into the compartment and sitting down without waiting for an invitation. "You're in modern magical history and the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. Am I accurate in any of them?" "I don't know, are you?" Harry smiled. "Probably not." Hermione tilted her head, studying him. "You're not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "Someone more overwhelmed." "The books describe you as this symbolic figure, the boy who lived, but you seem very," she searched for the word, "grounded. I had a good summer." "Did you?" "I had a wonderful summer. I've read all our textbooks, of course, and I've done extra reading on the history of Hogwarts. Did you know it was founded over 1,000 years ago by Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin?" "Yes." Hermione blinked. "You've read Hogwarts, a history." "3 times, and the unabridged edition, which has 200 pages on the founding that the standard edition cuts." Something changed in Hermione's expression. The slightly manic need to prove herself, which Harry recognized, because he recognized what it looked like to be the outsider who compensated with competence, softened into genuine interest. And then delight. "Where did you find the unabridged edition?" "It's been out of print for 50 years. I have access to a very good library." They talked books for 20 minutes. Neville listened, occasionally interjecting with surprisingly sharp observations about herbology texts that made Hermione light up. By the time the trolley witch came around, the 3 of them had settled into the easy rhythm of people who were going to be friends, even if they didn't know it yet. Harry bought the entire trolley. Not to show off, Neville's eyes had gone to the chocolate frogs with a longing he clearly couldn't afford, and Hermione had hesitated over a pumpkin pasty with the careful calculation of a girl whose parents gave her a limited spending budget. So Harry bought everything and dumped it on the seat between them and said, "Help me eat this. I've never had wizard sweets before and I need guidance." Neville taught him about chocolate frogs, collect the cards, watch out for the jump, and Hermione dissected a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean with academic precision before eating it. Sardine. Fascinating. The afternoon turned golden and warm. The compartment door slid open a 3rd time. Draco Malfoy stood in the corridor, flanked by 2 large boys who looked like they'd been hired from a catalog titled Junior Thugs, ages 10-12. Draco's eyes swept the compartment, Neville, Hermione, the sweet wrappers, and settled on Harry. "Potter," he said, "we meet again." "Draco, these are my friends Neville Longbottom and Hermione Granger." Draco's gaze flicked to Neville, dismissal, to Hermione, deeper dismissal, and back to Harry. "I see you've already started collecting strays. I came to offer you a proper introduction to Wizarding Society, the right sort of people." Harry leaned back in his seat. "The right sort. My family has connections throughout the Ministry, the Wisengamot, the Malfoys, Sacred 28. Your father was a Death Eater who claimed the Imperious Defense after Voldemort fell. Your family's money came from your mother's side, the Blacks, and your father's political influence is built on donations to the Minister's re-election fund. Your grandfather Abraxas was a known associate of Grindelwald before switching allegiances in 1943. Harry said all of this calmly, conversationally, the way you'd discuss the weather. "How am I doing so far?" Draco had gone very white. His 2 bodyguards looked confused, which Harry suspected was their default state. "How do you know all that?" Draco managed. "I read." Harry met Draco's eyes. "I don't choose friends based on family connections, Draco. I choose them based on character. If you want to talk to me, you can drop the act and speak to me like a person. If you want to play pureblood politics, you'll need to find someone who's impressed by it." Draco stood there, jaw working, caught between fury and something else, something that looked almost like curiosity. Harry had seen the same expression at Madame Malkin's when Draco had recognized the ring. "The ring," Draco said suddenly, quietly. "At the robe shop. I told my father about it. He didn't believe me." Smart man. Denial is very comfortable. "Is it true? Are you really?" "That's not something I'm discussing in a train corridor. But I'll tell you this, Draco. The world you've been taught to believe in, purebloods at the top, everyone else beneath, it's a lie. A comfortable lie, but a lie. The most powerful magical bloodline in history ran through a woman that your father would call a mudblood. He let that land. Think about that. And when you're ready to have a real conversation, you know where to find me. Draco stared at him for 3 long seconds. Then he turned and left without another word, his 2 bookends trailing behind him. The compartment was very quiet. That, Hermione said slowly, was the most savage thing I've ever witnessed, and I went to a girls' school in London. Neville was gaping. You just to a Malfoy, did you really? He needed to hear it, whether he listens is up to him. What ring was he talking about? Hermione asked, because of course she did. Harry held up his right hand. The Emrise signet caught the light from the window, the starlight stones shifting and luminous. Hermione leaned in. Her eyes went wide. She reached for it, then stopped herself. May I? Look, but don't touch. It's enchanted to the wearer. She examined it closely. I don't recognize the crest. It's not in any of the standard heraldic references. But the style, that metalwork is ancient, pre-medieval. Is that? She looked up sharply. Is that an Emrise seal? Harry stared at her. How do you know that? I read The Lost Lineages of Magical Britain. There's a chapter on the Emrise family. Most historians consider it mythological, but the author included reproductions of historical artifacts, and one of them was a seal stamp with exactly this design. Her voice had gone very fast, the way it did when her brain was outpacing her mouth. But that would mean, Harry, that would mean you're claiming descent from Merlin. The word dropped into the compartment like a stone into still water. Neville choked on a chocolate frog. Not claiming, Harry said. Confirmed. Gringotts' inheritance test. Full lineage verification. I'm his last living descendant. Hermione opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. That's the magical implications alone. The theoretical framework for inherited magical affinity suggests that. She stopped, took a breath, and said with visible effort, Okay, I have about 400 questions. I'll answer what I can. Not now. She sat back, clearly organizing her thoughts into some kind of internal filing system. Later, when I've had time to think properly. But Harry, you realize this changes everything. Every assumption about magical hierarchy, about Muggle-born inferiority, if the Emrise line survived through Muggle families. I know what it means. The purebloods will lose their minds. That's rather the point. Hermione Granger looked at Harry Potter, and something sparked between them, not romance, not yet, maybe not ever, but something equally powerful. Recognition. 2 outsiders who were smarter than they were supposed to be and angrier than they were allowed to show, and who had just realized they were playing the same game. I'm glad I came into this compartment, Hermione said. So am I. The train slowed. Outside, the sky had gone dark, and distant lights glimmered on the surface of a vast black lake. Beyond the lake, rising from the darkness like a dream-given architecture, was a castle. Hogwarts. Harry felt it before he saw it, felt the castle's magic reaching out like a vast, slow exhalation, ancient beyond reckoning, layered and complex and alive. The founder's enchantments were the frame, but the castle had grown beyond them, accumulating magic the way a forest accumulates soil, building something that was more than the sum of its parts. It was sentient, Harry realized, not the way a person was sentient, more like the way a mountain or an ocean was sentient, vast and slow and immeasurably deep. And it recognized him. He felt it as a warmth, different from the fire of his own magic, gentler, more encompassing. The castle's awareness brushed against his own like a cat pressing against a familiar hand, and Harry felt a door open somewhere in his mind, a connection establishing itself, old protocols activating. Welcome home, the castle seemed to say. Not in words, in the language of stone and magic and 1,000 years of memory. We have been waiting. Harry, Neville was looking at him with concern. You all right? You've gone sort of glowy. Harry looked down. His hands were limned with faint silver light, the same light from the Gringotts vault, the Emrise inheritance manifesting visibly. He pulled it back, not hiding it exactly, but settling it the way you turn down a lamp. "I'm fine," he said. "The castle just said hello." "The castle, what?" They piled off the train with everyone else, first years splitting off to follow Hagrid's booming voice down to the boats while older students took a different path. Hagrid spotted Harry and beamed, then did a double take, as if something about Harry was different, which it was, because Harry was carrying himself now with the particular stillness of someone who knows exactly where they belong. The boat ride across the lake was magical in the literal and figurative sense. Harry sat with Neville and Hermione, and a quiet boy named Dean Thomas, who sketched the castle's reflection on the water with his finger and wished he had a pencil. The boats moved of their own accord, gliding through water that was black and still and very, very deep. Something large moved beneath the surface. Harry felt it, a presence, alien and ancient, and he sent a pulse of magic downward. "I'm not food. Relax." The presence retreated with what felt distinctly like surprise. They climbed stone steps, passed through enormous oak doors, and entered a torchlit entrance hall where a tall witch in emerald green robes was waiting with the expression of someone who had done this 1,000 times and would do it 1,000 more. "Welcome to Hogwarts," said Professor McGonagall. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you will be sorted into your houses. The 4 houses are Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin." She explained the houses. Harry listened politely, already knowing everything she was saying, and watched the other first years instead. Neville was green with anxiety. Hermione was muttering spells under her breath. Draco Malfoy was doing a very good impersonation of someone who wasn't nervous, which meant he was extremely nervous. A red-haired boy Harry hadn't met yet had a smudge of dirt on his nose and was staring at Harry's forehead with undisguised fascination. McGonagall led them into the Great Hall, and Harry stopped paying attention to the other students because the Great Hall was extraordinary. Not the enchanted ceiling, which was impressive but expected. He'd read about it. Not the floating candles or the long house tables or the golden plates. What stopped Harry was the magic. The Great Hall was a nexus, a convergence point where the castle's many layers of enchantment braided together into something that resonated like a choir. He could feel the founders in it, 4 distinct magical signatures layered over and through each other. Gryffindor's fierce warmth, Ravenclaw's crystalline precision, Hufflepuff's steady depth, and Slytherin's cold, sharp current. And beneath all 4, older than any of them, a 5th signature. Faint, almost gone, but unmistakable. Merlin had been here, not at Hogwarts before Hogwarts. He had stood on this ground and worked magic into the bedrock, and the founders had built their school on top of it, knowingly or not. The staff pulsed against Harry's thigh. Yes, it seemed to say, this was his place. Now it is yours. A stool sat at the front of the hall. On it was a hat, battered, patched, and alive with a peculiar intelligence. McGonagall unrolled a scroll. The Sorting Hat sang its song. Harry listened, appreciating the craftsmanship. The founders had created something genuinely remarkable, a sentient artifact capable of reading minds and judging character, and waited. Names were called. Students were sorted. Hannah Abbott went to Hufflepuff, Susan Bones to Hufflepuff, Terry Boot to Ravenclaw. Each time the hat shouted a house name, the corresponding table erupted. "Granger, Hermione." Hermione walked to the stool with her chin up and her hands trembling. The hat sat on her head for nearly a minute, a hat stall, though Harry didn't know the term yet, and then shouted, "Gryffindor." Hermione's smile could have lit the hall without the candles. "Longbottom, Neville." Neville walked to the stool like a man approaching his own execution. The hat deliberated. Neville's face cycled through several shades of white. Then, "Gryffindor." Neville nearly fell off the stool with relief. He rushed to the Gryffindor table, still wearing the hat, and had to run back to return it amid laughter. "Malfoy, Draco." The hat barely touched Draco's head. "Slytherin," no surprise there. But as Draco walked to the Slytherin table, his eyes found Harry's across the hall, and the expression on his face wasn't triumph. It was something more complicated. "Potter, Harry," whispers broke out like wildfire. "Potter, did she say? The Harry Potter." Harry stood and walked to the stool. He didn't hurry. He didn't slow down. He walked with the steady, unhurried pace of someone who is exactly where they are supposed to be. He sat. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. The great hall vanished. He was in darkness, warm, close darkness, and then a voice spoke. Not aloud, inside his mind. Well, well, well. The Sorting Hat's voice was old, amused, and startled. In 1,000 years on this stool, I have never— What are you, Harry Potter? Harry thought. Oh, you are very much more than that, I can see. Oh my, oh, that's the Emrys line, the actual living, breathing Emrys line sitting right here on my stool. The hat paused. I was made by the founders, you know. But the magic they used to make me, the enchantment that lets me see into minds and judge character, that was drawn from the residual magic in Hogwarts foundations. Magic that was already here when they arrived. His magic. And now here you are, and I can feel it in you. And I have to say, Mr. Potter, this is the most interesting thing that has happened to me in approximately 4 centuries. Glad I could help, Harry thought dryly. Don't be cheeky. Now, where to put you? You have courage, oh, enormous courage, the kind that's been forged rather than born, which is the better sort. You have intelligence, vast, hungry, barely begun to unfold. You have loyalty, not to institutions, but to people, which Helga would have loved. And you have ambition. The hat paused again, longer this time. Your ambition is terrifying, Mr. Potter. Not for power, not for glory. You want to change things. You want to tear down walls and rebuild the world. Salazar himself would have wept. Where do I belong? Harry asked. Everywhere, nowhere. You are beyond houses, boy. The founders didn't build categories for what you are. A sigh. But I have a job to do. And I think, yes, the courage, the will to act, the refusal to be diminished. You belong with the lions, I think. Though the snakes will claim you tried to steal their thunder, and the eagles will say I wasted a mind, and the badgers will simply be pleased to have you in the school at all. Gryffindor, then. With a caveat, this castle is yours, Mr. Potter, all of it. Every tower and dungeon and secret passage. The common rooms will let you in. The stairs will behave for you. The wards will answer to you. The founders keyed their protections to the Emrys magic because it was Emrys magic that made those protections possible. You are, in a very real sense, coming home. Then announce it. I've been sitting up here long enough. The hat laughed, a deep, rolling sound that Harry felt in his bones. Gryffindor. The hat shouted it so loudly that the enchanted ceiling flickered. And in the same moment, something happened that had never happened at a sorting before. The torches in the great hall flared, not just the ones near Gryffindor's table, but all of them, every torch and candle, blazing white gold for a single heartbeat, and a tremor ran through the castle. Not an earthquake, a recognition, a greeting. The students and staff felt it. You could see it in their faces, a moment of startled awareness, like waking from a dream you couldn't quite remember. Professor McGonagall grabbed the edge of the stool. Professor Flitwick, the tiny charms teacher, squeaked. At the center of the staff table, Albus Dumbledore sat very, very still, his blue eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that had nothing to do with grandfatherly twinkling. At the far end of the staff table, a man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose, Severus Snape, it had to be, went white. He was staring at Harry with an expression of naked shock. Not at Harry's face, at his right hand, at the ring. Harry removed the hat, handed it back to McGonagall, who took it with a searching look and walked to the Gryffindor table, where the Weasley twins were on their feet chanting, "We got Potter. We got Potter." And Hermione was saving him a seat, and Neville was grinning with uncomplicated happiness. Harry sat down between his friends, and the castle hummed around him, warm and welcoming and very, very old. Dumbledore rose to speak. His eyes found Harry's across the hall, and for a moment their gazes locked, the most powerful wizard of the age and the heir of Merlin, measuring each other across a room full of children who had no idea what they were witnessing. Dumbledore smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. "Welcome," the headmaster said, "to a new year at Hogwarts. Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak, thank you." Food appeared on the golden plates. The hall erupted in conversation and laughter and the clatter of cutlery. Harry served himself roast beef and potatoes and ignored the stares. "That was weird, right?" Neville said, loading his plate. "The torches and the shaking, that doesn't normally happen at sortings." "Definitely not normal," said an older red-haired boy across the table, Percy Weasley, Harry gathered, from the prefect badge and the air of self-importance. "I've been at 5 sortings and that's never happened. The castle's enchantments are extremely stable." "Maybe the castle was excited," Harry said, and ate a roast potato and said nothing else about it. Hermione caught his eye. Her expression said, "We are going to talk about this later and you are not going to evade me." Harry's expression said, "I know." Dinner wound down. Dessert was served and demolished. The ghosts made their rounds. Nearly headless Nick introduced himself with theatrical flair, and Harry listened to his story with genuine interest, because a ghost who'd existed for 5 centuries had perspectives worth hearing. Dumbledore rose again. Announcements. The 3rd-floor corridor on the right-hand side was out of bounds to everyone who did not wish to die a very painful death. The Forbidden Forest was forbidden, hence the name. Magic was not to be used in the corridors between classes. Harry filed the 3rd-floor corridor warning away. People didn't warn students about genuinely dangerous locations by being coy. They sealed them and warded them and didn't let children within 100 feet. Dumbledore wanted someone to investigate. It was a test, or a trap, or both. The students rose. Prefects led the first years toward their common rooms. Harry followed Percy Weasley up the shifting staircases, which, as the hat had promised, held perfectly still and aligned for him, a fact that Percy noticed with visible confusion and through the portrait of the fat lady. The Gryffindor common room was round and warm and full of comfortable chaos. Squashy armchairs, a fireplace the size of a small car, bulletin boards cluttered with notices. Harry felt the Gryffindor magic here, fierce and loyal and brave, Godric's personality impressed into the very stones. He also felt the deeper layer. Imrai's magic in the foundations, the substrate on which everything else was built. The first-year boys' dormitory held 5 beds. Harry, Neville, a boy named Seamus Finnegan, Dean Thomas from the boat, and the red-haired boy with the dirty nose, who turned out to be Ron Weasley. Ron had been staring at Harry all through dinner and was practically vibrating with the effort of not blurting out whatever he wanted to say. The moment the door closed, the dam broke. "You're Harry Potter, the Harry Potter. Blimey, is it true you've got the scar?" He pointed at his own forehead. "I've got a scar, yes." "Can I see it?" Harry pushed his fringe back. Ron stared at the lightning bolt with the reverence of a pilgrim viewing a holy relic. "Wicked, is it true you killed you-know-who?" "No," Harry said. "My mother killed him. I was a baby. I didn't do anything." Ron blinked. "That's not what the books say. The books are wrong." Harry sat on his bed. The castle had given him the one nearest the window, with the best view of the grounds, without being asked, and started unpacking. "What do you know about your family's history, Ron?" "The Weasleys. We're pureblood, but we're not exactly rich or important. Mum's side, the Prewetts, they were more why?" "Just curious. I'm trying to learn about the families. There's a lot I don't know." "You could ask Malfoy," Ron said, and his face soured. "His lot know everything about everyone, bunch of snooty. I've met Draco. He's got potential under the act." "Potential? He's a Malfoy. And I grew up in a cupboard." "Names aren't destiny." Ron looked like he wanted to argue this point considerably, but Neville, who was listening from his bed with Trevor perched on his pillow, said quietly, "Harry's right. My family name didn't make me brave. I'm terrified half the time." "Being brave when you're terrified is the whole point of bravery," Harry said. "Gryffindor would have been a pretty useless house if it was only for people who were never scared." Neville went pink but looked pleased. The boys settled into their beds. Lights went out. The castle breathed around them, slow and ancient and alive. Harry lay in the darkness and stared at the canopy of his 4-poster bed. A 4-poster bed, after a cupboard, the luxury of it almost absurd, and felt the castle's consciousness at the edges of his own. It was showing him things. Not deliberately, not yet, more like a dreaming mind leaking images. He saw flickers of the castle's history. The founders arguing and laughing and building, students through the centuries, wars and celebrations and quiet moments. 1,000 years of memory stored in stone. And deep beneath the castle, in a place Harry could feel but not yet see, something else, something wrong. A presence that didn't belong, dark, parasitic, clinging to a human host, hiding in plain sight among the staff. Quirrell. The hat had mentioned a new defense against the dark arts teacher. Harry hadn't met him yet, but he could feel him now, or rather, feel the thing attached to him, the wrongness, the dark stain on the castle's fabric. Harry reached out with his magic, carefully, so carefully, just the lightest touch, and brushed against the darkness. It recoiled, like a hand snatched from a flame. And in the instant of contact, Harry felt something behind the darkness, a mind, a will, a hatred so vast and so cold that it made the blood wards feel like a warm blanket by comparison. Voldemort. He was here, in the castle. Somehow, impossibly, Voldemort was already here. Harry withdrew his magic and lay very still. His heart was hammering, not with fear. Fear was a luxury for people who hadn't spent 10 years in a cupboard learning to master their own emotions, but with the electric awareness of a hunter who has just spotted his prey. So, Voldemort was at Hogwarts. Dumbledore probably knew, or at least suspected. That would explain the third-floor corridor, the trap. The old man was planning something, using the school as a chessboard. Harry had no intention of being a chess piece. He closed his eyes and reached for the castle again. And this time the castle responded, not with images but with access. Wards unfolded in his mind like blueprints, layer upon layer of protection and enchantment, the entire defensive architecture of Hogwarts laying itself bare for the air of its foundations. He could see where the wards were strong and where they were weak. He could see the places Dumbledore had added his own protections, brilliant, complex, but built on top of the Emrise substrate, dependent on it. He could see the third-floor corridor, the protections there. A three-headed dog, a series of magical challenges, and at the heart of it all, something small and immensely powerful. The thing Hagrid had collected from Vault 713, something Dumbledore was protecting, something Voldemort wanted. Harry made a decision. He would watch. He would learn. He would grow into his power and his knowledge and his inheritance. And when the time came to act, he would act decisively. But first, he was going to sleep in a real bed for the first time in his life, in a castle that felt like home, with friends sleeping in the beds beside him. The air of Merlin pulled the covers up to his chin and slept without dreaming. He woke to sunlight, and Neville knocking a water glass off his nightstand, and Seamus somehow setting his curtains on fire, and the general cheerful chaos of 5 11-year-old boys getting ready for their first day of school. Harry dressed, pocketed both wands, the holly wand in his robe pocket, the disguised staff in an interior pocket closer to his chest, and went down to breakfast. The Great Hall was pandemonium. Owls were swooping in with the morning post. Students were shoveling eggs and toast. The ceiling showed a bright blue September sky with high, thin clouds. Professor McGonagall was handing out timetables. She gave Harry his with a long, appraising look. "Mr. Potter, a word when you finished breakfast." "Of course, Professor." He sat with Neville and Hermione and ate toast and eggs and drank orange juice that was freshly squeezed by some magical process he could feel but couldn't see, and he studied his timetable. Charms with Flitwick, Transfiguration with McGonagall, Herbology with Sprout, Defense against the Dark Arts with Quirrell. Harry's jaw tightened at that one. History of Magic with Binns, a ghost, apparently. Astronomy with Sinistra, and Potions with Snape. Hermione had her nose in her timetable and was already planning a study schedule. Neville was looking at the herbology listing with the first genuine excitement Harry had seen on his face. "You like plants?" Harry asked. "Love them. Gran thinks it's a waste of time, not a proper magical discipline, she says, but plants are amazing. There's a whole world of magical botany that most wizards ignore. Then you should be the best at it, not to prove your Gran wrong just because you love it." Neville squared his shoulders. Yeah, I will." Harry finished breakfast and found McGonagall in the corridor outside the Great Hall. She led him to an empty classroom and closed the door with a wave of her wand. "Mr. Potter," she said, "I will be direct. What happened at your sorting was unprecedented. The castle's reaction, the torches, the tremor, I have been teaching here for 39 years and I have never seen anything like it. I'm sorry if it caused concern. It didn't cause concern, it caused interest." Her eyes were sharp behind her square spectacles. "The headmaster has asked me to keep an eye on you. He believes you may be. More than we expected." "More in what way?" "That is what I'm asking you." Harry met her gaze. McGonagall was fierce, principled, and direct. He'd gathered that much from his reading, and she was Dumbledore's most trusted colleague. But she was also the head of Gryffindor, and the castle had told him something about the heads of house that he suspected they didn't know themselves. They were bound to their students, not just administratively, but magically. A head of house who harmed one of their lions would feel it. "Professor McGonagall," Harry said, "I'm going to trust you with something. Not because Dumbledore asked you to watch me, but because I think you're honest." She raised an eyebrow. "I should hope so. I underwent a full inheritance test at Gringotts this summer. The results were significant. I'm not ready to share the details with the staff. I'm certainly not ready to share them with the headmaster, but I want you to know that I'm not a threat to anyone in this school. The castle reacted to me because it recognized something in my magic, something old. I'm still figuring out what it means." McGonagall studied him for a long, silent moment. "You're remarkably composed for an 11-year-old. I've had an unusual upbringing." She seemed to be wrestling with something. "Mr. Potter, Harry, the headmaster is a great man. I believe that completely. But I have known him long enough to know that his plans don't always account for the wishes of the people they involve. If you need an advocate, someone who is on your side, not Dumbledore's side or the school's side, but yours, I hope you'll come to me." Something eased in Harry's chest. An unexpected gift, an adult offering to be on his side, unprompted, without agenda. "Thank you, Professor, that means more than you know. Off to class with you, then. You have charms first. Try not to blow anything up." "No promises." She almost smiled. Harry's first class at Hogwarts was charms, taught by Professor Flitwick, a tiny man who stood on a stack of books to see over his desk, and who radiated an enthusiasm for magic that was infectious. When he called Harry's name on the register, he toppled off his book stack with excitement, which set the class laughing. The first charm was Lumos. Flitwick demonstrated, a gentle glow from the wand tip, the magical equivalent of a flashlight, simple, foundational, the building block on which more complex light-based magic was built. Harry drew the holly wand, the public wand, the decoy, and cast. Lumos! The glow that erupted from the wand was not gentle. It wasn't the blinding blaze he'd produced in his bedroom with the staff. He'd learned control since then, but it was several orders of magnitude beyond what a first year should produce. The classroom lit up like midday. Students shielded their eyes. Hermione dropped her wand. Harry dialed it back instantly, the light settling to a soft, warm glow that was merely excellent rather than impossible. Flitwick was standing on his books, mouth open, wand forgotten in his hand. "That," he said faintly, "was the most powerful Lumos I have seen cast by a student in 40 years of teaching, and I have taught some exceptional students. Sorry, Professor, I'm still calibrating." "Don't apologize, Mr. Potter." "That was magnificent. 10 points to Gryffindor." Flitwick paused. 20 points to Gryffindor. I'm feeling generous." Neville was grinning. Hermione looked like she was taking mental notes at superhuman speed. Ron Weasley, sitting 2 rows back, had his mouth hanging open. The class continued. Other students attempted Lumos with varying degrees of success. Hermione managed it on her second try, a crisp, bright light that earned her 5 points. Neville struggled, his wand producing only sparks, and Harry could see why. His wand didn't fit. The magical signature was wrong. It wasn't Neville's wand, it was someone else's, handed down, and it was fighting him. Harry leaned over during the practice. "Neville." "That's not your wand, is it?" Neville flushed. "It was my dad's. It's a fine wand, but it's fighting you. A wand has to choose the wizard. You can't inherit that kind of bond." He thought for a moment. "Ask your gran to take you to Ollivander's for a wand of your own. If she won't, tell me and I'll sort it out." You can't just, I can actually, trust me on this. Neville looked at his father's wand, the wand that connected him to the parents he couldn't remember, and his face went through something painful and necessary. Okay, he said quietly. I'll ask. The day unfolded. Transfiguration was next, and McGonagall was exactly as formidable in the classroom as Harry had expected, precise, demanding, and wickedly sharp. She spent the first 15 minutes on theory, turned her desk into a pig and back to make a point, and then set the class to turning matches into needles. Harry turned his match into a needle on the first attempt. Then, because the exercise was trivially easy and he wanted to understand the underlying magic, he turned the needle into a silver brooch shaped like a lily flower, held it up, examined it, and turned it back into a match. The classroom went very quiet. McGonagall stood over his desk and stared at the match, then at Harry, then at the match again. That, she said carefully, was not the assigned exercise. No, ma'am, but I wanted to understand how the transfiguration matrix handles complex shapes. The matched needle is a one-dimensional transformation, same basic shape, just a change in material and detail. But a match to a brooch requires a multi-axis transformation, shape, material, detail, and function. The magical demand is exponentially higher. McGonagall picked up the match. She examined it with her wand. The reversion is perfect, not a trace of the intermediate forms. Mr. Potter, students typically don't attempt multi-axis transfiguration until 4th year. I read ahead. You read ahead. She set the match down. Her expression was unreadable. 50 points to Gryffindor, and I'm going to set you separate assignments from this point forward, because if I don't, you'll be bored and bored students do foolish things. Thank you, Professor. Don't thank me. I'm going to work you harder than anyone in this school. I'm looking forward to it. And he was. He genuinely was. Because for all the weight of his inheritance and the darkness lurking in the castle and the political machinations of Dumbledore, Harry was also 11 years old and learning magic, and it was brilliant. Lunch was shepherd's pie and conversation. Ron Weasley had attached himself to their group with the dogged persistence of a retriever, and while Harry found him somewhat exhausting, the boys' straightforward warmth was genuine. Dean and Seamus joined them, and the Gryffindor first-year table became a sprawling, noisy affair. The afternoon brought herbology, where Neville came alive. Professor Sprout set them to repotting bouncing bulbs, and Neville handled the plants with an intuitive gentleness that made the professor beam. Excellent work, Mr. Longbottom. You've a real gift. Neville looked at Harry. Harry raised an eyebrow, told you. Neville ducked his head, but he was smiling. And then, last class of the day, defense against the dark arts. Harry walked into Quirrell's classroom and felt the wrongness hit him like a wall. It was worse up close. The dark presence he'd sensed from his dormitory was 100 times more concentrated here, coiled around Quirrell like a parasite, threaded through the man's nervous system, puppeting his twitches and his stammer. Quirrell smelled like garlic, the classroom reeked of it, and Harry understood why. The garlic was masking another smell, something foul and rotting, the smell of a body being consumed from within. Harry sat down, put his bag on the desk, and looked at Professor Quirrell with perfectly calm eyes. Quirrell was young, thin, and wearing a purple turban that Harry's magical sense told him was wrapped around something that should not be there. The man's stammer was mostly fake, a performance, a mask of harmless anxiety designed to make people underestimate him. Beneath the stammer, Quirrell's mind was sharp and cold and terrified because the thing riding him allowed no other state. "Gee, good afternoon, class," Quirrell said. "I am Professor Quirrell, and this is D-Defense against the dark arts." Harry felt the dark presence stir. It was aware of him, had been aware of him since the sorting, and it was hungry. Not for his magic, not yet, for information. It wanted to know what he was. The brief contact last night had startled it, and now it was probing, carefully, trying to read him without being detected. Harry let it probe. He let the darkness touch the edges of his magical aura, and then he squeezed. Not an attack, just a demonstration. He tightened his magic around the probing tendril of darkness and held it, gently, firmly, the way you'd hold a snake behind the head, and for one heartbeat, the dark presence felt the full weight of the Emrai's inheritance pressing against it. Quirrell gasped. His hand flew to his turban. His eyes, which had been wandering the classroom in their nervous, twitchy dance, locked onto Harry with sudden, laser-focused attention. Harry smiled pleasantly and let go. The class proceeded. Quirrell's stammer worsened noticeably for the remainder of the period. He dropped his chalk twice. He couldn't seem to concentrate, kept losing his place in his notes, kept glancing at Harry with a mixture of fear and something that looked almost like recognition. After class, as students filed out, Quirrell said, Mr. Potter, a moment." Harry waved Neville and Hermione on and turned back. "Professor," Quirrell studied him. The stammer was still there, but the eyes were different now, calculating, cold, the mask slipping just a fraction. "That's a very unusual ring you're wearing, Mr. Potter." "Thank you. It's a family heirloom. I've tea-traveled extensively, studied many magical traditions. I've seen rings like that in very old texts." Quirrell's eyes bore into his. "Very old indeed. Have you, Professor? You must have fascinating stories." Harry shouldered his bag. "I look forward to learning from you this year." He left the classroom. Behind him, he felt the dark presence writhing with frustration and something new, something it hadn't felt in a very long time, something its host's body translated into a physical shudder that ran from Quirrell's turban to his toes. Caution. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, and if his smile was a little sharp, a little knowing, a little dangerous, well, that was between him and the castle, which hummed warmly around him as he passed, its oldest magic stirring in recognition of its maker's blood. The game was on. The first week of classes established a pattern that the staff of Hogwarts would spend the rest of the year trying to understand. Harry Potter was not a prodigy. Prodigies were exceptional within the normal range. Harry was something else, something that didn't have a word, because it hadn't existed within living memory. He moved through the first-year curriculum the way a river moves through sand, effortlessly, inevitably, reshaping everything around him. In Charms, Flitwick gave up on the standard curriculum for Harry by Wednesday and started pulling advanced material from his personal library. Harry worked through it at a pace that left the tiny professor in a state of permanent, delighted astonishment, and by Friday, Harry was coaching his classmates, not condescendingly, but with a patience and clarity that made Flitwick realize the boy was not only gifted but a natural teacher. In Transfiguration, McGonagall set Harry fifth-year material and watched him eat it alive. She responded by setting him sixth-year material. He ate that too. She set him Newt-level work with a look on her face that suggested she was enjoying herself immensely. Herbology was Neville's domain, and Harry was content to be good there without being extraordinary, because Neville needed a place to shine and Harry respected that. He asked Neville questions, deferred to his knowledge, and watched with quiet satisfaction as Neville's confidence grew like the plants he tended. History of magic was taught by a ghost named Binns who had apparently died mid-lecture and simply continued teaching without noticing. His class was a narcoleptic wasteland. Harry used the time to study the Emrai's Codex, which he'd moved into the library compartment of his trunk. The shifting runes were becoming easier to read as his inheritance continued to awaken, feeding him knowledge in fragments and flashes. Astronomy was pleasant. Harry liked the stars. And then there was potions. Friday morning. The dungeons. Cold stone and flickering torches and the sharp smell of preserved ingredients. Harry walked in, sat down next to Neville, and waited. Severus Snape entered like a storm front, black robes billowing. Dark eyes scanning the room with the particular malevolence of a man who had decided before arriving that every person present was a disappointment. He called the register. When he reached Harry's name, he paused. "Ah, yes," Snape said softly. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." A few Slytherins sniggered. Draco Malfoy was watching from across the room with an unreadable expression. Snape looked at Harry, and Harry looked back, and the room felt the temperature drop. Harry saw what Andromeda had described, the bitterness, the grief, the debt. He saw a man who looked at him and saw James Potter's face and Lily Evans' eyes and couldn't reconcile the pain of either. He saw the sharp, brilliant mind underneath the cruelty and the loyalty to Dumbledore that coexisted with a resentment so deep it had fossilized. And he saw something else, a flicker when Snape's gaze dropped to the ring on Harry's right hand, a flicker of recognition. Snape knew. He had Lily's research. He knew what the Emrise ring meant. "Potter," Snape's voice cracked like a whip. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormhood? The draught of living death, sir. A sleeping potion so powerful it's essentially indistinguishable from death. The key to brewing it is counterclockwise stirring at the 7th stage, which most potioneers get wrong because the textbook instruction is ambiguous." Snape's eye twitched. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar?" "In the stomach of a goat, sir. Though the most potent bezoars come from the Persian wild goat specifically, and there's a variant from the European ibex that's more effective against plant-based poisons." The room was silent. Hermione had her hand up but slowly lowered it, looking at Harry with wide eyes. "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, sir, also known as aconite. It's a critical ingredient in the wolfsbane potion, which was developed in 1976 by Damocles Belby, and is the only known treatment that allows a werewolf to retain their human mind during transformation." Snape stared at him. The classroom was so quiet you could have heard a cauldron pin drop. "Well," Snape said, and his voice was dangerously soft, "it seems fame isn't everything. Someone has done their reading." He turned away. "Why aren't the rest of you writing this down?" Quills scrambled. The class proceeded. Snape was brutal, deducting points from Gryffindor for infractions that ranged from legitimate to imaginary, praising Slytherins for mediocre work, prowling the aisles like a predator. But he didn't target Harry again. Not directly. He hovered near Harry's cauldron during the practical, a simple boil-cure potion, and watched him work. Harry brewed perfectly, not because he'd practiced, this was his first potion, but because the staff was feeding him information again, subtle adjustments to timing and technique, the kind of intuitive understanding that came from a magical legacy that predated formal potions instruction by centuries. His bowl cure was textbook perfect, and Snape's face as he examined it was a battlefield of conflicting emotions. "Adequate," Snape said finally, and swept away. After class, Harry lingered. He waited until the other students had left, and then he stood in front of Snape's desk. Snape looked up. "What do you want, Potter?" "You knew my mother." Snape's face went blank. Practiced, controlled blank of a man who has spent years building walls around his emotions. "I knew many people." "She told you about the Emrise bloodline." The walls cracked, just a fraction. But Harry saw it, a flash of raw pain so intense it made his own chest ache. "Get out of my classroom," Snape whispered. "I'm not my father, Professor." "I said get out." Harry held his ground. Not aggressively, just steadily, the way you'd stand in a storm, planted and patient. "I know you have her research. I know she trusted you with it. I'm not here to take it from you. I'm here to tell you that I know, and that when you're ready to talk about it, I'll listen." Snape's hands were gripping the edge of his desk so hard his knuckles were white. The look on his face, God, the look, like Harry had reached into his chest and wrapped a hand around his heart. "You have her eyes," Snape said, and his voice was barely audible. "You have her courage and her stubbornness and apparently her habit of reaching out to people who don't deserve it. She reached out to you because she believed you were worth it. She was wrong." "Was she? You're still here, still teaching, still protecting Hogwarts. Whatever you've done, whatever you've been, you chose to stay. That's not nothing." Snape stared at him for a long, terrible moment. Then he looked away, and the walls rebuilt themselves, not quite as high as before, not quite as thick, but back in place. "Get out of my classroom, Potter, and don't presume to understand things that are beyond your comprehension." Harry left. But as he walked up the dungeon stairs, he heard something behind him, quiet, muffled, the sound of a man who hadn't wept in years and had forgotten how to do it gracefully. Harry kept walking and let Snape have his privacy. The first week ended. The second began. Harry settled into the rhythm of Hogwarts, classes, meals, studying, the gradual deepening of friendships that would shape the rest of his life. Neville wrote to his grandmother about a new wand. Hermione began compiling what she called the Emrys dossier, a comprehensive research file on everything known about Merlin's descendants, which she worked on in the library with a focus that bordered on obsessive. Ron was bewildered by most of what was happening, but remained cheerful and loyal in the uncomplicated way that made him easy to be around. And every night before sleep, Harry reached out with his magic and touched the castle's consciousness, and the castle showed him its secrets. Hidden passages, sealed rooms, abandoned corridors where the dust was centuries thick and the magic was wild and strange. He learned the castle's layout not from maps but from the building itself, the way you learn the shape of a friend's face, intimately, intuitively, with love. He also tracked Quirrell. Every night, the dark presence behind the turban stirred and probed and schemed, and every night Harry was aware of it, a patient sentinel watching from the shadows of his four-poster bed. The game was on, and Harry was playing it with the calm, confident patience of someone who knew in his blood and his bones and the fire in his chest that he had already won. He just hadn't finished yet. Chapter 3, Teeth. October came to Hogwarts in a blaze of amber and rust, the grounds turning golden as the leaves fell and the air sharpened with the promise of frost. The castle seemed to breathe differently in autumn, slower, deeper, as if settling into its bones for the long cold ahead. Harry had been at Hogwarts for a month, and the school was still trying to figure out what to make of him. The students had settled into two camps. The first, larger, noisier, treated Harry with the awestruck reverence usually reserved for Quidditch stars and war heroes, trailing after him in corridors and whispering his name like an incantation. The second, smaller, quieter, more interesting, watched him with something closer to wariness, the way animals watch a predator who hasn't yet decided whether to hunt. Harry ignored both camps. He had friends, he had work, and he had a castle full of secrets that were slowly opening themselves to him like flowers in sunlight. The morning of October 3rd was a Thursday, and it started with Neville walking into the Great Hall carrying a brand new wand. "Cherry wood," Neville said, sliding into the seat across from Harry with a grin that transformed his entire face. 13 inches, unicorn hair core. Mr. Ollivander said it practically leaped off the shelf. "How does it feel?" Neville held up the wand and whispered, "Lumos." The light that bloomed from the wand tip was warm and steady and strong, not the sputtering sparks Neville had been producing with his father's wand, but a clean, confident glow that made Hermione look up from her porridge and smile. "That's brilliant, Neville," she said. "Really brilliant." "Gran wasn't happy," Neville admitted, the grin fading slightly. "She said Dad's wand should have been good enough." "But I wrote her what you told me, Harry, about the wand choosing the wizard, and she eventually came round. I think Professor McGonagall may have written to her as well." Harry glanced at the staff table, where McGonagall was eating toast with military precision. She caught his eye and gave the tiniest of nods. "Try your charms homework again tonight," Harry said. "With the new wand, I think you'll be surprised." Neville was surprised. That evening in the common room, he produced a levitation charm so smooth and controlled that he lifted his entire herbology textbook off the table, rotated it 3 times, and set it down without a wobble. Ron, who had been struggling with the same charm for weeks, looked on with naked envy. "It's the wand," Ron muttered. "It's Neville," Harry corrected. The wand just stopped getting in his way. Something shifted in the Gryffindor first years after that. Neville stood a little taller, spoke a little louder, stopped apologizing for existing. It was a small change, the kind most people wouldn't notice, but Harry noticed, and Hermione noticed, and the castle noticed too, humming its approval through the stones. Harry's own studies had entered a phase that his professors were struggling to keep up with. Flitwick had run out of advanced material to set him, and had resorted to bringing Harry to his office for private tutorials twice a week, where they worked through charm theory that was normally reserved for mastery-level students. The tiny professor's delight was genuine and infectious. He'd start every session bouncing on his toes, and by the end, he'd be sitting on his desk with his legs swinging, chattering about magical theory with the enthusiasm of a man who'd found someone who could finally keep up. The thing about charms, Mr. Potter, is that most wizards treat them as recipes, Flitwick said during one of these sessions, gesturing with his wand for emphasis. Ingredients in, result out. But that's like saying music is just pressing keys on a piano. The art is in the intent, the flow, the way you shape your magic around the desired effect. You understand that instinctively. I've never seen it before in a student. What about my mother? Flitwick paused. A softness crossed his face. Lily was extraordinary, one of the best I ever taught, but even she had to learn the theory before the practice made sense. You seem to, he waved his hand vaguely. You seem to already know, as if the knowledge is already in you and you're just remembering it. That was closer to the truth than Flitwick realized. The Emrye's inheritance continued to unfold, slowly, steadily, like a book being read one page at a time. Harry would reach for a piece of magical knowledge and find it there, waiting, placed in his mind by the staff or the bloodline or something older than both. Not complete mastery. He still had to practice, still had to refine, but the foundation was laid for him in a way that no other student could match. McGonagall had responded to Harry's abilities by setting him a project. Transform a block of wood into a fully functional pocket watch, complete with moving parts and accurate timekeeping. It was Newt-level work, the kind of multi-layered precision transfiguration that most adult wizards couldn't manage. Harry completed it in a week and presented it to her with the watch ticking steadily. She turned it over in her hands, examined the movement, checked the time against her own watch. "It's 2 seconds fast," she said. "I'll fix it. See that you do." She set the watch down and looked at him over her spectacles. "Mr. Potter, I am running out of things to teach you in Transfiguration. I say this not as a complaint but as a statement of fact. At your current pace, you will have exceeded the Hogwarts curriculum by Christmas. Then teach me what's not in the curriculum. Such as animagus transformation, battle transfiguration, the theory of permanent conjuration, true creation, not just reshaping existing matter." He paused. "And I'd like to understand the transfiguration matrix at its deepest level. Not just what we do, but why it works. The relationship between magic, matter, and intent." McGonagall was quiet for a moment. "You're asking me to teach you things I researched for my mastery thesis. Things most qualified transfiguration masters spend decades studying." "Yes, you're 11. I'm aware." She looked at him, long, searching, with the eyes of a woman who had taught thousands of students and knew the difference between arrogance and ability. "Very well, but we do this properly. Structured study, regular assessments, and if at any point I feel you're overreaching, we slow down." "Agreed. Agreed!" They shook on it. McGonagall's handshake was firm and dry and businesslike, and Harry respected her more in that moment than almost anyone he'd met. Potions remained complicated. Snape hadn't spoken to Harry outside of class since their conversation on the first Friday. In class, he was his usual acerbic self, deducting points, making cutting remarks, prowling the dungeon like a particularly venomous bat. But there was a difference now, subtle but real. He stopped targeting Harry for humiliation. The barbs, when they came, were directed at Ron, who kept melting cauldrons, or Neville, though less viciously now that Neville's confidence was growing. And once, when Draco Malfoy made a sneering comment about Harry's muggle-raised manners, Snape shut it down with a glare so cold that Draco didn't speak for the rest of the lesson. Harry brewed perfect potions every class. Not just adequate, perfect. The staff fed him adjustments and refinements that weren't in any textbook, subtle modifications to technique that elevated his work from competent to exceptional. Snape noticed. He said nothing, but Harry could feel the conflict radiating off the man like heat from a forge. The resentment at seeing James Potter's son excel, the grief at seeing Lily Evans' talent reborn, the guilt at seeing the boy he'd failed to protect thriving despite everything. One Tuesday, after a particularly flawless forgetfulness potion, Snape paused at Harry's desk and said, very quietly, "Your mother brewed that potion in her first year. She added a clockwise stir at the end that wasn't in the instructions. You just did the same thing." "It stabilizes the volatile compounds," Harry said. "The textbook method works, but the potion degrades within 48 hours. The extra stir extends shelf life to 6 months. Snape's eye twitched. "How did you know that?" "It seemed obvious. It took your mother 3 months of independent research to work that out. Maybe it runs in the family." Snape looked at him. For one unguarded second, the walls dropped and Harry saw the man beneath, exhausted, haunted, carrying a weight that would have crushed most people. Then the walls came back, and Snape swept away, robes billowing. But he didn't deduct points. In the next class, Harry found an old potions journal on his desk, unsigned, unmarked, but filled with annotations in a precise, cramped hand that Harry recognized from Snape's board notes. Advanced techniques, obscure modifications. The kind of knowledge that wasn't published because the wizarding world hoarded expertise like gold. Harry read it cover to cover and said nothing about its origin. Defense against the dark arts was a different matter entirely. Quirrell continued his stuttering, garlic-scented charade, teaching material so basic it was almost insulting. Harry sat through the lectures with perfect composure, took notes he didn't need, and practiced the simple defensive spells they were taught, all while maintaining constant awareness of the dark presence coiled behind the turban. The presence had grown wary. After Harry's squeeze in the first lesson, it no longer probed openly. Instead, it watched, a predator studying unfamiliar prey, trying to understand the threat before committing to action. Harry felt its attention like a persistent itch at the back of his skull, and he let it watch, because every moment it spent studying him was a moment it wasn't acting. But he studied it back. At night, when the castle was quiet and the other boys were sleeping, Harry would lie in his 4-poster bed and reach out with his magical awareness, tracing the contours of the dark presence. It was Voldemort, he was certain now, had been certain since the first night. A fragment of the Dark Lord, parasitically attached to Quirrell, sustaining itself on the teacher's life force while it worked toward. Something, the third-floor corridor, the thing in the vault, the package Hagrid had collected. Harry had done his research. A quiet conversation with Hagrid over tea in Hagrid's hut, where the big man's guard was always lowest, had yielded a name, Nicola's Flamel. Further research, aided by the Emrise Codex, had yielded the rest, the Philosopher's Stone, the only known artifact capable of producing the elixir of life. Of course Voldemort wanted it. The stone would give him a body again, not the full resurrection he craved, but a physical form enough to begin rebuilding his power. It was a stopgap, a stepping stone, a bridge back from the abyss of disembodiment. And Dumbledore had brought it to Hogwarts. Brought it to a school full of children, set up a series of protections that a competent adult wizard could bypass, and announced the location of the trap to the entire student body on the first night. Harry would have admired the audacity if it hadn't been so reckless. "He's using the stone as bait," Harry told Hermione one evening in the library. They'd claimed a table in the back corner, surrounded by stacks of books and behind a privacy ward that Harry had cast without thinking about it, wandless, wordless, invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for it. "Dumbledore knows Voldemort is in the castle. He set a trap." Hermione looked up from her notes. She'd taken the revelation about Voldemort's presence with characteristic composure. 3 seconds of silent terror, followed by a deep breath, followed by fierce determination. "That's unconscionably dangerous. There are children in this school. Yes, he's gambling with our lives. He's been gambling with my life since I was 1 year old. I'm not surprised he's expanded the table." "What are you going to do?" Harry leaned back in his chair. The staff pulsed against his chest, a slow, rhythmic beat that matched his heartbeat. "Nothing. Yet. Voldemort can't get the stone. The protections are genuine, even if they're also a trap." Quirrell's been trying to find a way past Fluffy, the 3-headed dog, for weeks, and he hasn't managed it. "You named the 3-headed dog." Hagrid named it. "He bought it from a Greek trader in a pub." Hermione closed her eyes briefly, as if offering a prayer for the sanity of the adults in their lives. So we wait. We watch. Voldemort will make a move eventually. The stone is too important and his time in Quirrell's body is limited. The host is deteriorating. I can feel it. Whatever Voldemort is going to do, he'll have to do it before the year ends. And when he does, I'll be ready. Hermione studied him. You're not afraid of him. Number, why not? Harry considered the question. Because I felt him. When I reached out that first night, I touched his magic, the fragment that's riding Quirrell. And it's powerful, Hermione, genuinely powerful, dark and terrible and vast. But it's also diminished, fragile. Whatever Voldemort was, he's a shadow of it now. And shadows can't hurt you unless you give them something to cling to. That's either very wise or very reckless. Probably both. She smiled reluctantly. You know I'm going to keep researching this, every angle, every possible defense. If you're going to confront a Dark Lord, you're going to do it with the best information I can provide. I'd expect nothing less. And Neville should know. He's our friend, and he deserves to make his own choice about whether to be involved. Harry nodded. Tell him, but not Ron, not yet. Ron's a good person, but he can't keep a secret to save his life. They told Neville the next day in Harry's trunk, the private study compartment, warded by goblin enchantments and Emrys magic, possibly the most secure room in Hogwarts outside of Dumbledore's office. Neville listened to everything. He went pale. He went green. He gripped the edge of his chair so hard his knuckles cracked, and then he said very quietly, The Death Eaters who tortured my parents worked for Voldemort if he comes back. He won't, Harry said. Not while I'm here. You're 11, Harry, and I'm the heir of Merlin, bonded to the most powerful magical focus in existence, with an awakening inheritance that already exceeds anything in this castle short of the wards themselves. I don't say this to boast, Neville. I say it because you need to know that the balance of power is not what Voldemort thinks it is. Neville looked at him for a long time. Then he straightened, and something in his expression solidified, fear still there, but underneath it, iron. Then I'm with you, whatever happens. I'm with you. You don't have to. My parents fought him and it cost them everything. If there's a chance to finish what they started, I'm not sitting it out. He paused. Besides, who else is going to keep you grounded? Hermione will research you to death and you'll let her. Hermione looked offended. Harry laughed, a genuine, surprised laugh that felt good in his chest. All right, Harry said. The three of us then, we watch, we prepare. And when the time comes, we act together. They sealed it with a handshake, all three hands stacked together, and something passed between them, a current of magic and intent and trust that the room's wards recognized and hummed in response to. It wasn't a spell, it was something older. A compact, freely given between three people who meant what they said. The weeks rolled on. Harry's reputation grew in ways he didn't seek and couldn't entirely control. It started with small things. A second-year Ravenclaw who'd been struggling with a color-change charm asked Harry for help in the corridor, and Harry showed her the technique in 30 seconds, a minor adjustment to wrist movement that the textbook described poorly. She told her friends. Her friends told their friends. Within a week, Harry was being ambushed by students of all houses and years, asking for help with everything from charms to transfiguration to theoretical questions about magical law. He helped all of them, not because he wanted followers or admirers, but because knowledge hoarded was knowledge wasted, and because every student he helped was a tiny crack in the wall between houses that Hogwarts had spent a millennium building. The Slytherins were the most interesting. They came to him cautiously, suspiciously, expecting to be mocked or turned away. A third year named Daphne Greengrass approached him in the library with a potions essay she couldn't get right, and was visibly stunned when Harry sat down and spent 40 minutes walking her through the theory. "Why are you helping me?" she asked afterward, genuinely confused. "I'm a Slytherin. So, we're supposed to be enemies. Says who?" She didn't have an answer for that, and she left with a perfect understanding of the properties of Moonstone and a vaguely unsettled expression that suggested her worldview had developed a crack. Draco Malfoy watched all of this from a distance. He hadn't spoken to Harry since the train, not directly. But he was there, always at the edge of Harry's awareness, watching from across the great hall or the other side of a classroom, his gray eyes tracking Harry's movements with an intensity that his two bookends, Crabbe and Goyle, were too dim to notice. Harry let him watch. Draco was processing, dismantling the architecture of belief he'd been raised with, and trying to decide what to build in its place. That kind of work took time, and pushing would only make him defensive. It was mid-October when Draco finally approached. Harry was in the courtyard, sitting on a stone bench with his legs crossed and the Emrys Codex open on his lap, parsing a passage about the nature of magical bonds. The autumn sun was warm on his face. Most students were inside. It was a Saturday, and the common rooms were full, but Harry liked the outdoors, liked the way the castle's magic felt different in the open air, freer and wilder. A shadow fell across the page. Potter. Harry looked up. Draco stood alone, no Crabbe, no Goyle. His hands were in his robe pockets and his chin was raised in the Malfoy way, but his eyes were uncertain. "Draco, sit down." Draco sat. He looked at the codex, the shifting runes, the pages that seemed to glow faintly in the sunlight, and his curiosity won out over his caution. "What is that?" "A very old book. What's on your mind?" Draco was quiet for a moment. The courtyard was empty except for the two of them and a few birds pecking at the stones. "I wrote to my father," Draco said. "About the ring. About what you said on the train, the Emrys bloodline running through Muggle families. He said it was impossible. He said you were lying." "Do you think I'm lying?" The admission came reluctantly, as if pulled from him against his will. "I've been watching you. The things you can do, the magic, it's not normal. Even the professors know it. Flitwick talks about you like you're the second coming of Rowena Ravenclaw, and McGonagall, I've never seen McGonagall look at a student the way she looks at you. That doesn't prove the bloodline. But the ring does. I know what an Emrys seal looks like. I've seen the historical records in my family's library. My father showed me when I was 7. He said the Emrys line was the greatest magical dynasty in history, and that its extinction was the tragedy that allowed lesser bloodlines to rise." Draco's jaw tightened. He meant Muggle-borns. He meant that without the Emrys line to set the standard, the magical world lowered its standards and let anyone in. And now the Emrys line turns out to run through a Muggle-born woman. "My mother was Lily Evans." "I know who your mother was." Draco's voice was strained. "Don't you see what that means?" "Everything my father taught me. The hierarchy, the blood purity, the idea that Muggle-borns are inherently inferior. It all falls apart. If the most powerful magical bloodline in history survived through Muggle families, then blood purity isn't just wrong, it's meaningless." "Are you angry about that?" "I don't know what I am." The words burst out of Draco with a force that surprised them both. He caught himself, glanced around to make sure no one had heard, and lowered his voice. "I don't know what I am. I've spent my whole life being told I was special because of my blood, and now, what am I if that's not true?" Harry closed the codex and gave Draco his full attention. "You're Draco Malfoy. You're intelligent, observant, and braver than you think because you're sitting here having this conversation instead of hiding behind your father's beliefs. Blood doesn't make you special. Choices do. That sounds like something a Gryffindor would say. It's something a person would say. Houses are just categories. They're useful for Quidditch and not much else." Draco stared at the stones. A muscle worked in his jaw. If I accepted this, if I started questioning my father's beliefs openly, do you have any idea what would happen to me? My family, my house, everything I've known. I grew up in a cupboard under the stairs, Draco. I know something about losing everything you thought you knew. It's terrifying and then it's liberating." Harry met his eyes. "I'm not asking you to renounce your family. I'm asking you to think for yourself. Start there. See where it takes you." Draco sat on the bench for a long time after Harry left. The sun moved across the courtyard and the shadows shifted and the birds continued their indifferent pecking. Something was changing in Draco Malfoy. It was small and fragile, and it could easily be crushed by the weight of expectation and fear. But it was there, a crack in the ice, a seed in frozen ground. Harry hoped it would be enough. Flying lessons happened on a Tuesday, and they happened in the worst possible way. Madam Hooch, brisk, yellow-eyed, no nonsense, lined the Gryffindor and Slytherin first years up on the lawn with school brooms between them. The brooms were ancient, temperamental, and roughly as aerodynamic as fence posts, but Harry felt the flight enchantments in them responding to his presence, straightening and settling like soldiers coming to attention. "Stick your right hand over your broom," Madam Hooch instructed, "and say, 'Up, up,'" said 20-odd voices. Harry's broom leaped into his hand like it had been waiting its entire existence for this moment. No other broom in the line so much as twitched on the first try. Even Draco's, which was the next to respond, took 3 attempts. But the lesson went sideways fast. Neville, nervous and overcorrecting, kicked off too hard and shot into the air like a cork from a bottle. His broom bucked and swerved, one of the temperamental old things, fighting his unfamiliar magic, and Neville clung on with white knuckles as it climbed 30, 40, 50 feet. "Come back, boy." Madam Hooch shouted, but Neville had no control. The broom was wild, and then the broom threw him. 50 feet up, Neville's grip failed. He was falling, arms windmilling, face a mask of terror, and Madam Hooch was fumbling for her wand, and the students were screaming, and Harry moved. He didn't think about it, didn't calculate. The broom was in his hand, and then he was in the air, climbing so fast the ground fell away in a blur, the wind tearing at his robes, his body low over the broom handle in a position that felt as natural as breathing. The school broom, which had never flown properly for anyone in its sorry existence, flew for Harry like a thoroughbred, because his magic was in it now, pouring through the ancient enchantments, and the broom wanted to fly. Neville was falling. Harry was faster. He intercepted Neville 15 feet above the ground, reaching out with his left hand, his right still gripping the broom and grabbing the back of Neville's robes. The momentum was enormous. A normal 11-year-old's arm would have been wrenched from its socket. But Harry's magic braced him, reinforcing muscle and bone without conscious effort, and he swung Neville up and over the broom in a single fluid motion, settling him on the handle in front of him, safe, shaking, but alive. Harry brought the broom down in a controlled spiral and landed on the grass as gently as a falling leaf. The lawn was silent. Neville slid off the broom and sat on the ground, breathing hard. Harry crouched beside him. "You all right?" Yeah. Neville's voice was shaking. "You caught me." "Of course I caught you. You flew." "Harry, that was, you'd never even been on a broom before. Natural talent, apparently." Harry grinned, and Neville let out a shaky laugh that was half sob. Madam Hooch was striding toward them, and her expression was difficult to read, relief, shock, and something that looked a lot like off fighting for dominance. "Mr. Potter," she said. "In 30 years of teaching, I have never that catch was." She stopped, took a breath, and went professional. "That was exceptionally dangerous and completely against the rules, and I am giving Gryffindor 50 points for the most extraordinary piece of flying I have ever witnessed from a first-year student." "Thank you, Madam Hooch." "Don't thank me. I'm sending a note to Professor McGonagall. She handles the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and if she doesn't put you on it, I'll eat my whistle." The note was sent. McGonagall responded within the hour. Harry was summoned from his next class, History of Magic, no great loss, and found himself in McGonagall's office with a tall, broad-shouldered fifth-year named Oliver Wood. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, "this is Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Oliver, I've found you a seeker." Wood's eyes went wide. "He's a first-year. He caught a falling student at 50 feet after 10 seconds on a broom. I'm bending the rules. Argue with me and you'll regret it." Wood looked at Harry. Harry looked back. "Can you do that again?" Wood asked. "The flying, the catch." "Better, probably. That was a school broom." Wood turned to McGonagall. "I need to get this boy a Nimbus 2000. Already ordered. It arrives tomorrow." McGonagall allowed herself the smallest of smiles. "I do enjoy winning the Quidditch Cup, Mr. Wood." Harry left the office with a place on the team, and the knowledge that word would spread through the school by dinner. A first-year seeker, it hadn't happened in a century. One more thing that made him stand out, one more way the world bent around him. He didn't mind. He was done being invisible. The Nimbus 2000 arrived the next morning, delivered by 6 owls who dropped the long, wrapped package on the Gryffindor table with a thump that drew every eye in the hall. Harry unwrapped it in full view of everyone, and the broomstick gleamed in the candlelight, sleek, polished, humming with flight enchantments that sang to his magical senses. Draco, across the hall, stared with undisguised envy. Then, to Harry's surprise, his expression shifted, not to bitterness but to something thoughtful, calculating, as if he was recategorizing Harry yet again. Ron was ecstatic. "A Nimbus 2000, do you know how much those cost? That's the best broom there is." "It's a tool," Harry said, running his hand along the handle. The broom responded to his touch, warming slightly, its enchantments aligning with his magic. "A very nice tool. You're mental." "That's not a tool, that's a work of art." Harry's first Quidditch practice was that evening, and Oliver Wood was initially skeptical. A first year, however talented, was a risk. But by the end of the 2-hour session, Wood was wearing the expression of a man who has just found religion. Harry flew like he'd been born in the air. The Nimbus responded to him with an almost telepathic sensitivity, translating his slightest intention into movement, dives, rolls, sudden stops, hairpin turns that would have unseated any other rider. He caught the practice snitch 14 times in 90 minutes, including once while hanging upside down from the broom by his knees, which made Angelina Johnson, one of the chasers, actually scream. "Where did you learn to fly like that?" Wood demanded afterward, looking shell-shocked. "I didn't," Harry said honestly. "It just makes sense." Wood made a sound that was half laugh, half prayer. "We're going to win the cup. We're actually going to win the bloody cup." The second week of October brought Harry's first real confrontation with the uglier side of Hogwarts politics. It started in the corridor outside the potions classroom, where a group of fifth-year Slytherins had cornered a second-year Hufflepuff. A small, dark-haired girl Harry recognized as someone who'd asked him for help with charms the previous week. Her name was Myra Fatal, and 3 older students had her backed against the wall, and the word they were using was mudblood. Harry felt it before he saw it, the spike of fear and humiliation in the girl's aura, the ugly satisfaction radiating from her tormentors. He turned the corner and took in the scene in a single glance. "Walk away," Harry said. The fifth-years turned. 3 boys, big, confident, wearing the particular sneer that came from years of unchallenged privilege. The one in front, Marcus Flint, Harry knew, captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, built like a troll with roughly equivalent social skills, looked Harry up and down. "This doesn't concern you, Potter. You're using a slur against a student half your size. It concerns me. The mudblood needs to learn her place." Harry took a step forward. The torches on the wall flickered. It wasn't dramatic, wasn't deliberate. His magic simply responded to his anger, and the castle's enchantments, keyed to the Emrys bloodline, responded to his magic. "Let me explain something," Harry said, and his voice was quiet and even and carried the particular weight of someone who does not need to raise their voice to be heard. "You're going to walk away. You're going to leave Myra alone, and you're never going to use that word in this school again." Flint laughed. It was a cruel, dismissive sound. "Or what? You'll tell a professor. Run to Dumbledore." Harry raised his right hand, palm out, and let the Emrys magic surface, just a fraction, just a glimpse enough to limn his fingers with faint silver light. The ring blazed. "I'll handle it myself." The corridor went cold. Not temperature cold, magic cold. The kind of cold that seeps into your bones and tells the primitive part of your brain that you are standing in front of something much, much larger than you. Flint's confidence evaporated. His 2 companions, whose names Harry hadn't bothered to learn, stepped back. One of them made a small, involuntary sound. "Do we understand each other?" Harry asked. Flint's jaw worked. He was afraid, genuinely afraid, in a way he probably hadn't been since childhood, and the fear was making him want to lash out, but the deeper, older, smarter part of his brain was screaming at him to run. "This isn't over, Potter," Flint managed. "Yes, it is." Flint turned and walked away. His companions followed. The corridor temperature returned to normal. The torches steadied. Myra was pressed against the wall, trembling. Harry knelt in front of her, making himself small, unthreatening, just a boy her age. "You okay?" They said. "I know what they said. It's a lie. There's nothing wrong with your blood. The people who use that word are scared and small, and they cover it up by being cruel." She was crying. Harry reached into his pocket and produced a handkerchief, a minor bit of conjuration, wandless, automatic. She took it and wiped her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered. "You don't have to thank me, but if it happens again from anyone, come find me." "All right," she nodded. Harry walked her to the Hufflepuff common room. He knew where it was. The castle had shown him, and watched her go through the barrel tap entrance with a wave. He stood in the corridor afterward and breathed, letting the anger settle. The Emrai's magic hummed in his veins, vast and ready, and he thought about what it would have been like to actually let it loose, to show Flint what stood behind the silver light, to blast him into the wall and leave him there as a warning. He could have, easily. The power was there and the temptation was real. But power used like that was just another kind of cruelty, and Harry had spent 10 years learning what cruelty looked like from the receiving end. He wouldn't become the thing he opposed. He would, however, remember Marcus Flint's face. And if it happened again, the response would be less conversational. Word spread. It always did at Hogwarts. By the next day, every student in the school knew that Harry Potter had faced down 3 fifth-year Slytherins in a corridor, and that the torches had flickered, and that Marcus Flint, who was 6'2" and had once punched a bludger barehanded, had backed down. The reactions fell along predictable lines. Gryffindor was proud. Hufflepuff was grateful. Ravenclaw was analytical, debating what kind of magic could make torches flicker. And Slytherin was quiet. Which was more telling than anything. In the Slytherin common room that night, Draco Malfoy sat in an armchair by the fire and thought about what Harry Potter had said on the train. The most powerful magical bloodline in history ran through a woman that your father would call a mudblood. He thought about Myra Fatal, a 12-year-old girl cornered by 3 boys twice her size. He thought about his father and the things his father called people, and the casual certainty with which he said them. Draco didn't sleep well that night. The days marched on. Harry flew. Harry studied. Harry quietly mapped the castle's secrets and monitored the dark presence behind Quirrell's turban and wrote letters to Ragnarok about the legal progress on his parents' will. The will unsealing was moving slowly. Wizarding law was a labyrinth of precedent and procedure, and Dumbledore's seal carried the weight of the chief warlock's authority. But Ragnarok had the teeth of the entire goblin legal apparatus behind him, and inch by inch, they were making progress. "The Wisengamot petition has been filed," Ragnarok wrote in his latest letter. "There will be a hearing in January. I recommend you acquire legal representation, human legal representation, as our counsel cannot appear before the Wisengamot. I have a name. Andromeda Tonks holds a law credential, though she has not practiced in years. She would, I suspect, take this case for personal reasons." Harry wrote to Andromeda. Her reply was 3 words, "I'm already preparing." Meanwhile, the castle kept teaching him. Not through the staff, that knowledge came in a steady, manageable stream. The castle itself was different. It communicated in impressions and images, and the slow, deep language of stone and enchantment. And what it showed Harry was not spells or techniques, but understanding. It showed him how the founders had built the wards. Gryffindor's courage enchantments, which made the castle's defenders braver and more resilient, Ravenclaw's perception wards, which detected threats and analyzed magical signatures, Hufflepuff's unity bindings, which prevented the castle from being turned against its own inhabitants, and Slytherin's cunning protections, layered defenses that adapted and evolved in response to new threats. And beneath all 4, the Emrai's substrate, the magical bedrock on which everything else was built. Old, deep, patient. It had been here before the founders, would be here after the castle crumbled. It was the magic of the land itself, shaped and focused by Merlin's hand, and it recognized Harry not just as an heir but as a steward, someone who bore responsibility for the power he carried. Harry accepted that responsibility. He didn't have a choice, it was part of what he was. But he accepted it willingly, which was different and which mattered. On the last Saturday of October, Harry woke early and went to the room of requirement. The castle had shown it to him a week ago. A door on the 7th floor that appeared only when you walked past it 3 times while thinking of what you needed. Harry had been looking for a place to practice magic without an audience, and the castle had answered. Today, the room presented itself as a vast training hall, stone floor, high ceiling, practice dummies along one wall, and a space large enough to fly in. Harry locked the door behind him, drew the wand staff from his pocket, and let it resume its true form. The staff of Hermionee stood 5 feet tall in his hand, the crystal at its head casting silver-white light across the room. Harry gripped it and felt the full weight of his inheritance for the first time since the vault, not the trickle he'd been working with, not the carefully controlled portion he used in class, but the full thing. It was staggering. Magic poured through him like a river through a dam, like a river finding that the dam had been an illusion all along. He could feel the castle's wards from here, every layer, every enchantment, the entire defensive architecture laid bare. He could feel the grounds, the forest, the lake. He could feel the creatures in the forest. Centaurs, Thestrals, unicorns, things without names that had lived in the dark spaces between the trees since before humanity. He could feel Hogwarts' 1,000 ghosts, tethered to the castle by bonds of memory and magic. He could feel the house elves, dozens of them, moving through the walls and floors like blood through veins, the castle's circulatory system. He could feel every student and every professor, their magical signatures as distinct as fingerprints, and he could feel Quirrell, pacing in his office, the dark presence behind the turban seething with frustration. He'd tried the 3rd floor corridor again last night. Harry had felt it and been driven back by Fluffy. He was getting desperate. Harry filed the information away and focused on his practice. He started with the spells he'd learned in class, first-year charms, transfigurations, basic defensive work, and blew through them in minutes, each one cast with a power and precision that the staff amplified beyond anything the Holly wand could produce. The lumos from the staff lit the room like a second sun. The levitation charm from the staff could have lifted the castle off its foundations. Then he went further. The Hermionee Codex had been teaching him older magic, pre-wand, pre-Hogwarts, the raw and wild magic that Merlin had practiced. Elemental manipulation, fire called from nothing, water drawn from air, stones shaped by thought. Harry raised his hand and a column of flame erupted from the floor, controlled, contained, burning without fuel. He closed his fist and the flame compressed into a ball the size of a marble, white-hot, hovering above his palm. He opened his hand and the fire dissipated. No heat, no residue, perfect control. He worked with stone next, feeling the castle's floor respond to his will. A section of flagstone rose, reshaped itself into a perfect cube, then a sphere, then a detailed bust of Hedwig, remarkably good likeness, if he said so himself, then flowed back into the floor as if it had never moved. He practiced shields, not the pratigo of standard defensive magic, but something older and deeper, the Hermionee's ward, a dome of silver-white energy that surrounded him in a complete sphere, shimmering with runes that wrote themselves in midair. He tested it by conjuring steel balls and hurling them at himself with accelerating force. The ward held. The balls disintegrated on contact. He worked for 3 hours, pushing himself, exploring the boundaries of what the staff and his inheritance could do. The answer, as far as he could tell, was almost anything. The limiting factor wasn't power. He had more power than he could currently use, but knowledge and creativity. He needed to learn more, understand more, imagine more. He was drenched in sweat and grinning like a lunatic when he finally stopped. The staff hummed in his hand, satisfied. The room smelled like ozone and magic. Harry shrunk the staff back to wand form, pocketed it, and left the room of requirement. In the corridor, he found Dumbledore. The headmaster was standing exactly where the door had been, as if he'd been watching it disappear into the wall. He wore robes of deep purple covered in silver stars, and his blue eyes, usually twinkling, grandfatherly, warm, were sharp and penetrating and extremely alert. "Good morning, Harry," Dumbledore said. "I was just taking a walk. The 7th floor has such interesting architecture." "Good morning, Professor, it does." They looked at each other. The corridor was empty. Morning light streamed through a high window, casting long shadows on the stone floor. "I've been meaning to speak with you," Dumbledore said. "I wonder if you might walk with me for a moment?" "Of course." They walked. Dumbledore set a leisurely pace, hands clasped behind his back, seemingly absorbed in the portraits on the walls, though Harry could feel the old man's magical awareness probing the space around them with the delicacy of a surgeon and the thoroughness of a general. "You've made quite an impression, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Your professors are, well, astonished would be the polite term. Deeply unsettled might be more accurate. Professor Flitwick tells me you've surpassed the 7th-year curriculum in charms theory. Professor McGonagall says your transfiguration work is post-Newt level. Even Professor Snape, who, as you may have noticed, is not easily impressed, has described your potions work as, I quote, annoyingly competent. High praise from Professor Snape." "Indeed." Dumbledore's eyes crinkled. "I'm curious, Harry. Your parents were talented, certainly. James was gifted and Lily was exceptional, but what you're demonstrating goes well beyond hereditary talent. Something has changed, something significant. You're asking me what happened at Gringotts." Dumbledore's step faltered barely, the tiniest break in his stride, and Harry felt a pulse of something from the old man's magic. Surprise, wariness, and beneath both, a cold thread of calculation. "The goblins have always been discreet," Dumbledore said carefully. "If something occurred during your visit that you'd like to discuss." "Something did occur. I'm not ready to discuss it." The silence that followed had weight. They walked past a window overlooking the lake, and the morning sun turned the water to hammered gold. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and his voice had changed, softer now, more personal. "I hope you know that I have only ever wanted what is best for you. The decisions I've made, regarding your living arrangements, your introduction to our world, were made with your safety and well-being as my primary concern." "My living arrangements?" Harry let the words sit. "You mean the Dursleys. The blood wards are not dependent on my living with my aunt. My mother's sacrifice created a protection anchored in my own blood, not Petunia's. The wards you placed were supplementary, useful, but not necessary." Harry stopped walking and turned to face the headmaster. "You sealed my parents' will, Professor. You placed me in a home where I was locked in a cupboard and told my parents were drunks who died in a car crash. You authorized withdrawals from my trust vault without my knowledge or consent. I know these things. They are facts, not accusations." Dumbledore had gone very still. The twinkle was gone from his eyes. What remained was the razor-sharp intelligence of a man who had outmaneuvered dark lords and shaped the course of wizarding history for over a century. "You have been busy," Dumbledore said quietly. "I had 10 years of catching up to do." They faced each other in the corridor, old man and young boy, and the air between them hummed with the tension of two immense magical presences brushing against each other. Harry felt Dumbledore's power, vast, refined, honed by a century and a half of practice, and knew that the headmaster was feeling his in return. "I'm not your enemy, Professor," Harry said, "and I don't believe you're mine. I think you made decisions that you believed were right, and I think some of them were wrong, and I think we can have that conversation when the time comes. But not today." "When, then?" "When my parents' will is unsealed, when I know the full truth, when I can look at the whole picture, not just the pieces you've chosen to show me." Something passed through Dumbledore's expression, not guilt, not quite, but the shadow of it. The recognition of a man who has been telling himself a story about his own righteousness and is beginning to suspect the story has holes. "You are not what I expected, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Number I imagine I'm not. May I ask one thing? The magic you carry, the power I can feel in you, which is considerable, and if I may say so, rather more than any 11-year-old should possess. Will you use it wisely?" Harry looked at him steadily. "That's what I intend to find out." Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once and the twinkle returned, but tempered now, less performance and more genuine. "Then I will do my best not to stand in your way, and if I can help, truly help without strings or agendas, I hope you'll let me." "I hope so too." They parted ways. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower and Dumbledore stood in the corridor and watched him go. "Merlin," the headmaster murmured, not an exclamation, an identification. He returned to his office and sat behind his desk and stared at the instruments that monitored Harry Potter, the ones that still worked anyway, which was about half, and began, for the first time in a very long while, to question his own plans. Harry spent the afternoon with Neville and Hermione in the room of requirement. He'd told them about it that morning, and Hermione had nearly vibrated out of her skin with excitement. "A room that becomes whatever you need." "That's the magical engineering alone, the spatial manipulation, Harry. Do you have any idea how valuable this is?" "I have some idea, yes." They used the room for its intended purpose, practice. Harry ran Neville through basic defensive spells, Protego, Stupefy, Expelliarmus, and was pleased to find that with the new wand and growing confidence, Neville was dramatically improved. His shield charm was shaky but present. His stunning spell, after an hour of work, was solid enough to knock a practice dummy off its feet. "That's it," Harry said, as Neville hit the dummy squarely for the third time in a row. "Feel that? That's your magic, Neville. That's what it can do when you trust it." Neville was flushed and breathing hard and smiling. "It feels different with this wand, like the magic actually wants to come out. It always wanted to come out. The wand just stopped blocking the door." Hermione's strengths were different. Her spell work was precise and well-researched, but she lacked the raw instinct that Harry and Neville had. She thought too much, analyzed too much, got in her own way. Harry worked with her on letting go, trusting the magic instead of trying to control every variable. "Stop thinking about the wand movement," he said, as she attempted a disarming charm for the 5th time. "You know the movement. Your body knows it. Let your magic do the work. That's not how the textbook. Forget the textbook. Feel the spell. Where does it start?" Hermione closed her eyes, took a breath. "In my chest, like a warm pressure." "Good. Let that pressure flow through your arm. Don't push it, let it move on its own." "Expelliarmus." The spell blasted out of her wand with a force that surprised them all. A jet of red light that hit the practice dummy, ripped the wand from its enchanted grip, and sent the dummy tumbling backward into the wall. Hermione stared at her wand. I've never. That's what you can do when you stop trying to follow the recipe and start actually cooking." She laughed, a startled, delighted laugh, and tried again. The second cast was even better. They practiced until dinner, working through spells well above their year level, pushing each other, building the kind of combat-ready competence that no first-year class would ever teach. By the time they left the room of requirement, they were exhausted, satisfied, and bound together by the particular closeness that comes from trusting someone with your vulnerabilities. "Same time next week?" Neville asked. "Every week," Harry said. "This is just the beginning." They went to dinner. The Great Hall was buzzing with the usual Saturday evening energy. Students relaxed, the week's work done, looking forward to a lazy Sunday. Harry sat with his friends and ate shepherd's pie and listened to Ron talk about Quidditch and Dean talk about football and Seamus talk about the time his mother accidentally turned his father into a badger. Normal, easy, good. And beneath the castle, in the pipes and passages that honeycomb the ancient foundations, Harry felt the Emrys magic stir, not in response to any threat, but in contentment. The air was home. The compact was renewed. The old magic had a steward again. For the first time in 700 years, Hogwarts was whole, and somewhere in the castle, behind a purple turban and a wall of garlic, the fragment of Lord Voldemort that clung to Quirrell's skull pressed its face against the back of its host's head and stared into the darkness and seethed. The boy was powerful. More powerful than he should be, more powerful than any child had a right to be. The magic the boy carried was something Voldemort recognized from the oldest texts, the most forbidden lore, the Emrys bloodline, alive and awakening in the one person in the world who already had reason to oppose him. It changed the calculus. The stone was still essential. Without it, Voldemort would remain a parasite, a shade, diminishing by the day. But the boy was a factor now, a variable that hadn't existed a year ago. Voldemort had planned to take the stone and disappear, to rebuild in the shadows, to return in strength. Now he wondered if the boy would let him. Soon, Voldemort thought, pressing his will against Quirrell's flagging resistance. The stone first, then the boy. One way or another, the boy must be dealt with. In his bed in Gryffindor Tower, Harry turned in his sleep and murmured something that might have been a name, and the castle wrapped its ancient magic around him like a blanket and held him close and waited for the morning. Chapter 4. The Weight of Old Crowns. Halloween arrived at Hogwarts with a cold wind off the mountains and the smell of baking pumpkin thick enough to swim through. The Great Hall had been transformed overnight. 1,000 live bats swooped beneath the enchanted ceiling. Jack-o'-lanterns the size of garden sheds floated at intervals along the house tables, and the candles burned with orange flame that cast everything in a warm, shifting glow. Harry sat at breakfast and felt the castle's mood, festive, bright, the ancient stones practically humming with the giddy energy of 1,000 excited children. Hogwarts loved its holidays. After a millennium of celebrations, the enchantments had developed a kind of muscle memory for joy. But underneath the festivity, something else. The dark presence behind Quirrell's turban was agitated, more active than Harry had felt it in weeks, pacing and probing, pushing against its host's dwindling resistance with renewed urgency. Whatever Voldemort was planning, tonight felt different. The air had a charge to it, the particular electricity of a night when things would happen. Harry ate his toast and said nothing about it. "You're doing the face," Hermionee said, not looking up from her ancient runes primer. She'd started teaching herself the subject 2 years ahead of schedule because she was Hermione. "What face?" "The face where you're sensing something dark and terrible but you don't want to worry anyone, so you eat toast with an expression of aggressive calm." Neville snorted into his pumpkin juice. "I don't have a face," Harry said. "You have several, that's the worst one." She set down her book. "What is it?" Quirrell's restless. "More than usual, something's changed." Hermione's eyes sharpened. She didn't panic. She'd moved past panic weeks ago and into a state of permanent, focused readiness that Harry respected enormously. "Tonight. Maybe, I can't be sure, just stay alert." "When am I not alert?" "Fair point." The day proceeded normally enough. Morning classes were canceled for the holiday, a Hogwarts tradition that the students had long since enshrined as sacred, and the castle was full of laughter and mischief, and the particular chaos of several hundred young witches and wizards with nothing scheduled and too much energy. The Weasley twins set off a firework in the second-floor corridor that turned into a dragon and chased Mrs. Norris for 20 minutes. Someone, Peeves, probably, filled every suit of armor on the 4th floor with custard. Harry used the free morning for something he'd been planning for a week. He went to the owlery, climbed the spiral stair to the top of the tower, and found Hedwig on her favorite perch. She hooted softly when she saw him and glided down to his shoulder, nipping his ear with the proprietary affection of an owl who considered her human adequately trained. "I need you to take a letter to Gringotts," Harry said, scratching her head. "To Ragnarok, it's important." Hedwig fixed him with her amber gaze as if to say, "They're all important. Get on with it." The letter was brief. "Director Ragnarok, I believe Voldemort will make an attempt on an object hidden at Hogwarts within the coming weeks, possibly tonight. The object is the Philosopher's Stone, belonging to Nicholas Flamel, currently stored behind protections on the 3rd floor. I can handle the situation at the school. What I need from you is information. Everything the Goblin Nation knows about Voldemort's methods of survival. He should be dead, but he isn't. He exists as a shade, parasitically attached to a human host. This isn't normal dark magic. Something is keeping him tethered to life, something specific, something he created. If your archivists have any records related to soul magic, anchoring rituals, or artifacts of immortality, I need them. The stone is a symptom. I want the disease. He tied the letter to Hedwig's leg, and she launched herself from the tower with a powerful beat of white wings, climbing into the gray October sky and turning south toward London. Harry watched her go and then turned back to the castle. From up here, he could see the whole grounds, the lake, the forest, Hagrid's hut trailing smoke from its chimney, the Quidditch pitch where Gryffindor had their first match in 2 weeks. The wind pushed at his robes and carried the faint, sweet smell of the feast being prepared in the kitchens far below. He reached out with his magical senses, further than he'd tried before, pushing the boundaries, letting the Amri's perception expand in all directions. The castle opened to him like a map drawn in light and sound and feeling. Every room, every corridor, every hidden passage and sealed chamber. He felt the students as bright points of warmth scattered through the building. He felt the professors, McGonagall in her office, Flitwick in his quarters practicing a charm that sounded like harp music, Snape in the dungeons doing something with a cauldron that required intense concentration. He felt Dumbledore. The headmaster was in his study, and his magic was doing something complex, multiple enchantments running simultaneously, monitoring and communicating and maintaining wards. The man was a masterful multitasker. Harry could appreciate the craftsmanship even as he distrusted the craftsman. And he felt Quirrell, in his office on the 3rd floor, too close to the forbidden corridor. The dark presence was coiled tight, vibrating with anticipation, a snake preparing to strike. Not yet, Harry thought, but soon. He went back inside and found Neville in the common room, looking at a photograph. Harry sat beside him without asking what it was, and after a moment, Neville tilted it so Harry could see. 2 people. A man with Neville's round face and a woman with short dark hair and fierce eyes. They were laughing, really laughing, heads thrown back. The kind of laughter that came from deep in the belly. The photograph moved, as wizarding photos did, replaying the moment in a loop. The laughter, a shared look of such transparent love that it hurt to watch, then the laughter again. "My parents," Neville said. "Before." Harry looked at the photograph for a long time. Frank and Alice Longbottom, 2 of the bravest people who'd ever lived, reduced to hushed residents of a ward at St. Mungo's, not knowing their own son. "They look happy," Harry said. They were. Gran says they were the happiest people she ever knew. Neville's voice was steady, but his hands weren't. "Bellatrix Lestrange did it. She used the Cruciatus curse until their minds broke. She's in Azkaban now, but it doesn't help. It doesn't undo anything. Number, it doesn't. Is it wrong that I want to be angry? Everyone tells me to be proud of them, and I'm so proud, but sometimes I just want to be angry. At Lestrange, at Voldemort, at everyone who let it happen. Anger isn't wrong, Neville. It's what you do with it that matters." Neville looked at the photograph one more time, then slid it carefully into his breast pocket over his heart. "I want to be strong enough, when the time comes. Whatever happens with Quirrell, with Voldemort, I want to be strong enough to look them in the eye. You already are. You don't know that. I do, actually. I know it in my bones." Neville met his eyes, and something passed between them, not magic, not a spell. Just the deep, quiet recognition of 2 boys who had lost their parents to the same war and built themselves from the wreckage. "All right," Neville said. "All right." The Halloween feast began at 7. The Great Hall was magnificent, there was no other word for it. The bats were swooping in coordinated formations now, and the jack-o'-lanterns had been enchanted to sing, badly, but with enthusiasm, and the food was extraordinary. The house elves had outdone themselves. Roast meats and pies and puddings and soups, and more varieties of candy than Harry had ever seen in one place. Harry sat between Neville and Hermione at the Gryffindor table and ate and talked and laughed and tried very hard to be 11 years old on Halloween, because he was, and he deserved a night of normal. He was halfway through a slice of treacle tart when he felt it. A pulse, dark, sharp, deliberate, coming from the 3rd floor, not from Quirrell's office this time, but from the forbidden corridor itself. Someone had opened the door. And then, seconds later, a second pulse, different, larger, coming from the dungeons. Something massive and stupid and violent, its magical signature a dull, angry red, crashing through stone corridors with the subtlety of a wrecking ball. A troll. Someone had let a troll into the dungeons. Harry's hand tightened on his fork. The timing was too precise to be coincidence. The troll was a distraction, a blunt, ugly diversion designed to empty the Great Hall and give Quirrell a clear path to the third-floor corridor. The doors of the Great Hall burst open. Professor Quirrell sprinted in, turban askew, face a mask of theatrical terror. "Troll!" he screamed. "Troll in the dungeons!" He stopped in the center of the hall, swayed on his feet. "Thought you ought to know." And he collapsed in a dead faint. The hall erupted. Screaming, chaos, students surging from their seats, the air filling with the sound of panic. Dumbledore rose and fired purple firecrackers from his wand. Bang, and silence fell. "Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons." Harry didn't move. Hermione grabbed his arm. "Harry, the troll's not the problem." Harry spoke quietly, his eyes tracking Quirrell as the man recovered from his faint and slipped away while the teachers organized. "Quirrell let it in. He's going for the stone." "Then we have to tell someone, Dumbledore. Dumbledore is heading to the dungeons. By the time anyone realizes Quirrell's gone, he'll have a head start." Harry stood. "Go with the prefects, both of you. Get to the common room." "No," Neville said. "Neville, you said we do this together. That was the deal, so we do this together." Hermione was already on her feet. "He's right. And for the record, I don't appreciate being told to run and hide." Harry looked at his two friends, Neville with his jaw set and his new wand already in his hand, Hermione with her chin up and her eyes blazing, and felt a surge of something that the Emrys inheritance couldn't give him and that no amount of power could replace. Pride. Gratitude. "Love, stay behind me," Harry said. "Both of you. If things go bad, you run. No arguments." "Fine," Hermione said, in a tone that meant she was absolutely going to argue if the moment came. They slipped out of the Great Hall in the chaos of the evacuation. The corridors were full of students streaming toward their common rooms, and Harry wove through them, Neville and Hermione close behind, moving against the flow, heading up while everyone else headed out. They were climbing the stairs to the second floor when Harry felt the troll. It wasn't in the dungeons anymore. It had moved, climbed, impossibly, driven by some impulse or compulsion, and it was close. Very close. Harry could feel its dull, angry mind, the magical signature like a hot coal wrapped in mud, and it was, "Down!" Harry shouted, and shoved Neville and Hermione sideways into a doorway as 12 feet of mountain troll came around the corner. It was enormous. Gray, lumpy skin like wet concrete. Tiny head on a body the size of a small car. It carried a wooden club the length of Harry's entire body, and it smelled, God, it smelled, like a sewer had mated with a landfill and their offspring had died in a swamp. The troll saw them. It blinked its small, stupid eyes, and it raised the club. "Get back," Harry said and stepped forward. He didn't draw the holly wand. He didn't need a decoy for this. The wand staff was in his hand, and the moment his fingers closed around it, he felt the Emrys magic surge, not the careful, measured portion he used in class, not the controlled flow of practice sessions, but a wave of raw power that rose through him like a tide, responding to the threat with ancient, automatic precision. The troll swung its club. Harry raised his left hand, palm out, and the club stopped. Not slowed, stopped, frozen in mid-swing, the troll's arm trembling with the effort of pushing against an immovable force. The magical grip Harry had on the club wasn't a spell. It was will, pure and undiluted, the Emrys magic responding to his intent without the intermediary of incantation or wand movement. The troll grunted, confused. It pulled at the club. The club didn't move. "Sit down," Harry said. The troll sat down. Not because it understood English, but because Harry's magic pressed on it like a physical weight, not painful, not cruel, just irresistible, the way gravity was irresistible. The troll's legs folded, and it thudded to the floor hard enough to shake the corridor, its club still frozen in midair. Harry looked at the troll, 12 feet of muscle and bone and bad temper. and he'd stopped it with a gesture. The fire in his chest burned steady and bright. "Someone compelled it up from the dungeons," Harry said, lowering his hand. The club clattered to the floor. The troll blinked at him with something that looked almost like gratitude. The compulsion that had been driving it upward was gone now, dissolved by Harry's magic, and the creature's natural temperament was closer to bewildered than aggressive. "Trolls don't climb stairs on their own. Quirrell drove it up here, probably aimed it at whatever corridor had the most students. Can you put it to sleep or something?" Neville asked from the doorway, his voice remarkably steady for someone standing 10 feet from a mountain troll. Harry pointed at the troll with his staff wand and released a pulse of magic, warm, gentle, the magical equivalent of a lullaby. The troll's eyes drooped, its head nodded, and with a sigh that smelled like the inside of a garbage truck, it slumped sideways and began to snore. "Let's go," Harry said. "Quirrell's got a head start." They ran. The third floor was 2 flights up, and Harry took the stairs 3 at a time, his friends pounding behind him. The castle was helping, stairs aligning, doors opening, shortcuts presenting themselves, and they reached the forbidden corridor in under a minute. The door was open. From inside came sounds, snarling, the scrape of massive paws, and underneath it, the discordant twang of a harp playing itself. Harry stepped through the door and found the 3-headed dog. Fluffy was aptly named only if the person doing the naming had a very generous definition of fluffy and absolutely no survival instinct. The dog was the size of a small house, its 3 heads each large enough to swallow Harry whole, and it was fighting the music from the enchanted harp that Quirrell had left playing, struggling to stay awake as the melody dragged it towards sleep. 2 heads were already drooping. The third was still alert, its yellow eyes fixed on Harry, a growl rumbling from its throat like distant thunder. Harry didn't slow down. He reached out with his magic, the same warm, commanding presence he'd used on the troll, and touched the dog's mind. Not intrusively, not forcefully. A greeting, a reassurance. "I'm not here to hurt you. Sleep now. I'll make sure everything's safe." The third head blinked. The growl faded, and Fluffy, all 3 heads, all 12 legs, the entire improbable bulk lay down and slept. "How do you do that?" Neville breathed. "Animals are honest. They respond to intent, not words. If your intent is clear, they listen." Harry looked at the trapdoor beneath one of Fluffy's massive paws. "Quirrell went down there. Follow me." He opened the trapdoor and jumped. The fall was longer than expected, 30 feet, maybe more, and Harry landed on something soft and yielding that immediately began to move. Tendrils of plant life wrapped around his ankles, his wrists, creeping up his legs with deliberate, constricting pressure. "Devil's snare!" Hermionee shouted from above. She landed beside him a second later, followed by Neville, and the plant seized them both. Harry could have burned it. The Emrai's fire was right there, ready, and the devil's snare would have withered in seconds. But Neville was already moving, his new wand in his hand, his face set with concentration and not a trace of panic. "Hold still," Neville said. "Both of you." Devil's snare hates warmth and light, but it responds even better to herbological command if you know the right. He pressed his wand to the nearest tendril and whispered something, his magic flowing into the plant with the gentle authority of someone speaking its language. The devil's snare released them, not just retreated, released, carefully and deliberately, unwinding its tendrils and pulling back to clear a path. Neville stood on the now clear stone floor and exhaled. "It's a juvenile, maybe 4 years old. Someone planted it here specifically. It's been fed and maintained. Professor Sprout's work, if I had to guess." "Neville Longbottom, you absolute star," Hermionee said. Neville went red but stood a little taller. They pressed on. The corridor beyond the devil's snare led to a high-ceilinged chamber filled with what appeared to be brilliant, jewel-colored birds, until Harry looked closer and realized they were keys. Hundreds of enchanted keys, flying in swirling patterns around the room, and on the far wall, a heavy wooden door with an old-fashioned lock. Broomsticks hung on the wall. The intended solution was obvious. Fly, catch the right key, unlock the door. Quirrell had already been through. One of the broomsticks was still warm and the door was ajar. But the keys had reset, swarming protectively, and the correct key was somewhere in the glittering mass above. Harry didn't bother with the broomstick. He raised his staff wand and focused, not on any specific key, but on the lock itself. The Hermionee's magic flowed into the mechanism, reading its structure, understanding it the way water understood the shape of a glass, and the lock opened with a soft click. The keys above them went still for a moment, the entire swarm pausing, confused, their enchanted purpose suddenly fulfilled without their participation, and then resumed their flight with what Harry could have sworn was an air of disappointment. "That was Flitwick's challenge," Hermione said as they passed through the door. "He enchanted those keys." "Harry, you just bypassed a charm's master's work without even identifying the correct key. The lock was the vulnerability. Flitwick designed the challenge around catching the key, but the lock itself was standard goblin make, and the Hermionee's magic speaks that language. You are infuriating sometimes." The next room stopped them. A giant chessboard, life-sized pieces, carved from black and white stone, standing on a board that stretched the width of the room. The white pieces stood between them and the door on the far side, their blank stone faces radiating a quiet, implacable menace. "McGonagall's work," Harry said, recognizing the Transfiguration signature. "The pieces are animated and fully capable of violence. You have to play across." Quirrell had played across. There were shattered pieces scattered at the edges of the board, white and black both, the remnants of a game already won. But the board had reset, the pieces rebuilt, standing ready for the next challenger. Hermione was studying the board with the focused intensity of a general surveying a battlefield. "I can play," she said. "I was school chess champion at my primary. But these pieces, they're not just chess pieces, they're enchanted to fight. If we lose a piece, one of us could get hurt." "Then we don't lose a piece," Harry said. He walked onto the board. The white pieces turned to face him, stone eyes tracking his movement, weapons raising. He held up his right hand. The Hermionee's ring flared, and the chessboard recognized it because McGonagall had built her challenge on the castle's magic, and the castle's magic was built on the Hermionee's substrate, and the ring was the key to all of it. The white pieces lowered their weapons. The Stone King bowed its massive head. "After you," Harry said, and the pieces parted to clear a path to the door. Hermione's mouth opened and closed several times. That's cheating." "It's not cheating. It's access. The castle's enchantments answer to me because they were built on my family's magic. I didn't bypass McGonagall's challenge. The challenge recognized my authority and stood down. That's an extremely fine distinction. Magic is full of extremely fine distinctions." They crossed the board and went through the door and nearly walked into the troll. It was unconscious. A second troll, smaller than the first but still formidable, sprawled across the floor of a narrow chamber. Quirrell had dealt with it already. There was a lump on its head the size of a football. "That's Quirrell's challenge, presumably," Harry said, stepping over one of its outstretched arms. "Appropriate. He lets the troll in as a diversion and then gets to demonstrate his competence by providing the troll challenge. Elegant, in a disgusting sort of way." The next room was Snape's. They stepped through the door and fire sprang up behind them, purple flames, magical, blocking the exit. Ahead, black flames blocked the forward passage. Between the two walls of fire stood a table with 7 bottles of varying sizes and a scroll of parchment. Hermione seized the parchment. "It's a logic puzzle," she said, scanning the text. "Poison, wine, and 2 potions, one to go forward through the black flame, one to go back through the purple. The puzzle tells you which is which." Her eyes were moving rapidly, processing. "Give me a minute. Take your time." It took her 40 seconds. "This one." She held up the smallest bottle, barely a swallow of dark liquid. "This goes forward, and this one, a round bottle at the end, goes back." "There's only enough for one person to go forward," Harry said, examining the small bottle, "and only enough for 2 to go back." Hermione looked at him. Neville looked at him. The implication hung in the air. "No," Neville said. "Neville, you said we do this together." "And we have. You got us through the devil's snare. Hermione solved the puzzle. You've both been brilliant." But what's ahead, Quirrell, Voldemort, that's not something I'm risking you for. It's not your decision to make, Hermione said, and her voice was steel. You can't just, Hermione. Harry put his hands on her shoulders and looked her in the eye. I am asking you to trust me. What's behind that flame? I can feel it. I can feel him. And I can handle it, but I can't handle it if I'm worried about you. Her jaw tightened. Her eyes were bright with unshed tears, not of fear, but of frustrated loyalty, the anger of someone who cares too much to step back easily. If you don't come back, she said, I will find a way to bring you back and then I will kill you myself. Noted. Neville gripped Harry's hand, hard. Be careful. I'll be better than careful. Harry picked up the small bottle and the round bottle. He handed the round one to Hermione. Drink this and go back. Find Dumbledore. Tell him Quirrell is the one. Tell him Voldemort is in the castle riding Quirrell and he's going for the stone. They drank. The purple flames admitted Hermione and Neville, and Harry watched them go, two figures disappearing through a wall of fire, and then he turned to the black flames. He drank the potion. It was like swallowing ice. The black flames parted for him, and he stepped through. The final chamber was circular, lit by torches that burned with pale, sickly light. In its center stood a mirror, tall, ornate, framed in gold, with an inscription across the top that Harry's Emrise-enhanced perception read as easily as English. Erist stra eru oit ube cafru oit on wosi. I show not your face, but your heart's desire. The Mirror of Erist. Harry had read about it, one of the most dangerous artifacts in the wizarding world, capable of driving men mad with longing for what they saw in its depths. And standing before the mirror, his back to Harry, his turban slightly askew and his hands pressed against the glass, Professor Quirrell. Quirrell spun. The stammer was gone. The nervous twitch was gone. In their place was something cold and focused, and utterly unlike the simpering act he'd been performing for months. Potter, Quirrell said, and his voice was different, deeper, steadier, the voice of a man who had stopped pretending. I wondered if you'd come. You knew I would. Oh yes, the Dark Lord warned me about you. He could feel your power from the moment you entered this castle, that old, vast magic you carry. He's been watching you all year. Quirrell turned back to the mirror. But you're too late. The stone is here. I can see it, but this cursed mirror. The mirror shows what you desire, not what exists. You want the stone, so you see yourself with the stone, but you can't reach it because wanting isn't having. Quirrell snarled. Then perhaps you can help me. He raised his wand. Come here, Potter, look in the mirror and tell me what you see. Number, that wasn't a request. And that wasn't a refusal of your request. It was a refusal of his. Harry looked past Quirrell at the turban. You can come out, Tom. I know you're there. The chamber went very still. Then a voice spoke, high, cold, terrible, emanating from the back of Quirrell's head like something crawling out of a grave. Let me speak to him, face to face. Master, you are not strong enough. I have strength enough for this. Quirrell reached up with trembling hands and began to unwrap the turban. The cloth fell away in loops, and as it did, the dark presence that Harry had been tracking for months was suddenly there, exposed, visible, a face pressed into the back of Quirrell's skull like a death mask pushed through flesh. Red eyes, slitted nostrils, a lipless mouth that curved into something that was not a smile. Harry Potter, said Lord Voldemort. We meet again. Harry looked at the face of the man who had murdered his parents, and he felt anger. Cold, clean, clarifying anger like ice water in his veins. Not rage. Rage was hot and blind and stupid. This was something else. This was the anger of a boy who had grown up in a cupboard because of this creature's choices, who had never known his mother's voice because this monster had silenced it, who carried a scar on his forehead that was a souvenir of the worst night of his life. But underneath the anger, something steadier. Certainty. The bone-deep knowledge that he was standing in front of a diminished thing, powerful once, perhaps powerful again someday, but right now, right here, a parasite clinging to a dying host, desperate for a stone that would buy it a few more years of borrowed existence. Harry was not afraid. You killed my parents, Harry said. I thought I should mention that since you seem to enjoy conversation. I killed your father because he defied me. He was arrogant, foolish. He was brave. He stood between you and his family with no wand in his hand. That's not foolishness. That's love. Love, the lipless mouth twisted. Your mother died because she chose to. I offered her mercy. She refused it. Her death was her own making. Her death was your killing curse. Don't rewrite history to soothe your ego. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. Harry felt the dark magic pressing against him, probing, testing, looking for weakness. It found the edge of Harry's magical aura and recoiled as if burned. The Emrye's magic blazed in response, silver-white, and the ring on Harry's right hand pulsed with visible light. That ring, Voldemort whispered. That magic, I felt it when you arrived at this school. Ancient, pure. The Emrye's bloodline through the mudblood mother of all the irony. The irony isn't lost on me either. You are powerful, boy, more powerful than you should be. But power without experience is nothing. I have lived longer than any wizard. I have delved deeper into the mysteries of magic than any who came before me. You are a child with a large inheritance, nothing more. If that's what you need to believe. Voldemort's expression shifted. The cold amusement faded, replaced by something more dangerous, calculation. He was reassessing. The boy wasn't cowering, wasn't stammering, wasn't overwhelmed by fear or awe. The boy was standing 10 feet away and looking at the most feared Dark Lord in history with the calm, steady eyes of someone who had already decided how this encounter would end. Give me the stone, Harry Potter. Look in the mirror, take it, give it to me. And I will let you live. I will let your friends live. We need not be enemies. You murdered my parents. A regrettable necessity. The prophecy, I know about the prophecy, and I don't care about it. Prophecies are possibilities, not certainties. You chose to believe a fortune teller and it cost you everything. Harry paused. How does it feel, Tom, being half alive, drinking unicorn blood, possessing weak men, scrabbling for artifacts to keep yourself tethered to existence? Is this what you imagined when you started down this path? Something cracked in Voldemort's composure. The red eyes blazed. You dare. I dare. I dare because you're not what you pretend to be. You're not an immortal Dark Lord. You're a man who was so afraid of death that he shattered his own soul to avoid it, and now you're less than a ghost, wearing another man's body like a cheap suit. Harry said it calmly, without venom, and that made it worse, the clinical accuracy of a diagnosis delivered without malice. I can feel what you are. The Emrye's magic shows me. You're broken, Tom. You broke yourself. Quirrell's body was shaking. Whether it was Quirrell's own terror or Voldemort's rage driving the tremors, Harry couldn't tell. Kill him! Voldemort screamed, and Quirrell spun, wand raised, and a bolt of green light erupted from the tip, the killing curse, aimed at Harry's chest. Harry didn't dodge. He raised his right hand, the hand with the ring, and the Emrye's magic surged. A shield manifested in front of him, not the dome he'd practiced in the room of requirement, but something instinctive, ancient, a wall of silver-white light that blazed into existence in the space between heartbeats. The killing curse struck the shield. For one frozen moment, green and silver warred, the darkest of dark curses against the oldest of old magic, and then the green light shattered. It broke apart like glass hitting stone, fragments of emerald energy scattering across the chamber, harmless, dissolving into nothing. The shield held. Harry's hand didn't tremble. The chamber was silent except for the crackle of the torches and the ragged sound of Quirrell's breathing. Voldemort was staring at Harry through Quirrell's skull face with an expression Harry had never seen on any being, living or dead. It was fear. Pure, primal, bone-deep fear, the terror of something that had believed itself above death, confronted by a power that predated everything it knew. You blocked the killing curse, Quirrell whispered. That's not, no one can. It turns out, Harry said, lowering his hand, that a great many things people think are impossible simply haven't been tried by the right person. He stepped forward, one step, then another. With each step, the Emrye's magic brightened, a glow that started in the ring and spread, flowing over his hand, up his arm, wreathing him in silver-white light that was not heat but presence, not fire but authority. Quirrell stumbled backward. His wand hand was shaking violently. Master, what do I— the stone. Voldemort's voice was desperate now, stripped of its cold composure. "Get the stone, it's the only. The stone won't save you," Harry said. "Not from me, not from what's coming." He stopped walking. They were 5 feet apart now, and Harry could feel Voldemort's parasitic connection to Quirrell, the dark tendrils buried in the man's magical core, feeding on his life force, hollowing him out from the inside. It was obscene. It was murder in slow motion. "I'm going to give you a choice, Tom," Harry said. "Leave Quirrell, release him, go back to whatever shadow existence you were clinging to before. Do it now and I let you go." "You let me go," Voldemort hissed. "You arrogant, or stay. And find out what happens when the heir of Merlin stops holding back." The challenge hung in the air. Voldemort's red eyes burned with hatred and fury, but also with the frantic calculation of a survival instinct that had kept him alive, in one form or another, for over 60 years. He made his choice. "Kill the boy," Voldemort commanded, and Quirrell launched himself at Harry with a scream that was half the man's own terror and half the monster's rage. Quirrell's hands reached for Harry's throat, and the moment skin touched skin, the chamber exploded with light. Not Harry's magic this time, or not only his magic. Something deeper, older, the protection Lily Potter had woven into her son's blood with her dying breath, amplified 100-fold by the Emrai's inheritance. The old magic, the magic of sacrifice and love and blood freely given, met Voldemort's dark tether and burned. Quirrell screamed. His hands, where they touched Harry's skin, were blistering, cracking, turning to ash. He tried to pull away, but Harry grabbed his wrists, not cruelly, not in anger, but with the grim determination of a surgeon performing a necessary operation. "I'm sorry, Professor," Harry said, and he meant it. "This is going to hurt, but when it's over, you'll be free." He poured magic into Quirrell, not the Emrai's fire, not the silver-white power that could shatter curses and reshape stone. The other thing, the warmth, his mother's gift, Lily's legacy, the love that had saved him as a baby and that now burned through Quirrell's body like sunlight through shadow, seeking the darkness, finding it, destroying it. Quirrell convulsed. His mouth opened in a soundless scream. The dark tendrils that bound Voldemort to his host were burning, withering, one by one, and Voldemort was screaming too, a high, terrible, inhuman sound that resonated in frequencies no human throat could produce. "This is not the end, Potter. I will return." "I will," the last tether broke. A black shape, formless, writhing, reeking of death and dark magic, tore itself free from Quirrell's body and hung in the air for a sickening moment. Red eyes blazing from a face that was barely a face, a mask of hatred and agony. It looked at Harry with those terrible eyes, and Harry looked back, unflinching, his magic blazing around him like a mantle of starlight. The wraith fled. Through the wall, through the stone, through the foundations of the castle, screaming as it went, a dark comet trailing malice and despair. Harry felt it pass through the wards, the castle's protections parting to let the thing leave, glad to be rid of it, and then it was gone, out into the night, diminished and desperate and afraid. Quirrell collapsed. Harry caught him. The man was light, far too light, wasted by months of parasitic feeding, and his skin was burned where Voldemort's essence had clung, and his breathing was shallow and thready. But he was alive. The dark taint was gone from his magical signature. What remained was the faint, flickering light of a man who had been used very badly and was now, finally, free. "Professor Quirrell," Harry said, lowering him gently to the floor. "Can you hear me?" Quirrell's eyes opened. They were different, clear, confused, the eyes of a man waking from a nightmare. Where, Potter?" "You're in the 3rd-floor corridor under Hogwarts. You've been possessed by Voldemort since the summer. It's over now." "Possessed, oh God." Quirrell's face crumpled. "Oh God, I remember the forest, Albania, the voice. I couldn't stop him. I couldn't." "It's over," Harry repeated. "You're free. Help is coming." And it was. Harry could feel them, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, racing through the corridor above, following the trail Harry and his friends had left. They'd be here in minutes. Harry looked at the mirror of Arist. It stood in the center of the chamber, silent and gleaming, and he felt its pull, the soft, seductive whisper of desire, the promise of showing him what his heart wanted most. He didn't approach it. He knew what he'd see, his parents, alive and smiling, standing behind him in the mirror's reflection. He'd see the family he never had, the love he'd been denied, the life that Voldemort had stolen. And it would be an illusion, a beautiful, painful lie. Harry turned his back on the mirror. He stood over Quirrell's unconscious form and waited for the cavalry to arrive, and he thought about what Voldemort had said. "I will return." It wasn't a threat. It was a statement of fact. The Wraith was out there, weakened, afraid, but alive in whatever tortured sense the word applied. It would find another host, another scheme, another path back to power. But not today. Today, Harry had won. The door burst open. Dumbledore came through first, wand raised, blue eyes blazing with a ferocity that stripped away every trace of the grandfatherly act. This was the wizard who had defeated Grindelwald, the most powerful sorcerer of the age. And for one instant, Harry saw the full terrifying scope of the man's power. Then Dumbledore saw Harry, standing unhurt, glowing faintly with residual Imri's light, and the ferocity transformed into something complicated. Relief, astonishment, and a deep, weary understanding that the world had changed and he hadn't been consulted. "Harry," Dumbledore said, "Professor, Quirrell needs medical attention. Voldemort was possessing him, has been all year. I've expelled the parasite, but Quirrell's body has been badly damaged. He needs Madame Pomfrey." McGonagall was already moving, kneeling beside Quirrell, her wand casting diagnostic charms with practiced efficiency. Snape stood in the doorway, his dark eyes moving from Harry to Quirrell to the mirror, processing, calculating, revealing nothing. "You knew," Dumbledore said quietly. "Not an accusation, an observation. That Voldemort was in the castle, yes, since the first night. And you didn't tell me. You already knew. You brought the stone here specifically to draw him out. You set up the challenges as a gauntlet, not to stop him, but to slow him down until you could intervene." Harry met the old man's eyes. "The only thing you didn't plan for was me getting here first." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. The chamber's torches flickered in a draft from somewhere deep in the foundations. "You expelled Voldemort from Quirrell," Dumbledore said. "How?" "My mother's protection, amplified by my bloodline." Harry paused. "You know what my bloodline is, Professor. You've known since before I was born. Lily told Snape, and Snape told you." Behind Dumbledore, Snape flinched. It was tiny, a fractional tightening of the jaw, a flicker in the dark eyes, but Harry caught it. "She made him promise not to tell you," Snape said, and his voice was rough, scraped raw. "Lily made me swear. But after she died, after Dumbledore placed you with those people, I thought he needed to know, to understand why you had to be protected, truly protected, not locked away in a muggle cupboard." "Severus," Dumbledore said. Snape's voice cracked like a whip. "No, Albus, the boy deserves the truth. He's earned it tonight." Snape looked at Harry, and the walls were down, all of them, every defense the man had built over years of espionage and grief and self-loathing, stripped away by the sight of Lily's son standing in a chamber of dark magic, wreathed in light. "I told Dumbledore about the Imri's bloodline a month after your parents died. He said it changed nothing, that the blood wards with your aunt were sufficient, that you needed to grow up away from the wizarding world, that too much knowledge too soon would be dangerous." "He was wrong," Harry said. "Yes," Snape said. "He was." Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, the twinkle was gone, not hidden, not suppressed, but simply absent. What remained was an old man's weariness and the terrible clarity of someone who has run out of justifications. "I was wrong," Dumbledore said. "About much, perhaps about everything. I thought I was protecting you, Harry. I thought that a childhood of normalcy, even an unhappy one, would be safer then. A cupboard is not normalcy. Starvation is not normalcy. Being told your parents were worthless drunks who died in a car crash is not normalcy." Harry's voice was even, controlled. The anger was there, would always be there, but he held it like the fire in his chest, banked and contained and ready. "You made decisions about my life without my consent, without my parents' consent, because you believed you knew best. And people I love suffered for it. I know. Then we'll deal with it. Not now. Now Quirrell needs help and the school needs to know Voldemort was here and the minister will need to be informed and 100 other things need to happen before morning. But we will deal with it, Professor. My parents will. The vault withdrawals, the sealed records, all of it. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly. Yes, I expect we will. McGonagall, who had been listening while tending to Quirrell, stood. Her expression was complicated, loyalty to Dumbledore warring with outrage on Harry's behalf, the teacher in her fighting the soldier. Mr. Potter, she said, you are 11 years old and you have just single-handedly expelled the most dangerous dark wizard in modern history from a possessed host. I want you to go to the hospital wing immediately. I'm not injured. I don't care. You're going. Now. Harry recognized the tone. It was the tone of a woman who would carry him there bodily if necessary, and who had the transfiguration skills to turn him into something more portable if he resisted. Yes, Professor. He left the chamber. Snape fell into step beside him, wordlessly, and they walked through the corridor in silence, past the troll, past the chess room, past the key room and the devil's snare. At some point the plants had retreated entirely, leaving a clear path. Neville's doing, probably the boy had a gift. They climbed out through the trapdoor. Fluffy was still sleeping, snoring in three-part harmony. Harry and Snape stepped over the dog's tail and into the third-floor corridor. Potter, Snape said. Harry stopped. Your mother's research. Her notes on the Emrys bloodline. Snape reached into his robes and withdrew a leather journal, worn and soft, with L.E. stamped in gold on the cover. She gave this to me for safekeeping. She said that one day you might need it. Harry took the journal. The leather was warm. He could feel his mother's magic in it, faint, lingering, the ghost of a touch. Thank you, Professor. Snape nodded once. His face was drawn, exhausted, hollowed out by the night's revelations. He turned to leave. Professor Snape. Snape paused. She forgave you. Whatever happened between you, whatever you did, she forgave you before the end. I can feel it in this journal. Her magic, it doesn't hold grudges. Snape stood very still. Then he walked away without a word, his robes billowing behind him, and if the torchlight caught moisture on his face, neither of them mentioned it. The hospital wing was warm and bright and smelled of clean linen and healing potions. Madame Pomfrey descended on Harry like a particularly determined hawk, casting diagnostic charms and tutting and muttering about children fighting dark lords, as if Hogwarts were a battleground and not a school. You are perfectly healthy, she announced, sounding almost offended by this. Not a scratch, not a bruise, your magical core is, she stopped, recalibrated her diagnostic charm, cast it again. That can't be right. Is something wrong? Your magical core is reading as number no, the charm must be malfunctioning. She shook her head. Get some rest, Mr. Potter, I'm keeping you overnight. Neville and Hermione arrived 17 seconds later, which meant they'd been waiting outside the door and Pomfrey's authority had delayed them by exactly 17 seconds. Hermione hugged him. It was fierce, tight, and brief, and when she pulled back, her eyes were red but her jaw was set. You're an idiot. I won. You're an idiot who won. There's a difference and we'll discuss it at length later. Neville gripped his shoulder. Quirrell, alive, free. Voldemort's gone, not dead, not destroyed, but gone from the castle. And the stone. Harry paused. He hadn't taken the stone, hadn't even tried. The Mirror of Erist was Dumbledore's last protection. The stone was hidden inside it, retrievable only by someone who wanted to find it but not use it, and Harry had walked away without engaging. Still in the mirror, Harry said. Let Dumbledore deal with it. The stone was never the real problem. What is the real problem? Voldemort's out there. Diminished but not destroyed. Whatever's keeping him alive, whatever he did to his soul, that's what we need to understand. The stone was a shortcut. He'll find another one. Hermione's eyes sharpened. You said soul. You think it's soul magic. I think he shattered his own soul into pieces and hid those pieces somewhere. Anchors. That's why he survived the killing curse rebounding on him. Part of his soul was already outside his body. Harry lay back on the hospital bed and stared at the ceiling. I've written to Ragnarok. If anyone has records of that kind of magic, it's the goblins. That's, Hermione's voice dropped. Harry, that's the darkest magic I've ever heard of. If he split his soul, the theoretical implications alone. I know. We need a name for what we're dealing with. If it's in any text, I'll find it. That's why you're here." She managed a smile. It was tired and scared and brave, and it was exactly what Harry needed to see. Madame Pomfrey chased them out eventually, and Harry lay in the hospital wing in the dark, listening to the castle's slow, deep breathing, and thought about what came next. The news broke the next morning like a wave. Not the full truth. Dumbledore managed that much, framing the events with carefully chosen words in a staff meeting that Harry heard about from McGonagall. The official story was that Professor Quirrell had been suffering from a dark magical affliction contracted during his travels, that it had been discovered and treated, and that the Philosopher's Stone had been returned to Nicola's Flamel. But Hogwarts was a castle full of children, and children talked, and the unofficial story that Harry Potter had faced Voldemort in the dungeons and driven him out of the castle spread through the school like fiendfire. The reaction was divided, predictably, along lines of personality rather than house. Most students were awed. Some were frightened of Voldemort, of Harry, of the idea that the safest place in Wizarding Britain might not be safe at all. A few, mostly older Slytherins with family ties to the Death Eaters, were very quiet and very watchful. Harry walked into the Great Hall for breakfast the morning after his release from the hospital wing, and the room went silent. 1,000 eyes turned to him, curious, scared, reverent, calculating, and Harry felt the weight of their attention like a physical thing, a pressure against his skin. He walked to the Gryffindor table, sat down next to Neville, and poured himself a glass of orange juice. The silence stretched. "If anyone has questions," Harry said, loudly enough to Carrie, "I'm happy to answer them, but after breakfast. The eggs are getting cold." A surprised laugh rippled through the hall, and the tension broke. Conversation resumed, tentatively at first and then with gathering momentum, and by the time Harry was halfway through his second piece of toast, the Great Hall sounded almost normal. Almost. Because underneath the chatter and the clatter of cutlery, something had shifted. The students of Hogwarts looked at Harry Potter differently now. Not just as the boy who lived, that was a story, a myth, something that had happened to a baby and meant nothing personal. This was different. This was Harry Potter, the first year who had faced the darkest wizard in living memory and walked away untouched. This was someone you wanted on your side. The political tremors started that afternoon. Dumbledore called Harry to his office after lunch, the first time Harry had been inside the headmaster's study. It was a circular room at the top of a spiral staircase, cluttered with silver instruments and portraits of former headmasters and a phoenix, a real phoenix, gorgeous and ancient, perched on a golden stand. The phoenix trilled when Harry entered. The sound was unlike anything he'd heard, pure, achingly beautiful, resonating with a warmth that reminded him of his mother's protection. Harry reached out and stroked the bird's crest, and it leaned into his touch with a soft, crooning sound. "Fawkes likes you," Dumbledore said. He was seated behind his desk, looking old and tired and carefully composed. "He doesn't do that for many people. Phoenixes are creatures of deep magic. They respond to—" Harry stopped himself. He'd been about to say the Emrys bloodline, but that was information he hadn't officially confirmed to Dumbledore, and old habits of caution died hard. To purity of intent, Dumbledore finished. "Yes, among other things." He gestured to a chair. "Please sit. We have much to discuss, and I'm afraid not all of it is pleasant." Harry sat. Fawkes settled on his shoulder, which seemed to surprise Dumbledore considerably. "The Minister for Magic has been informed of last night's events," Dumbledore said. "Cornelius Fudge is, to put it diplomatically, not taking the news well. He refuses to believe that Voldemort was involved. He has attributed the incident to Professor Quirrell's dark magical affliction and has ordered the matter closed." Of course he has. Acknowledging Voldemort's survival would mean admitting the Ministry's been wrong for 10 years, and it would require action, and action is expensive and politically risky. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "You have a remarkably sophisticated understanding of politics for someone your age." "I have a remarkably sophisticated understanding of cowardice." "I grew up with the Dursleys," the barb landed. Dumbledore winced slightly but visibly. "Harry, Not today, Professor. You said we'd deal with the personal matters after the will is unsealed, and I meant it. Today is about Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded, accepting the boundary. Very well, what would you like to know? The Horcruxes. The word dropped into the room like a stone into a frozen lake. Dumbledore went very still. Fawkes ruffled his feathers. How do you know that word? Dumbledore asked, and his voice had an edge Harry hadn't heard before, sharp, almost frightened. The goblins have extensive records on soul magic. When I asked Ragnarok about methods of immortality, about anchoring the soul to the physical world, his archivists returned a single result: the Horcrux. An object created by splitting the soul through the act of murder and concealing the fragment in a vessel. Harry paused. I think Voldemort made more than one. Dumbledore closed his eyes. For a long moment, the only sound was Fawkes's soft breathing and the whir of silver instruments. You are correct, Dumbledore said finally. I have suspected for some time that Tom Riddle created multiple Horcruxes. The exact number is unknown, but I believe it may be as high as 6. 6? Possibly 7, including one he may not have intended to create. Dumbledore's blue eyes opened and fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the air between them hum. Harry, there is something I must tell you, something I have been reluctant to discuss. My scar. Dumbledore flinched, actually flinched as if Harry had struck him. You already know, the headmaster whispered. I've suspected since the vault. The Emrye's inheritance includes enhanced magical perception. I can feel magical signatures, identify dark magic, sense enchantments. My scar has a signature that doesn't match my own magic. It matches his. It is a fragment, Dumbledore confirmed, and his voice was heavy with the weight of a secret carried too long. A piece of Voldemort's soul, inadvertently transferred to you on the night he murdered your parents. I have feared, I have agonized over what this might mean. You thought I might need to die. Harry said it flatly, without emotion, because the realization had come to him weeks ago, in the quiet hours before dawn, and he'd had time to process it. You thought the fragment couldn't be destroyed without destroying the host. That's why you raised me the way you did, not just to keep me hidden, but to keep me compliant. A boy who'd been loved might fight his fate. A boy from a cupboard would accept sacrifice as just another unfair thing that happened to him. The silence that followed was devastating. Dumbledore looked at Harry, and the old man's face, the great Albus Dumbledore, vanquisher of Grindelwald, leader of the light, crumbled. Not dramatically, not with sobs or wailing, quietly, like a building that had been standing too long on a cracked foundation, finally settling into its ruin. I am sorry, Dumbledore said. I am deeply, profoundly sorry. You are right about all of it. I told myself it was for the greater good. I told myself that your sacrifice, if it came to that, would save thousands. I told myself, his voice broke. I told myself many things, Harry. None of them were good enough. Harry let the silence sit. He owed Dumbledore nothing. No comfort, no absolution, no easy forgiveness. But he also recognized something in the old man's grief that was genuine, and something in his own nature that could not watch suffering without responding to it. The fragment will be destroyed, Harry said. But not by killing me. The Emrye's magic, my mother's protection, they've been working on it since the inheritance awakened. I can feel it. The fragment is contained, weakening, being slowly consumed by the magic in my blood. It's being digested, for lack of a better word. Give it time, and it'll be gone. Dumbledore stared at him. You're certain? I'm certain. The Emrye's bloodline carries protections that no dark magic can permanently infiltrate. Voldemort's soul fragment is a foreign body in a system designed to reject exactly this kind of intrusion. My mother's sacrifice accelerated the process. It's dying, Professor. Slowly, painlessly, inevitably. The hope that bloomed on Dumbledore's face was almost too raw to look at. If that's true, if you can purge the fragment without Harry, that changes everything. The prophecy, the plan, everything you've been building for 10 years collapses, yes. The boy you raised to be a sacrificial lamb turns out to be something else entirely. Harry stood. Fawkes adjusted his grip on his shoulder. I'm going to make this very clear, Professor. I am not your weapon. I am not your sacrifice. I am not a piece on your board. I am Harry James Potter, heir of House Potter, and he paused, made a decision, and spoke the words for the first time to the man who most needed to hear them. I am the heir of Meodin Imrise, and I will decide my own fate. Dumbledore's breath caught. Merlin, he said, and this time, unlike in the corridor, it was an exclamation. Yes, Harry said, now you know. He turned to leave. At the door, he paused. Professor. You made terrible mistakes. You hurt me, and you hurt people I'll never get to meet because they died protecting me from a fate you could have prevented. I won't forget that. He paused. But I've spent my whole life around people who were incapable of admitting they were wrong. You just did. That counts for something. He left the office with a phoenix on his shoulder, and Dumbledore sat behind his desk and stared at the door and felt the foundations of his worldview shift beneath him like tectonic plates. In his portrait frame, Phineas Nigellus Black whistled softly. Well, Dumbledore, the former headmaster said, I believe you've just been thoroughly outmaneuvered by an 11-year-old. Yes, Dumbledore said distantly. Yes, I believe I have. Fawkes stayed with Harry for the rest of the day. The phoenix perched on his shoulder through lunch, drawing stares and whispers from the entire school. Through an afternoon study session in the library, where Hermione nearly fainted at the sight of the legendary bird, and then spent an hour trying to ask it questions about phoenix lore. And through a walk around the lake that Harry took alone in the golden afternoon light. He sat on a rock by the water's edge, Fawkes warm on his shoulder, and opened his mother's journal. Lily's handwriting was small, neat, and energetic, the handwriting of someone whose thoughts moved faster than her pen. The journal was part research diary, part personal record, and reading it was like hearing his mother's voice for the first time. March 12, 1981, I've confirmed it. The Evans line traces back through 17 generations of squibs to a witch named Eleanor of Avalon, who married a Muggle miller in 1347. Eleanor's mother was a woman known only as the Lady Vivienne, and genealogical records in the Glastonbury archives identify Vivienne as a granddaughter of Nimue. If Nimue's connection to Meodin Imrise is real, and the evidence is overwhelming, then Harry is a direct descendant of Merlin himself. I should be excited. I am excited, but I'm also terrified. James doesn't fully understand the implications. He knows it's important, but he's James, and his first response to anything momentous is to laugh and then duel someone. I love him for that, but this isn't a laughing matter. Dumbledore must not know. Not yet. Not until I understand what it means and how to protect Harry from the fallout. Dumbledore is a good man, I believe that, but he sees people as pieces on a board, and I will not let my son be a pawn. Harry's vision blurred. He blinked hard and kept reading. June 2, 1981, Severus has been invaluable. I know what people think of him, what James thinks, what Sirius thinks, but when it comes to research, there is no one better. He's found references to the Imrise Codex in texts I couldn't access, and his knowledge of blood magic has helped me understand how the inheritance works. The bloodline doesn't just carry power, it carries knowledge. Memory, encoded in magic, passed from parent to child. The reason it went dormant is that the knowledge needs a sufficiently powerful magical core to activate. In Squib descendants, the core was too weak, the knowledge stayed locked. In me, it's beginning to stir. But Harry, oh Harry, I can feel it in him already, and he's only a year old. His core is enormous. When the inheritance activates, and it will, he'll have access to everything. Every spell, every enchantment, every piece of lore that Merlin himself accumulated over a lifetime of magical study. My son is going to be extraordinary. I just have to keep him alive long enough to get there. The last entry was dated October 29, 1981, 2 days before she died. The prophecy, Dumbledore told us. Severus heard the first part and told Voldemort, and now we're in hiding. And I can't think about the betrayal because if I think about it, I'll burn down this cottage. James says we should fight. I say we should run. Neither of us is going to budge, and so we're doing neither. We're hiding behind a Fadelius charm and trusting Peter Pettigrew with our lives. And I have a bad feeling about that, but James trusts him and I trust James. If something happens to me, if I don't survive what's coming, this journal goes to Severus. He knows what to do with it. He'll keep it safe until Harry is old enough. Harry, if you're reading this, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. I'm sorry you'll have to learn all of this without me. But know that everything I did for you. The protection I'm weaving into my blood, it's not just a ward, darling. It's the deepest magic I know, the magic of the Emrise line itself, activated by love and sealed by sacrifice. If the worst happens, it will keep you safe. Not just from Voldemort, from everything. You are Merlin's heir. You are my son. You are going to change the world. I love you, I love you, I love you. Mum Harry closed the journal and pressed it against his chest, and Fawkes sang, a single, sustained note, pure and sweet and aching with a beauty that had no name. And the tears came, hot and silent, running down Harry's face and falling into the lake like rain. He cried for the mother he'd never known, for the father who'd stood wandless against a dark lord, for the boy who'd grown up in a cupboard, who'd been told he was nothing, who'd never been loved. And then he stopped crying because Lily Evans hadn't raised a son who wallowed. She'd raised a son who acted. Harry wiped his face, pocketed the journal, and stood. "Come on, Fawkes," he said. "We've got work to do." The phoenix trilled in agreement, and they walked back to the castle together, the boy and the firebird, as the sun set behind the mountains and painted the sky in shades of gold and amber and the deep, rich red of autumn. The first letter arrived the next morning. Not from Ragnarok. His reply would take longer, given the complexity of the research. This was from the Ministry of Magic, delivered by an official owl with the ministry seal on its leg band. "Dear Mr. Potter, it has come to the attention of the minister's office that certain irregularities occurred at Hogwarts School on the evening of October 31st. The minister wishes to assure the public that these irregularities have been thoroughly investigated and found to be the result of a staff member's pre-existing magical affliction. The minister further wishes to advise that any public statements regarding these events should be coordinated through the ministry's Office of Public Information to ensure accuracy and prevent unnecessary alarm. Regards, Dollars Umbridge." Senior Undersecretary to the minister, Harry read the letter twice. Then he showed it to Hermione. "They want to control the narrative," Hermione said. "They're not just denying Voldemort's involvement, they're warning you not to talk about it. Threatening, more like. What are you going to do?" Harry thought about it. The minister was a coward and a fool, but the ministry was an institution with real power, legal, political, bureaucratic power, that could make life very difficult for an 11-year-old, even a powerful one. But Harry wasn't just an 11-year-old. He was the heir of 2 noble houses and the scion of the oldest magical bloodline in the world, and he had the backing of the Goblin Nation and the documented truth. He wrote back, "Dear Madam Umbridge, thank you for your letter. I appreciate the minister's concern for accuracy and public safety. I should inform you that, as the primary witness to the events of October 31st, I have provided a full and accurate account to the director of Gringotts, who is safeguarding it in accordance with Goblin legal protocols. This account includes details of Professor Quirrell's possession by a dark entity, the nature of the threat to the school, and the resolution of the incident. Should the ministry wish to access this account, they may submit a formal request through Gringotts' legal department. I am sure Director Ragnarok will be happy to cooperate with any legitimate investigation. I trust this is satisfactory. I would hate for any misunderstanding to arise from incomplete information. Yours sincerely, Harry James Potter, heir of the noble and most ancient house of Potter." He sealed it with the Emrise signet, the ring's impression burning into the wax with a soft flash of silver light, and sent it with Hedwig. "That," Hermione said, reading over his shoulder, "is the most politely aggressive letter I have ever seen. Andromeda's been teaching me political correspondence. She says the key is to be unfailingly courteous while making it absolutely clear that you have teeth. You have teeth. I have teeth." The response from the ministry was silence. which, as Andromeda explained in her next letter, was exactly the right response. It meant they were scared, and scared politicians were cautious politicians, and caution bought time. The weeks after Halloween settled into a new equilibrium. The school adjusted to the reality of what had happened, some students avoiding Harry, others gravitating toward him, the staff treating him with a respect that had nothing to do with his fame and everything to do with what they'd witnessed. Dumbledore kept his distance. Not coldly, there were no barbs, no passive aggression. He simply stepped back. He taught his classes, or rather, didn't teach, since Dumbledore held no regular classes, but he appeared at meals and maintained the administrative machinery of the school. He watched Harry from the staff table with eyes that held something new. Not calculation, not the grandfatherly performance, but genuine, uncertain respect. It was, Harry thought, a beginning. Quidditch provided a blessed distraction from the weight of Dark Lords and politics and destiny. Harry's first match, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, November, was played in driving rain before a packed stadium, and Harry caught the snitch in 12 minutes. Not because the Slytherin seeker was incompetent, Terrence Higgs was a decent flyer with quick reflexes. But Harry on a broomstick was something else entirely. Faster, sharper, more intuitive, his Imrise-enhanced perception tracking the snitch's golden flicker through sheets of rain, with the certainty of a hawk spotting a mouse from 1,000 feet. He flew circles around Higgs, caught the snitch in a dive that took him within 6 inches of the ground, and pulled up with the tiny golden ball clutched in his fist and the stadium roaring. Oliver Wood cried. Actually cried. Angelina Johnson had to give him a handkerchief. The weeks marched toward Christmas. Harry studied, flew, trained with Neville and Hermionee in the room of requirement, corresponded with Ragnarok and Andromeda, read his mother's journal until he knew every word by heart. And every night, in the quiet of his 4-poster bed, he felt the fragment of Voldemort's soul in his scar growing weaker. Fainter, quieter. The Imrise magic was doing its work, patient, relentless, inexorable. The foreign darkness was being consumed, dissolved, unmade by the light in his blood. It wasn't painful. It was justice. The slowest, most thorough, most intimate kind of justice there was. The boy Voldemort had tried to destroy was destroying the piece of Voldemort that lived inside him, not with violence, not with hate, but simply by being who he was. Merlin's heir, Lily's son. And one day soon, when the fragment was gone and his scar was just a scar, Harry would turn his attention outward, to the other Horcruxes, to the Wraith in the shadows, to the political machinery that had failed his parents and betrayed his trust. But that was tomorrow's fight. Tonight, Harry lay in bed and listened to Neville's soft snoring and the wind against the tower windows and the castle's ancient, patient heartbeat. He pressed his mother's journal against his chest, and the ring on his finger pulsed with starlight, and the staff beneath his pillow hummed a lullaby that was 1,000 years old. Harry closed his eyes and dreamed of a world he would build. Chapter 5. The dark in the walls December came to Hogwarts like a held breath. The mountains whitened overnight, snow settling into every crevice and fold of the landscape, until the castle looked like something carved from ivory and set upon a wedding cake. The lake froze solid in the first week, 6 inches of black ice that the giant squid occasionally tapped from below, sending cracks spiderwebbing across the surface like the world's most unsettling percussion instrument. Harry stood at the window of his dormitory on the first morning of December and watched the snow fall, and felt something he'd been waiting for. The fragment was gone. Not weakening, not fading, not almost gone. Gone. The last remnant of Voldemort's soul had dissolved sometime in the night, consumed by the slow, patient fire of the Imrise magic, and the scar on Harry's forehead was, for the first time in his life, just a scar. Dead tissue. No tingle, no twinge, no dark whisper at the edge of perception, just skin and silence. Harry touched it with his fingertips and laughed, quiet and private, a laugh meant for no one but himself and the falling snow. "You all right?" Neville mumbled from his bed, one eye cracked open, hair pointing in 7 directions. "Better than all right. I'll tell you at breakfast." He dressed and went down to the common room, where Hermione was already curled in her favorite armchair with a book, the size of a paving stone, propped on her knees. She looked up when he came down the stairs, and her eyes narrowed with the particular acuity of someone who had spent 4 months learning to read Harry Potter's face. "Something happened," she said. "Something ended." Harry sat on the arm of the sofa nearest her chair. "The soul fragment, it's gone." Hermione set the book down. Her hand went to her mouth, then dropped. "Gone, you're sure, completely gone, not dormant, not suppressed. Destroyed. I can feel the difference. My scar is clean." For a moment, Hermione looked like she might cry. Then the analytical engine behind her eyes engaged, and she started firing questions about the mechanism of destruction, about residual dark magic, about whether the process could be replicated for other Horcruxes, and Harry answered what he could and admitted what he couldn't, and by the time Neville came downstairs, they had the bones of a theory. "The Emrise magic treats dark soul fragments like an infection," Harry explained over breakfast, keeping his voice low beneath the great hall's general cacophony. "My blood, the protections my mother wove into it, amplified by the inheritance, basically attacked it the way white blood cells attack a virus, slowly, thoroughly, without collateral damage." "That's extraordinary," Hermione said, "but it only works because the fragment was inside you, inside your magical system where your blood protections could reach it. The other Horcruxes, they're external, objects. You can't bleed on them and hope for the best. Number, but the principle might scale. The Emrise magic isn't just in my blood, it's in my magical signature, my core, my intent. If I can project it, channel it into an external object, you'd need to find them first," Neville said. "Yes, and we don't know what they are. Number, but Dumbledore has theories, and Ragnarok has resources, and between the 3 of us," Harry gestured around the table, "we have the best research team in the school." "Flattery will not make me forgive you for facing Voldemort alone," Hermione said primly. "It wasn't alone. You solved the logic puzzle. Neville handled the devil's snare. I just did the loud bit at the end." "The loud bit was a fight to the death with a parasitic Dark Lord." "See, loud." Neville choked on his pumpkin juice, and Hermione tried very hard to look stern and almost managed it. The first Hogsmeade weekend of December fell on a Saturday, but first years weren't permitted to visit the village, which left Harry with a free day and an empty castle. Most of the older students had bundled up and trekked down the snowy path to the village, and the halls were quiet enough for Harry to hear the castle's slow breathing, the creak of stone settling, the whisper of ancient enchantments, the distant murmur of portraits chatting among themselves. Harry used the solitude for something he'd been planning for weeks. He went to the room of requirement, paced 3 times, and thought, "I need a room where I can study the deepest magic of this castle, the magic beneath the founders, the Emrise layer." The door that appeared was different from usual, not the polished oak of the training room or the comfortable wood of the study. This was stone, rough, dark, ancient, set into the wall without frame or hinges. It looked less like a door and more like the entrance to a barrow. Harry pushed it open and stepped into the heart of Hogwarts. The room was vast. That was the first thing, vastness beyond what the castle's architecture should allow. A space that existed in the folds of magic rather than the constraints of stone. The ceiling was lost in darkness above, and the floor was bare rock, polished smooth by time or intent, inscribed with circles within circles of runes that glowed with faint silver light. And in the center of the room, standing upright in a cradle of stone identical to the one in the Gringotts vault, was a second staff. Not Merlin's staff. Harry had that one, warm against his chest in its wand form. This was different. Darker wood, yew, Harry thought, or possibly blackthorn, and instead of the clear crystal at its head, this staff bore a stone. Black, faceted, absorbing light rather than emitting it. The runes carved into its length were the same shifting Emrise script, but where the staff of Emrise moved like water, these runes moved like smoke. Harry approached carefully, his magical senses fully extended. The room wasn't hostile. It was welcoming, in fact, responding to his presence with the same warm recognition as the rest of the castle. But the second staff radiated a different kind of energy. Not dark, he'd learned to recognize dark magic, and this wasn't it, but heavy, solemn. The magic of endings and deep earth and the slow turn of centuries. "What are you?" Harry murmured. The runes on the staff shifted, forming words. "I am the ward stone, the anchor. What he built, I hold. What he raised, I protect. I am the foundation beneath the foundation." Understanding dawned. The staff of Emrise was a tool of creation, of building, shaping, bringing forth. This staff was its complement, a tool of preservation, of anchoring, of holding what had been built against the erosion of time and the assault of enemies. Together, the two staves were the pillars on which Hogwarts' deepest protections rested. Harry didn't touch it. Not yet. The Wardstone staff wasn't calling to him the way the staff of Emrise had. It was waiting, patient, assessing, deciding whether the new heir was ready for this level of responsibility. He understood. Some things needed to be earned, not claimed. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the floor in front of the Wardstone and opened his awareness to the room. And the castle, the whole castle, in a way he'd never experienced before, opened to him. He saw everything. Every ward, every enchantment, every defensive layer that had been built and reinforced over a millennium. The Founder's protections were the most visible, 4 distinct magical signatures, braided together with remarkable skill. But beneath them, the Emrise layer was the true architecture. It was a web of interlocking enchantments that covered not just the castle but the grounds, the forest, the lake, the mountains. Miles of magical infrastructure, ancient and intricate and breathtaking in its scope. And Harry could see where it was damaged. Not broken, the Emrise enchantments were too deeply rooted to break entirely, but frayed, weakened. A millennium of wear, of magical conflicts, of dark curses and careless modifications, and the simple entropy of time had degraded the original protections. There were gaps in the coverage, places where the wards were thin enough for dark creatures to slip through, corridors where the anti-violence enchantments had faded enough to allow bullying, rooms where the magical atmosphere had curdled into something unwholesome. The third-floor corridor, for instance, the area around Fluffy's lair, had been deliberately warded by Dumbledore, but those wards sat on top of an Emrise foundation that had been corroded by the proximity of the Philosopher's Stone, an artifact of immense alchemical power that hadn't been accounted for in the original design. And in the dungeons, the Slytherin areas, the wards were weakest of all. Something had been eating at them for centuries, a slow, persistent corrosion that originated from, Harry's breath caught, the Chamber of Secrets. He could feel it. Deep below the castle, deeper even than the Room of Requirement's hidden space, a sealed chamber that radiated a cold, serpentine malice. Something was alive down there, or had been alive, or was in a state between life and death that defied easy categorization. Something old and vast and hungry, sleeping in the dark, and its very presence was a toxin leaching into the castle's foundations. Harry filed this away with the careful urgency of someone who recognizes a problem too large to solve immediately but too dangerous to ignore. The chamber would need to be dealt with. But not today, and not alone. Whatever was down there was ancient and powerful, and charging in without preparation would be exactly the kind of recklessness he'd promised himself he wouldn't indulge. He spent 2 hours in the room, mapping the castle's magical infrastructure, cataloging damage, identifying critical weaknesses. When he emerged, he had a comprehensive understanding of Hogwarts' defenses that no living person, including Dumbledore, possessed. He also had a headache the size of Scotland, which he treated with strong tea and a biscuit from the tin Ted Tonks had sent for his birthday. Ragnar's reply arrived that evening, carried by a goblin eagle, a massive bird with iron-gray feathers and eyes like polished onyx, far more impressive than any postal owl. The letter was accompanied by a thick sheaf of documents bound in leather, sealed with the Gringotts crest. Harry took both to his trunk's private study and opened the letter first. Mr. Potter, your instincts are, once again, correct. The attached dossier represents the sum of goblin knowledge regarding Horcruxes. I will summarize. They are the foulest magic known to our kind. The creation of a Horcrux requires murder, the supreme act of evil, and the subsequent use of a dark ritual to cleave the soul and bind a fragment to an object. The process damages the creator irreparably. Each Horcrux diminishes the remaining soul, causing physical degradation, emotional instability, and progressive loss of empathy and reason. Our records indicate that in the entire documented history of dark magic, fewer than 10 wizards have ever successfully created a Horcrux. Of those, none created more than one. The idea of multiple Horcruxes is considered theoretical madness, the equivalent of amputating your own limbs for safekeeping. If Voldemort created 6 or 7, he is more damaged than any dark wizard in history. He is also, paradoxically, more vulnerable. Each fragment is a weakness, a tether that can be found and severed. Regarding destruction methods, Horcruxes are extremely resistant to conventional magical damage. Our records list 3 reliable methods of destruction. Fiendfire, uncontrollable and nearly as dangerous as the Horcrux itself. Basilisk venom, extraordinarily rare and invariably fatal to obtain. And the purified magic of the Emrys bloodline. Yes, you read that correctly. The Emrys magic is one of 3 forces in existence capable of destroying a Horcrux. The reason is simple. Emrys magic is fundamentally creative. It is the magic of making, of building, of bringing forth. It is the antithesis of the Horcrux, which is fundamentally destructive, magic that unmakes the soul itself. When the two meet, the Horcrux is annihilated. You are, Mr. Potter, a walking Horcrux destruction device. I suspect this will be relevant. The Conclave of Clan Elders has convened and formally recognized you as the Emrys heir. The compact is renewed. Whatever resources you require, financial, legal, military, the Goblin Nation stands ready. One final note, our archivists have identified a probable Horcrux. A cup, gold, with the Hufflepuff badger on its handle, was placed in the vault of Bellatrix Lestrange approximately 15 years ago. The vault's security wards have detected anomalous dark energy emanating from the object since its deposit. We did not investigate because Goblin law prohibits interference with client property, but client law does not supersede the Emrys compact. With your authorization, we will retrieve the cup and hold it for your attention. Ragnarok Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he read the dossier, 80 pages of dense, precise goblin scholarship on the theory and history of Horcruxes, cross-referenced with accounts of their destruction and the specific magical properties that made them vulnerable. Then he sat in his private study, alone, and thought. 6 or 7 Horcruxes. 1 destroyed, the fragment in his scar. 1 identified, Hufflepuff's cup, in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. That left 4 or 5 unknown, hidden somewhere in the world, each one a piece of Voldemort's shattered soul, each one tethering him to existence. Finding them would take time. Months, years possibly. It would require research, investigation, and the kind of detective work that Hermionee was born for and that the Goblins' intelligence network could support. But destroying them, that Harry could do. The Emrys magic was made for this. His very existence was the antidote to Voldemort's greatest protection. He wrote back to Ragnarok, Director Ragnarok, retrieve the cup. Contain it safely. I'll deal with it over the summer. Begin a search for other probable Horcruxes. Voldemort is known to have been obsessed with Hogwarts artifacts and items of historical significance. Hufflepuff's cup is one founder's relic. Check for connections to the other founders. Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem, Gryffindor's sword. Any object of significant provenance that has passed through Voldemort's known associates. Also, the diary. Tom Riddle kept a diary during his Hogwarts years. Dumbledore may have more information, I'll ask. But if a diary belonging to T.M. Riddle surfaces in any transaction, any vault, any auction, I want to know immediately. The compact is renewed, and I am grateful for it. Harry, he sealed the letter, sent it with Hedwig, and went to find his friends. They were in the library, of course. Hermione had commandeered an entire table and covered it with books and parchment, and the kind of color-coded notes that suggested either genius or madness, possibly both. Neville was next to her, reading a herbology journal with his feet up on a chair and Trevor asleep in his pocket. Harry sat down and told them everything. The fragment's destruction, the Wardstone chamber, the Chamber of Secrets, the Goblin dossier on Horcruxes. Hermione listened with the focused intensity of a laser. Neville listened with the quiet steadiness that had become his signature. He didn't need to understand every technical detail to grasp the stakes. Horcruxes, Hermione said when he'd finished. Her voice was barely above a whisper, though Harry's privacy wards made the precaution unnecessary. Multiple Horcruxes. That's Harry, the ethics alone, splitting your soul through murder deliberately and repeatedly. He's a monster, we knew that. Knowing it abstractly and understanding the specific mechanism are very different things. She pulled one of her notebooks toward her and started writing. Okay, let's be systematic. 6 or 7 total. 1 destroyed your scar. 1 identified the cup. That leaves 4 or 5. You've suggested the Founder's relics as a pattern. That's good. That's a hypothesis we can test. Slytherin's locket, Ravenclaw's diadem. What about Gryffindor's sword? The sword is in Dumbledore's office, behind a glass case. I don't think Voldemort ever got his hands on it. So 3 Founder's relics, maybe, plus the diary. That's 4. If there are 6 total, that leaves 2 unaccounted for. The snake, Neville said. They both looked at him. Voldemort had a snake, Neville said, looking slightly surprised at his own contribution. Nagini. My gran told me she heard it from Auror reports after the war. A huge snake, always with him, and people said it was unusually intelligent. What if it's one of the Horcruxes? Hermione's eyes went wide. A living Horcrux. I read something about that in the dossier. Goblin scholars theorized it was possible but had never confirmed, Neville. That's brilliant. Neville went pink. I just remembered the snake. That's 5, Harry said. Cup, locket, diadem, diary, snake. If there are 6, what's the 6th? Silence. The library hummed around them, the quiet rustle of pages, the distant murmur of a study group, the creak of ancient shelves. We need more information about Voldemort himself, Hermione said. His history, his obsessions, the places and objects he considered significant. If we understand the pattern, why he chose each vessel, we can predict the last one. Dumbledore has that information, or some of it. Then we need Dumbledore. Harry nodded slowly. His relationship with the headmaster had shifted since Halloween, not to trust, not yet, but to a cautious, conditional cooperation. Dumbledore had made mistakes, grievous ones, but he also had decades of intelligence on Voldemort that no one else possessed. Using that intelligence didn't mean forgiving the man who'd left a baby on a doorstep in November. I'll talk to him, Harry said. After Christmas. What about the Chamber of Secrets? Neville asked. That's different. The chamber isn't a Horcrux, it's something else. Something Slytherin left behind. Harry paused. There's a creature down there. I can feel it through the castle's wards. It's been sleeping for a long time, but it's alive, and its presence is corroding the Emrys protections in the dungeon areas. What kind of creature? I think it's a basilisk. Hermione went very still. A basilisk. As in, King of Serpents kills with a look, 500 years of uninterrupted growth, that kind of basilisk. The chamber was built by Salazar Slytherin over 1,000 years ago. If he left a guardian, a basilisk fits. Slytherin was a Parselmouth, and basilisks can be controlled through Parseltongue. Can you speak Parseltongue? Neville asked. Harry paused. He hadn't tried. The soul fragment that had connected him to Voldemort was gone, and with it, potentially, whatever abilities it had conferred. But the Emrys magic was something different, older, more comprehensive. Merlin himself had been said to speak all languages of magical creatures. Let's find out, Harry said. He closed his eyes, reached for the deep part of his magic, not the inherited knowledge, not the staff's guidance, but the raw Emrys core and thought of serpents. The cool, dry logic of a snake's mind. The particular sibilance of their speech. "Can you hear me?" he said, and the words came out in a hissing, flowing language that was not English and was not any human tongue, a language of scales and silence and cold-blooded patience. Neville jumped. Hermione stared. "Well," she said faintly, "that answers that. The Emrise magic includes communion with magical creatures. Parseltongue is part of it, not because of Voldemort, but because of Merlin. Can you control a basilisk with it? I think I can speak to one." Controlling it would depend on the basilisk. Wonderful. We're going to negotiate with a 1,000-year-old death snake. Not today. I should hope not. I haven't finished my transfiguration essay. Harry laughed, and the sound carried through the library, warm and bright, and several nearby students looked up from their books and smiled without knowing why. The days before Christmas break passed in a flurry of snow, exams, and the particular frenzy of a castle preparing for holiday. The Great Hall's decorations escalated daily. More trees, more fairy lights, more enchanted snow that fell from the ceiling and vanished before it hit the tables. Hagrid dragged a dozen enormous Christmas trees through the front doors, and Flitwick decorated them with live fairies and enchanted baubles that sang carols in tiny, tinkling voices. Harry aced his exams without trying, which was becoming routine enough that even the professors had stopped commenting on it. The more interesting development was Neville, who scored top marks in herbology, above Hermione, which startled everyone including Neville, and solid marks across the board in everything else. The new wand, the regular training sessions, and 4 months of patient encouragement had transformed the boy. He still wasn't the most powerful wizard in their year. That honor belonged to Harry by a margin that was frankly absurd. But he was competent, confident, and getting stronger every week. Hermione topped the year in everything except herbology, accepted her 1 second-place finish with a grace that only cost her 3 minutes of visible anguish, and spent the remaining days before break compiling a research dossier on Horcruxes that was so thorough the Goblin archivists would later request a copy. Most students were going home for Christmas. Harry was not. Not because he couldn't, the Dursleys hadn't invited him back, obviously, but Andromeda had offered her home the moment she heard he was staying. Harry declined, gently, because he wanted the time at Hogwarts. An empty castle was an opportunity. The Wardstone Chamber, the castle's damaged protections, the Chamber of Secrets, these were things that needed attention, and a quiet, depopulated Hogwarts was the ideal environment to address them. Neville was going home to his grandmother. Hermione was going home to her parents. They both extracted promises from Harry that he would write daily, not do anything stupendously dangerous without telling them, and eat properly. "I mean it about the eating," Hermione said at the train station, hoisting her trunk. "You get focused on something and you forget meals. I've seen it. I will eat 3 times a day. I will eat 3 times a day. And vegetables. Now you're pushing it." She hugged him fiercely, pulled back, pointed at his face with a stern finger, and boarded the train. Neville gripped his hand and said, "Be careful," and Harry said, "Always." And then the train was pulling away, trailing steam, and Harry stood on the platform and watched it shrink into the Scottish winter. The castle was nearly empty. A handful of students had stayed, a few older Ravenclaws, a couple of Hufflepuffs, and to Harry's surprise, Draco Malfoy. Harry spotted him at dinner on the first evening of break. The Great Hall had been reduced to a single table for the remaining students and staff, and Draco was at the far end, eating alone, his face carefully neutral in the way that Harry had learned to recognize as Draco's armor. Harry picked up his plate and walked to the other end of the table and sat down across from Draco. "You didn't go home," Harry said. Draco's jaw tightened. "Observant as always, Potter. Want to talk about it?" "Not particularly." "All right." Harry ate his roast beef. The silence between them was not uncomfortable, or rather, it was uncomfortable in the way that silences between people who are circling toward honesty are always uncomfortable. Necessary discomfort, the growing pain kind. Draco lasted 4 minutes. "My father and I had a disagreement," he said stiffly, "about the events of Halloween. He didn't like what you told him. I told him the truth about you, about what I'd seen, the magic, the power, the ring. I told him that the blood purity ideology was built on a lie and that the Emrise heir proved it. Draco's voice was controlled, but his hands were clenched around his fork. He told me I was being manipulated. That you were a half-blood fraud with delusions of grandeur. That the Malfoy name stood for something, and I was disgracing it. And your mother. Something shifted in Draco's expression, a softening, brief, and quickly suppressed. My mother said I should trust my own judgment. She also said I should stay at school over Christmas, where I'd be safe. Safe from what? My father's associates, they've been visiting more frequently since Halloween, since word got out about what you did to Quirrell, to Voldemort. Draco said the name with only a slight flinch, which was remarkable for someone raised in the Death Eater tradition. My mother thinks some of them are planning something. She's worried. Harry set down his fork. Draco, if you or your mother are in danger, we're not yet. My father is still powerful enough to keep his household safe, even from his more radical friends. But the political landscape is shifting. People who were content to wait for the Dark Lord's return are getting restless. Your existence, what you represent, has accelerated the timetable. My existence tends to do that. A ghost of a smile crossed Draco's face. My mother told me something before I left. She said that the Malfoy family survived the last war by choosing the winning side at the last possible moment, and that she didn't intend to cut it that close again. Is she choosing a side? She's choosing me. She wants me to make the right choice, even if it means breaking with my father. Draco looked at Harry, and for the first time the armor was completely down. No sneer, no posturing, no Malfoy mask. Just a boy, 13 years old in the world's terms, but much older in the terms that mattered, trying to find solid ground. I don't know what the right choice looks like, Potter. I've spent my whole life being told one thing, and everything I've seen since September tells me it's wrong, but knowing something is wrong isn't the same as knowing what's right. No, Harry agreed. It isn't, but you're asking the question. That's more than most people manage. That's not very reassuring. It's not meant to be reassuring. It's meant to be true. They sat in the quiet of the nearly empty Great Hall, two boys from opposite sides of a war that hadn't officially started yet, and ate their roast beef, and the silence between them shifted, from uncomfortable to companionable, from cautious to something that might, given time and courage, become trust. I'm going to be doing some work in the castle over the break, Harry said. Repair work. The magical protections are degraded in several areas, and I have the ability to fix them. You're repairing Hogwarts wards, over Christmas break, for fun, for necessity, but I could use help. Not with the magic, that's beyond anyone except me, but with mapping. Someone to walk the corridors with me, note the locations of damage, help me organize the repair sequence. Think of it as an independent study project. Draco raised an eyebrow. You're asking me to be your assistant. I'm asking you to be my partner. There's a difference. The word partner hung in the air. Draco looked at Harry, really looked, the way Harry had been looking at the world since his inheritance awakened, and something settled in his expression. A decision made, a line crossed. All right, Draco said. When do we start? Tomorrow morning, wear comfortable shoes. They spent the next 5 days mapping the castle's magical infrastructure together, and it was the strangest, most productive collaboration either of them had experienced. Harry moved through the corridors with his magical senses fully extended, identifying damage to the Emrise substrate, thinned areas, corrupted nodes, broken connections. Draco walked beside him with a self-updating parchment enchanted by the goblins, recording locations and damage assessments with the methodical precision of someone who'd been trained in magical cataloging since childhood. Because he had been, Lucius Malfoy, whatever his faults, had ensured his son received a comprehensive education in the theory and practice of magical architecture. Here, Harry said, stopping in a fourth-floor corridor near the library. The anti-violence ward is almost gone. This is why there are so many fights in this corridor. The enchantment that's supposed to discourage aggressive behavior has degraded to maybe 10% effectiveness. Draco made a note. Cause: age, primarily. This section of the castle was rebuilt in 1743 after a fire, and the reconstruction didn't properly reconnect to the Emrise layer. It's been running on residual power for 3 centuries. Can you fix it? Harry placed his palm against the wall. The Emrise magic flowed from his hand into the stone, seeking the broken connections, finding them, mending them. It was delicate work, like splicing fiber optics with bare fingers, and it required a precision and patience that no amount of raw power could replace. The stone warmed under his touch. Runes appeared in the wall, faint silver lines, visible for a moment and then fading as the repaired enchantment settled back into the substrate. The corridor's atmosphere changed, subtle but real, a warmth, a sense of safety, the feeling that this was a place where you could let your guard down. Done, Harry said, withdrawing his hand. Draco was staring at the wall. You just repaired a 1,000-year-old ward with your bare hand. It was closer to 300 years old. The original Emrise ward was much stronger. I essentially rebuilt it from the template in the substrate. You rebuilt a ward from memory. That was laid by Merlin. From the castle's memory, not mine. The Emrise layer retains a record of its original configuration. I'm just restoring it. Draco shook his head slowly. Potter, I grew up around powerful wizards. My father, his associates, Dumbledore at public events. I thought I understood what magical power looked like. He paused. I didn't. Power is just capacity. What matters is application. You sound like a textbook. I sound like someone who grew up with nothing and learned to value what things are for, not just what they are. They moved on. Corridor by corridor, floor by floor, Harry repaired the castle's defenses, mending anti-violence wards, strengthening perception enchantments, restoring the unity bindings that prevented the castle from being turned against its inhabitants. It was exhausting, consuming work, and by the end of each day, Harry was drained in a way that no amount of sleep fully repaired. But the castle was responding, brightening, strengthening, becoming more itself with every repair. The paintings noticed first. Portraits that had been sluggish and dim for decades suddenly became vibrant, their colors deepening, their enchanted inhabitants becoming more active and alert. Sir Cadogan, a notoriously unstable knight in a painting on the 3rd floor, stopped challenging every passerby to a duel and instead started offering genuinely useful directions, which was so unprecedented that McGonagall nearly fell over when she heard about it. The ghosts noticed next. Nearly headless Nick sought Harry out on the 3rd evening, floating into his path with an expression of bewildered wonder. Mr. Potter, Nick said, I don't know what you're doing, but something has changed. The castle feels warmer, clearer. It's as if someone has cleaned a window that was dirty for so long we'd forgotten it was a window. I'm making some repairs, Sir Nicholas. The castle's protections have degraded over the centuries. I'm restoring them. Repairs to the castle by yourself. Nick peered at him with his transparent, faintly luminescent eyes. My dear boy, I have haunted this castle for 500 years. I knew the founder's magic in its prime. What you're describing, what I'm feeling, is not a repair, it's a resurrection. Let's call it a renovation and leave it at that. Nick studied him for a long moment, then bowed, a deep, formal bow, the kind ghosts gave to royalty. The castle thanks you, Mr. Potter, and so do its residents, Dumbledore noticed on the 4th day. Harry was working in the entrance hall, repairing a critical junction in the ward network where the main gate's protections connected to the interior defenses, when the headmaster appeared at the top of the marble staircase and stood watching. Harry didn't stop. The repair was delicate. The junction had been damaged by centuries of students crossing the threshold with increasingly complex dark objects in their trunks, and breaking concentration would mean starting over. He finished, withdrew his hand from the stone, and looked up. That was remarkable, Dumbledore said. He descended the staircase slowly, his eyes on the now glowing runes in the entrance hall floor, runes that hadn't been visible in living memory. I have spent decades studying this castle's protections. I thought I understood them. I see now that I understood only the surface. The founders built brilliantly, Harry said, but they built on a foundation they didn't fully comprehend. The Emrise layer was already ancient when they arrived. They interfaced with it, drew power from it, but they never really understood what it was. And you do. I'm learning. The castle is teaching me. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment, looking at the runes in the floor, silver-white Emrise script, shifting slowly, the living language of the world's oldest protective magic. Harry, he said, I've been giving a great deal of thought to our conversation after Halloween, and to the conversation I expect we'll have after your parents' will is unsealed in January. And I want you to know that I will cooperate fully. Whatever the will reveals, whatever restitution is required, I will not resist. I will not obfuscate. I will answer every question honestly. That would be a first. Dumbledore accepted the barb without flinching. It would be. I have not been honest with you, Harry, not about many things, the prophecy, your parents' wishes, your heritage. I convinced myself that secrecy was protection and I was wrong. He paused. But there is one area where I believe I can still be of use. Tom Riddle, his history, his obsessions, the Horcruxes. Harry's attention sharpened. You're offering to share what you know. Everything, unreservedly. I've spent decades collecting memories, literal memories, stored in a pensieve from people who knew Tom Riddle at various stages of his life. Together, they paint a picture of the man he was and the choices he made, including, I believe, clues to the nature and location of his Horcruxes. Why now? Why not tell me from the start? Because from the start, I believed you would need to be managed, guided, fed information in controlled doses at times of my choosing. Dumbledore's voice was raw with the particular honesty of a man who has finally stopped lying to himself. I see now that you are not someone who needs to be managed. You need the truth, plainly stated, and the freedom to act on it. That is what I'm offering. Harry looked at him, really looked, with the Emrise perception, reading the old man's magical signature for deception or manipulation. He found none. What he found was weariness, sincerity, and a deep, abiding grief that had nothing to do with Harry and everything to do with a century of mistakes that Dumbledore was only now beginning to tally. After Christmas, Harry said. Come to the room of requirement on the evening of the 27th. Bring the pensieve and everything you've collected on Riddle. We'll go through it together. Thank you, Harry. Don't thank me, just be honest. Christmas morning was a revelation. Harry had never had a real Christmas. The Dursleys' version involved watching Dudley open 40 presents while Harry received, if he was lucky, a pair of Vernon's old socks. The concept of waking up to gifts, actual gifts, chosen with thought and care by people who cared about him, was so foreign that Harry lay in bed for several minutes after waking, staring at the pile of packages at the foot of his four-poster, unable to process what he was seeing. Hermionee had sent him a book, Theoretical Foundations of Metamagic, an academic text so advanced it was usually restricted to postgraduate researchers. The note said, "For when you've finished being extraordinary at everything else. Happy Christmas." Neville had sent a plant, a living cutting of a whooping willow sapling in a specially warded pot. It'll guard whatever room you put it in, Neville's note read. And it needs to be talked to every day or it gets cranky. Sort of like you. Hagrid had sent a hand-carved wooden flute that played a soft, haunting melody when Harry breathed into it. Ragnarok had sent a goblin-forged knife, small, elegant, wickedly sharp, with a note that said simply, "For emergencies." The blade will cut through any magical material, including Horcrux vessels. Use it wisely. Andromeda had sent a framed photograph. It took Harry a moment to understand what he was looking at, and then his breath stopped. His parents. Not the formal portraits he'd seen in books, the posed, static images of James and Lily Potter looking noble and tragic. This was different. This was real. James was on a broomstick, upside down, laughing so hard he was clearly about to fall off. Lily was on the ground below, one hand on her hip, the other covering her mouth, caught between exasperation and helpless laughter. They were in a garden, the garden of a house, their house, the house where they'd lived and loved and died. In the corner of the photograph, barely visible, a baby with dark hair and bright green eyes sat on a blanket, watching his father's antics with the wide, delighted smile of someone who thinks the world is wonderful. Harry held the photograph for a long time. The last package was small, wrapped in plain brown paper with no card. Harry opened it and found a cloak, silvery, fluid, shimmering with a magic so old and so deep that the staff of Hermionee's hummed in recognition. An invisibility cloak. And not just any cloak, the one from the inheritance test, heir of the Deathly Hallows legacy. The magic in the fabric was unmistakable. Peveril work, ancient beyond reckoning, woven with enchantments that transcended normal invisibility into something approaching metaphysical. Whoever wore this cloak didn't just become invisible, they became absent, removed from the fabric of perception itself. There was a note in the package, written in a hand Harry recognized. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well. A.D. Dumbledore." Returning what he'd kept. Harry ran the cloak through his fingers, feeling the Peveril magic sing against his skin. It was a peace offering, he knew, a gesture of good faith, returning one of Harry's rightful possessions without being asked. He put the cloak on. The mirror on the wall showed an empty room. Harry smiled, invisible, powerful, and for the first morning in his life, genuinely happy on Christmas. He spent Christmas Day in a way that would have astonished anyone who knew him. He didn't study. He didn't train. He didn't repair wards or plan strategies or write letters to goblin directors. He went outside. The grounds were buried in fresh snow, 2 feet deep and untouched, and Harry walked through it with the satisfying crunch of someone who has nowhere to be and no one to impress. He visited Hagrid, who wept at Harry's Christmas gift, a new umbrella to replace the pink one that was definitely not a wand, enchanted to be waterproof, fireproof, and dragonproof, and fed him rock cakes that Harry ate without complaint because kindness was more important than dental integrity. He walked to the edge of the forbidden forest and stood among the first trees, feeling the ancient magic of the woodland, wild, feral, untamed by human hands. Things moved in the shadows. Centaurs, watching from a distance, their eyes catching the winter light. Harry felt their awareness and acknowledged it with a slight bow, which seemed to satisfy them. He walked to the lake and stood on the frozen surface and looked down through the ice at the dark water below. The giant squid drifted past, enormous and languid, and Harry pressed his palm to the ice and sent a pulse of warmth downward, a Christmas greeting to a creature that had lived in this lake since the castle was built. The squid, to his surprise, pressed a tentacle against the underside of the ice directly below his hand. The ice glowed faintly where they almost touched. Harry laughed and spent the afternoon on the lake, communing with a 1,000-year-old cephalopod, and decided that this was the best Christmas he'd ever had, largely because it was the first one where anyone, even a squid, had wanted his company. Draco found him at dinner. The Slytherin boy had been quiet over Christmas, staying in his dormitory, reading, seemingly content with solitude. But he came to the single table for the Christmas feast and sat across from Harry, and there was something in his hand. "My mother sent this," Draco said, and placed a small box on the table. Harry opened it. Inside was a brooch, silver, shaped like a serpent eating its own tail, the Ouroboros' ancient symbol of eternity and rebirth. It was beautiful, delicately crafted, and it thrummed with a subtle, protective magic. "It's a Black family heirloom," Draco said. "My mother's family, she wanted you to have it," she said. He paused, choosing words carefully. "She said that the Hermionee's line and the House of Black were allied once before the darkness took hold. She wants that alliance renewed." Harry turned the brooch in his fingers. The serpent's tiny eyes were set with chips of emerald. "Your mother is making a political move. She's making a personal one. She's choosing a side, my side. And my side is..." Draco swallowed. "My side is yours if you'll have it." Harry looked at the boy across the table, the boy who'd been raised to hate everything Harry represented, who'd spent 4 months dismantling his own beliefs, brick by painful brick, and who was now sitting in an empty great hall on Christmas night, offering an alliance that could cost him his family, his name, everything. "I'll have it," Harry said. "Welcome aboard, Draco." He pinned the brooch inside his robes, next to his heart, and the serpent's emerald eyes glowed softly, accepting the bond. They ate Christmas dinner together, turkey and ham and roast potatoes and Christmas pudding, pulled crackers and terrible jokes, and the particular warmth of two people who have found something unexpected in each other. Not friendship, exactly. Not yet. Something more careful, more deliberate, an alliance built on mutual respect and the shared conviction that the world they'd been born into was broken and worth fixing. The 27th arrived, and with it, Dumbledore. The headmaster came to the room of requirement at 7 in the evening, carrying a stone basin filled with swirling, silver-white substance, the pensive, and a case of small crystal vials, each containing a captured memory. Harry was waiting, seated at a table the room had provided, with tea and biscuits because his mother had taught him hospitality through her journal even if she'd never had the chance to teach him in person. "Thank you for coming, Professor. Thank you for the invitation." Dumbledore set the pensive on the table and the case beside it. He sat, poured himself tea with hands that trembled slightly, and began. Tom Marvolo Riddle was born on the 31st of December, 1926, in a London orphanage. His mother was Merope Gaunt, a witch of the Slytherin line, impoverished, abused, barely functional as a magical being. His father was Tom Riddle Sr., a muggle whom Merope ensnared with a love potion. When the potion wore off, the elder Riddle fled. Merope died in childbirth. The boy grew up in the orphanage, unloved and alone. Harry said nothing. He recognized the shape of the story, a boy without parents, without love, without a place in the world. The mirror of his own beginning. But where Harry had found kindness, Hagrid, Neville, Hermione, the goblins, Andromeda, Tom Riddle had found only power. And power without love was a blade without a handle. It cut everything it touched, including the person who wielded it. They went through the memories one by one. Harry submerged himself in the pensive and watched. A young Dumbledore visiting a handsome, dark-haired boy in an orphanage, finding a child who could already control his magic and used it to hurt other children. A teenage Riddle at Hogwarts, charming teachers and manipulating peers, hiding his cruelty behind a mask of brilliance. Riddle asking Professor Slughorn about Horcruxes, 7, he wanted 7, because 7 was the most powerfully magical number, and Slughorn, too flattered and too foolish to see the darkness behind the question. Riddle after Hogwarts, working at Borgin and Burke's, hunting for artifacts of the founders. Riddle visiting his mother's family home, finding the Gaunt shack and the ring, Marvolo Gaunt's ring, set with a black stone that Harry recognized with a jolt of recognition. "The Resurrection Stone," Harry said, emerging from the pensive. "The ring has the Resurrection Stone. You know the Deathly Hallows. I have the cloak, I've read the tale." Harry's mind was racing. The ring is a Horcrux and a Hallow. He didn't know what the stone was, he just wanted the Slytherin heirloom. That is my belief as well. The ring is hidden, I think, in the Gaunt shack, the place of his mother's family. He would consider it fitting. "That's 6, then," Harry counted on his fingers. "The diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and the snake, Nagini. 7 pieces of soul in total, including the fragment that resided in himself." Dumbledore leaned forward. "You said the fragment in your scar has been destroyed." "Confirmed. The Emrai's magic consumed it. Then Tom Riddle's soul exists in 6 pieces, his main fragment which animates the Wraith and 5 Horcruxes. Destroy the Horcruxes, and the Wraith becomes mortal, vulnerable, killable, finite." "Can you locate the Gaunt shack?" "I already have. Little Hangleton in the countryside north of London. But Harry, the ring will be protected. Tom was brilliant, whatever else he was, and he would not leave a piece of his soul unguarded." "I'm aware. I won't go alone, and I won't go unprepared. The goblins have the cup. The diary is still unaccounted for. Do you have any leads?" Dumbledore paused. "I believe it may have been entrusted to Lucius Malfoy." The silence that followed was very specific. "Draco's father," Harry said. "Yes, Malfoy was one of Tom's most trusted followers." If anyone was given a Horcrux for safekeeping, it would be someone in the inner circle. Harry thought about Draco, about the boy who just pledged his alliance, whose mother had sent a family heirloom as a token of good faith, about the fragile, brave thing Draco was trying to build, the new identity he was constructing from the wreckage of his upbringing. "I'll handle the diary," Harry said, "through channels that won't put Draco in an impossible position." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "You are remarkably considerate of someone who was, until recently, your rival." "He was never my rival. He was a boy repeating his father's lines. Now he's starting to write his own. I won't punish him for his father's sins." "No," Dumbledore said softly. "No, I don't believe you will." They talked until midnight. Dumbledore shared everything, not just the memories, but his own analysis, his theories, his suspicions. He held nothing back. Harry asked pointed, incisive questions that made the old wizard pause more than once, reconsidering assumptions he'd held for decades. By the time Dumbledore left, carrying the pensive and the empty tea things, Harry had a complete picture of Tom Riddle, his history, his psychology, his obsessions, his weaknesses. It wasn't a comfortable picture. It was the portrait of a man who had been brilliant and broken, and had chosen, at every turning point, the path of destruction. Harry sat alone, in the room of requirement after Dumbledore left, and thought about choices. He thought about Tom Riddle, unloved in an orphanage, discovering magic and deciding it made him better than everyone else. He thought about himself, unloved in a cupboard, discovering magic and deciding it made him responsible. Same starting point. Different choices, different destinations. Harry picked up his mother's journal, held it against his chest, and felt the Emrys magic burn steady and bright in his veins, a fire that warmed without consuming, that illuminated without blinding, that had been waiting for 1,000 years for someone worthy to carry it. "I'm coming for you, Tom," Harry said quietly. "Every piece, every anchor, every shadow you're hiding behind. I'm going to find them all, and I'm going to destroy them all, and when you're mortal again, I'm going to look you in the eye and give you the one thing you never had." He paused. "A choice." The room of requirement was silent. The castle breathed around him, ancient and patient and alive. And somewhere in the darkness beyond the walls, in the vast and hostile world, the remnants of Lord Voldemort drifted and schemed and feared. They were right to fear. The heir of Merlin was coming, and he carried the light. Chapter 6. What remains the new year came to Hogwarts under a sky so clear the stars looked close enough to touch. Harry stood on the astronomy tower at midnight on January 1st, watching the fireworks that someone, the Weasley twins, he was certain, had enchanted to explode over the lake in shapes that included a lion, a dragon, and something that was either a phoenix or a very ambitious chicken. The castle hummed beneath his feet, stronger than it had been in centuries. 5 days of ward repair had transformed the school's magical infrastructure from a fraying tapestry to something approaching its original glory. Not complete, the work would take years, and the deeper layers required the Wardstone staff, which Harry wasn't ready to claim yet, but the difference was tangible. The corridors felt safer. The common rooms felt warmer. Even the dungeons, historically the coldest and most unwelcoming part of the castle, had lost their oppressive edge. Draco had noticed. "The Slytherin common room is different," he'd said that morning, with the bewildered expression of someone who just realized the water they'd been swimming in their whole life was dirty. "The lake light comes through the windows properly now. I can see the squid. I've never been able to see the squid before." The observation wards in the dungeon windows were blocked, dark residue from, Harry had paused. "From something in the foundations, I cleared what I could. The chamber." "Yes." Draco had gone quiet, processing. He knew about the Chamber of Secrets. Every Slytherin did, though most considered it a legend. The idea that it was real, that something inside it was poisoning his house's living space, had settled into him with the particular gravity of a truth that changes how you see your own history. "When are you going down there?" Draco had asked. "When I'm ready." "When will that be?" "I'll know when I know." Now, standing on the tower with the fireworks fading and the new year stretching ahead, Harry felt the pull of the chamber like a low note vibrating in the castle's bones. The basilisk, if that's what it was, hadn't moved in the weeks he'd been monitoring it. It was sleeping, deep and ancient and patient, dreaming whatever dreams a 1,000-year-old serpent dreamed. But its presence was a wound in the castle's magic, and wounds left untreated festered. Soon, but not yet. The students returned on January 3rd, pouring through the castle doors in a flood of noise and energy, and the particular chaos of several hundred young people who'd spent 2 weeks eating too much and sleeping too late. Neville arrived with a new sweater from his grandmother, maroon, with a large N on the front, which he wore with the resigned affection of someone who'd stopped fighting that particular battle years ago, and a cutting from a plant he'd been cultivating at home. Mimbulus Mimbletonia, he said proudly, showing Harry the small, gray, cactus-like plant. Extremely rare. Professor Sprout's been trying to get one for years. What does it do? Mainly it. The plant chose that moment to squirt a jet of foul-smelling green liquid at a passing fifth year who yelped and ran. That, Neville finished. It does that. Hermione arrived with approximately 3 times more books than she'd left with. A comprehensive research plan for the spring term that she'd written on the train, and the news that her parents had agreed to let her stay at Hogwarts over Easter if necessary. I told them I was doing advanced independent research, she said, settling into her library seat with the satisfied air of someone returning to their natural habitat. Which is true, I just left out the part about Horcruxes and Dark Lords. Probably wise. She pulled out her notebook, the Horcrux dossier, which had grown to the thickness of a small novel. I've been thinking about the diadem, Ravenclaw's lost diadem. Every source agrees it's been missing for centuries, but the goblin records suggest Voldemort found it during his time in Albania. Albania, Harry repeated, where his wraith ended up hiding after Godric's Hollow. Exactly. He went to Albania twice, once as a young man after leaving Hogwarts and once as a wraith. The first time he found the diadem. Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady Ravenclaw's house ghost, she's the one who told him where it was. She told another Hogwarts student centuries earlier, the Bloody Baron. The story is in the ghost histories if you know where to look. And where is the diadem now? That's the question. He found it in Albania, made it into a Horcrux, and then, what? He was already collecting trophies, hiding them in places that mattered to him. The cave where he terrorized children from the orphanage. The Gaunt Shack. But the diadem was a Hogwarts artifact, and Hogwarts meant more to him than anywhere else. Harry felt something click into place, the particular satisfaction of a puzzle piece finding its home. He hid it here, at Hogwarts. That's my theory. He came back to the castle to ask Dumbledore for a teaching position. This was years after he left school, when he was already calling himself Voldemort. Dumbledore refused him. But he was in the castle, and he had the diadem, and he knew the castle's secrets better than almost anyone. The Room of Requirement. Hermione looked at him sharply. You think, it's a room that becomes whatever you need. If you needed a room to hide something, something you never wanted found, the room would provide. And Voldemort, whatever else he was a Hogwarts student. He knew the castle's secrets. He might have found the room. Can you find the diadem? Through the castle's magic. Harry closed his eyes. He reached for the castle's awareness, the vast, slow consciousness that he'd been learning to communicate with all year, and asked a question. Not in words, exactly. More like a feeling, an intent. Is there something hidden here? Something dark, something that doesn't belong, something old and broken. The castle answered. Not with reluctance. It had been waiting to answer, holding this information for someone who could hear it. Someone who had the authority and the power to act. The Room of Requirement. The hidden configuration, not the training room, not the study, not the Wardstone chamber. Something else. A room that had been sealed for decades, stuffed floor to ceiling with the accumulated detritus of 1,000 years of students hiding things they didn't want found. And in that room, sitting on a dusty shelf like a discarded hat, radiating the cold, sick pulse of a fractured soul. Found it, Harry said and opened his eyes. They went that evening. All three of them, Harry, Hermione, Neville. Harry had considered going alone and dismissed the idea immediately, because he'd promised they would do this together and because he meant it. The room of requirement presented itself differently this time. Harry paced 3 times, thinking, I need the room where everything is hidden. The door that appeared was unremarkable, just a door, wooden, slightly warped with age. Harry opened it and stepped into a cathedral of junk. The room was enormous, the size of a warehouse, possibly larger, its boundaries lost in shadow and distance. And it was full. Mountains of discarded furniture, towers of old textbooks, drifts of broken equipment and forgotten belongings stretching in every direction. 1,000 years of things that students and staff had hidden, lost, or abandoned, accumulated into a landscape of impossible clutter. This is... Hermione turned in a slow circle, eyes wide. There must be centuries of artifacts in here. The historical value alone, focus, Harry said gently. We're not here to catalog, we're here for the diadem. He reached out with his magical senses and found it immediately, a dark pulse, unmistakable, radiating from somewhere deep in the room. He led them through the maze of junk, navigating by feel. The castle's awareness guiding him past toppled wardrobes and stacks of moldering cauldrons, and inexplicably, a stuffed troll wearing a top hat. There, Harry said. The diadem sat on a bust of an ugly old warlock, perched on top of a cabinet that had been shoved against a wall of stacked chairs. It was beautiful, a delicate tiara of silver and sapphire, worked with an eagle in flight Ravenclaw's symbol. It was also wrong. The beauty was a skin over corruption, a polished surface hiding rot, and the dark pulse that emanated from it made Harry's teeth ache. He could feel the Horcrux, the soul fragment trapped inside, twisted and diminished and suffering, a piece of Tom Riddle locked in an eternal prison of his own making. It wasn't alive the way the fragment in Harry's scar had been alive. It wasn't conscious, wasn't thinking. It was more like a wound that refused to heal, leaking dark energy into its surroundings, poisoning everything it touched. Don't touch it, Harry said. Don't even get close. The enchantments on the diadem are designed to influence anyone who handles it, compulsions, obsessive thoughts, paranoia. How do we destroy it? Neville asked. He had his wand out, aimed at the diadem, his face set with the grim determination that had become his default expression in dangerous situations. With this. Harry drew the staff from his pocket, and for the first time in front of both his friends, let it resume its true form. The staff of Emrise filled the room with silver-white light. The crystal at its head blazed like a star, and the runes along its length burned with the living script of the oldest magic in the world. Hermione made a small sound. Neville's wand hand dropped to his side. That's, Hermione started. Merlin's staff. Yes, I usually keep it in wand form, but for this I need the full thing. He stepped toward the diadem. The dark pulse intensified, the Horcrux could feel him coming, could feel the Emrise magic like a predator feels fire, and it was afraid. The diadem rattled on its perch, vibrating with the desperate energy of a cornered thing. Harry raised the staff. The crystal burned brighter, and the silver light focused, narrowing from a diffuse glow to a concentrated beam that illuminated the diadem with surgical precision. Tom Riddle, Harry said, and his voice carried the weight of the Emrise inheritance, not loud but resonant, filling the room, reaching the fragment of soul inside the metal and stone. This is over. Let go. The diadem screamed. Not aloud, the sound was magical. A frequency that only those with heightened perception could hear, a raw, wrenching cry of rage and pain, and something that might have been grief. The soul fragment thrashed against its prison, fighting the inevitable with the blind, animal panic of something that knows it's dying. Harry brought the staff down. The crystal touched the diadem, and the Emrise magic flowed through it, pure, creative, life-affirming magic meeting its absolute antithesis, the magic of murder and soul-splitting and the denial of death. The reaction was violent and total. The diadem blazed white. Black smoke poured from the sapphires, writhing and shrieking, taking fleeting shapes, a face, a hand, a mouth stretched in a silent scream before dissolving into nothing. The silver of the tiara ran like water. The sapphires cracked. The eagle's wings crumbled. In seconds, all that remained on the ugly warlock's bust was a smear of tarnished metal and a few chips of blue stone, and the dark pulse was gone, not just diminished but annihilated, erased from existence with the finality of a candle blown out. Harry lowered the staff. The crystal dimmed to its usual gentle glow. The room was very quiet. "That's two," Harry said. Hermione was staring at the remains of the diadem. Her face was pale, but her eyes were fierce with a scholar's hunger for understanding. "The fragment, when you destroyed it, I could almost see it, like a shadow being burned away by sunlight. The Emrai's magic just consumed it. It's what the magic was designed to do. Creation versus destruction. Life versus the denial of life. There's no contest." "You said let go," to the fragment. Could it have? Number a Horcrux fragment doesn't have enough soul to make choices. It's just a wound, Hermione, a wound in the fabric of magic itself. Healing it is the kindest thing anyone can do. Neville was quiet. He'd put his wand away and was looking at Harry with an expression that combined awe, affection, and a deep, steady determination. "4 more, Neville said. 3, technically. The goblins have the cup. I'll destroy it this summer. That leaves the ring, the diary, and the snake. And then Tom Riddle becomes mortal. And then we finish it." They left the room of requirement. Harry shrunk the staff back to wand form, and the three of them walked through the quiet evening corridors of Hogwarts, not speaking, each processing the enormity of what they just witnessed and what lay ahead. At the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, Neville stopped. "Harry." "Yeah. When this is over, when Voldemort's gone and the Horcruxes are destroyed and the world is safe, what are you going to do?" Harry thought about it. It was a question he hadn't allowed himself to consider, because the work was so vast and so urgent that thinking about after felt like a luxury. "I'm going to teach," he said, and the answer surprised him as much as it surprised Neville. "I'm going to come back here and I'm going to teach. Not just magic, the real kind, the deep kind, the kind that connects you to the world instead of separating you from it. The Emrai's magic, the old knowledge." He paused. "And I'm going to fix the houses. No more sorting children into categories at 11 and letting those categories define them for life. No more rivalry dressed up as tradition. Hogwarts was meant to be a place where every kind of magic was valued equally. I'm going to make it that again." Hermione was smiling. Neville was smiling. And the castle, warm and ancient and alive around them, was smiling too, in the way that a castle smiles, with light and warmth, and the deep, patient satisfaction of a home that knows its family has returned. The Wisengamot hearing was scheduled for January 14th. Harry had known it was coming. Ragnarok's letters had tracked the legal progress with meticulous detail, but knowing something intellectually and feeling it arrive were different experiences. He dressed carefully that morning. Formal robes, goblin-made, sent by Ragnarok, black with silver trim and the Emrai's crest embroidered on the breast. The signet ring polished to a high gleam, his hair, for once, lying relatively flat. The holly wand in his pocket, the staff wand against his chest. McGonagall had arranged his absence from classes. Legal matters, she'd told the other professors with a look that dared anyone to ask further questions. Dumbledore had not been informed of the specific date, which was deliberate. Harry wanted the headmaster in the courtroom, not preparing for it. The fluke connection from McGonagall's office to the Ministry of Magic deposited Harry in a cavernous atrium of dark stone and green tile, where a fountain featuring golden statues of a witch, a wizard, a centaur, a goblin, and a house elf sprayed water into a pool. The goblin and centaur statues looked up at the witch and wizard with expressions of adoration that Harry found deeply insulting. "Propaganda," said Ragnarok, who was waiting by the fountain with a retinue of 4 goblin legal advisors and Andromeda Tonks, who looked like she'd dressed for war. Her robes were slate gray and impeccably cut, her hair was pulled back in a severe knot, and her expression suggested that anyone who got in her way today would deeply regret it. "Harry." Andromeda gripped his hands. "How are you feeling?" "Ready." "Good. The courtroom is on level 10. The Wisengamot is in full session. Dumbledore will be presiding as Chief Warlock. We filed the petition to unseal the will under Section 47 of the Magical Inheritance Act, which allows an heir to challenge a sealing order if they can demonstrate that the order was issued without proper authority or in bad faith." "Which argument are we making?" "Both." Andromeda's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "Dumbledore sealed the will as Chief Warlock, but the Inheritance Act requires the consent of the family's designated magical guardian. At the time of the sealing, no guardian had been appointed. Your parents were dead, and no successor had been named. Dumbledore appointed himself as your guardian after sealing the will, which means he sealed it without authority and then gave himself the authority retroactively." "That's illegal." "Yes, spectacularly so." They descended to level 10. The courtroom was ancient, rough stone walls, high ceiling, tiers of seats rising on all sides like an amphitheater. The Wisengamot was already assembled. 50-odd witches and wizards in plum-colored robes, seated in ascending rows, their faces ranging from curious to bored to openly hostile. Dumbledore sat at the center of the highest tier, in the Chief Warlock's chair. He was wearing his formal robes, deep blue, embroidered with stars, and his face was carefully neutral, though Harry could feel the tension in the old man's magical signature from across the room. Their eyes met. Harry gave a slight nod. Dumbledore returned it. "This hearing is called to order," Dumbledore announced, his voice carrying effortlessly through the chamber. "The matter before us is a petition filed by Harry James Potter, represented by Mrs. Andromeda Tonks, to unseal the last will and testament of James Fleamont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans, sealed by order of the Chief Warlock on the 5th of November, 1981. Murmurs rippled through the Wisengamot. Several members leaned forward in their seats. Harry could feel the political currents in the room, alliances and enmities, ambitions and fears, the complex web of obligation and self-interest that governed magical Britain's highest legislative body. Andromeda rose. "Members of the Wisengamot, I will be brief. The sealing of the Potter will was done without legal authority. Under Section 47 of the Magical Inheritance Act, a will may be sealed by the Chief Warlock only with the written consent of the deceased's designated magical guardian. At the time Chief Warlock Dumbledore issued the sealing order, no guardian had been appointed. The Chief Warlock subsequently appointed himself as magical guardian for the minor Harry Potter, creating a conflict of interest that— Objection! A witch in the third row, Dolar's Umbridge, toad-faced and smiling, the senior undersecretary who'd sent Harry the threatening letter in November. The sealing was done under emergency wartime provisions. The Chief Warlock has broad authority during periods of— The war ended on the 31st of October, 1981, Andromeda said, without turning to look at Umbridge. The sealing order was issued on the 5th of November, 5 days after Voldemort's fall. The emergency provisions had already lapsed. The room flinched at the name. Umbridge's smile tightened. Furthermore, Andromeda continued, the sealing order was accompanied by a guardianship appointment that placed the minor Harry Potter in the care of his mother's Muggle sister, Petunia Dursley, without any investigation into the suitability of the home. Subsequent evidence, documented by Gringotts and corroborated by multiple witnesses, establishes that Mr. Potter was subjected to severe neglect during his placement with the Dursleys, including confinement in a cupboard under the stairs, denial of adequate food and clothing, and systematic emotional abuse. The murmurs became a roar. Several Wisengamot members were on their feet. Dumbledore sat very still, his face white. "I submit to the court," Andromeda said, her voice cutting through the noise like a blade, "that the sealing of the Potter will was illegal, that the guardianship appointment was negligent, and that the minor Harry Potter is entitled to immediate unsealing of his parents' will, full disclosure of all actions taken on his behalf during the period of guardianship, and formal recognition of his status as Lord Potter. Silence, the kind of silence that follows a detonation when the sound has passed but the shockwave is still traveling. Dumbledore spoke. "Is there any objection to the petition?" No one moved. Not even Umbridge, whose political instincts were telling her correctly that opposing this petition would be career suicide. "The petition is granted," Dumbledore said. His voice was steady, but Harry could hear the strain beneath it, the sound of a man watching the consequences of his choices arrive, one by one, like bills coming due. "The will of James and Lily Potter is hereby unsealed. The Gringotts representative may present it." Ragnock stepped forward. The goblin director was wearing his ceremonial armor, dark iron and silver, polished to a mirror sheen, and he moved through the courtroom with the unhurried authority of someone who had been navigating political minefields since before anyone in the room was born. He placed a sealed scroll on the court's central podium. The seal was wax, imprinted with the Potter crest, a griffin rampant, and it glowed faintly with preservation charms that had kept it intact for over a decade. "The will of James and Lily Potter," Ragnock said. "Sealed on the 20th of October, 1981. Never executed, never read." He broke the seal. The will unrolled itself, floating at eye level, the text glowing with soft golden light so that every member of the Wisengamot could read it. "We, James Fleamont Potter and Lily Potter née Evans, being of sound mind and full magical capacity, do hereby declare our last will and testament. To our son, Harry James Potter, we leave the entirety of the Potter estate, including all vaults, properties, and holdings. We name him as sole heir of House Potter and ask that he be raised with love, with truth, and with the knowledge of who he is. Regarding guardianship, in the event of our deaths, Harry is to be placed in the care of the following individuals in order of preference. 1. Sirius Orion Black, Godfather, 2. Alice and Frank Longbottom, 3. Andromeda and Ted Tonks, 4. Minerva McGonagall. Under no circumstances is Harry to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. We have discussed this explicitly and at length. The Dursley household is not a safe or loving environment for any child, magical or otherwise. The courtroom erupted. Harry stood in the center of the storm and felt, not satisfaction, not vindication, not triumph, relief. The bone-deep, exhausting relief of a truth finally spoken aloud, after years of silence. His parents had not wanted him with the Dursleys. They had named guardians, multiple guardians, a cascade of people who would have loved him, who would have given him a real childhood. Sirius Black, his godfather. Alice and Frank Longbottom, Neville's parents. Andromeda and Ted. McGonagall, any of them, all of them. Anyone but the Dursleys. And Dumbledore had sealed the will, ignored every provision, and placed him in a cupboard under the stairs. Harry looked up at the chief warlock's chair. Dumbledore was reading the will with an expression of profound, visible pain, not surprise, because he'd known what the will said, had known for 10 years, had chosen to override it for reasons that seemed less defensible with every passing second. "Chief Warlock Dumbledore," Andromeda said, and her voice was ice and iron. "The will explicitly prohibits placement with the Dursley family. You placed Harry there regardless. Would you care to explain to this body why?" Dumbledore closed his eyes. When he opened them, they were wet. "I placed Harry with the Dursleys because I believed the blood wards, protections tied to his mother's sacrifice, required the presence of a blood relative to function. I believed his safety depended on it. I was." He paused. "I have recently been informed that this belief was incorrect. The protections are anchored in Harry's own blood, not his aunt's. The placement with the Dursleys was unnecessary." The courtroom was utterly silent. "I made a mistake," Dumbledore said. "A grave mistake born of arrogance and fear, and a child suffered for it. I offer no defense. I accept whatever consequences this body sees fit to impose." Harry watched the Wisengamot absorb this. He could see the political calculations happening in real time, members deciding how to position themselves, who to blame, how to benefit. Some were genuinely outraged. Others were performing outrage. A few, the ones Harry noted for future reference, looked thoughtful, as if the spectacle was making them question their own assumptions about the man they'd been following for decades. "There is a second matter," Harry said, and every eye in the room turned to him. He hadn't planned to speak. But standing there, with his parents' will floating in the air and Dumbledore's confession echoing off the stone walls, Harry felt the moment, the specific, unrepeatable moment when the truth had power and he seized it. "My name is Harry James Potter. I am the heir of the noble and most ancient house of Potter, and I am the last living descendant of Mirrodin Imrise." He raised his right hand. The Imrise signet blazed with silver-white light, and the courtroom filled with the shifting, luminous glow of starlight, the unmistakable signature of the oldest magical bloodline in the world. The Wisengamot gasped. Several members stood. Umbridge's face went through a remarkable journey from confusion to disbelief to a sickly, sweating pallor. "The Imrise line was believed extinct," Harry continued. "It was not. It survived through Muggle-born families, through my mother, Lily Evans, who traced her ancestry through 17 generations of squibs to the direct line of Merlin himself. This has been confirmed by full Gringotts inheritance testing and verified by the director of Gringotts personally." Ragnarok stepped forward again. "I confirm this. The inheritance test was conducted under full ritual protocols. The results are beyond dispute. Harry James Potter is the last confirmed descendant of Mirrodin Imrise, and the Goblin Nation recognizes him as such under the terms of the Imrise Compact, established in 382 AD. The courtroom was in uproar. Members were shouting, arguing, some demanding verification, others already calculating the political implications. The Imrise heir, the heir of Merlin, was an 11-year-old boy who'd been raised in a cupboard by Muggles while the most powerful wizard in Britain looked the other way. Harry let the chaos run for exactly 30 seconds. Then he raised the staff, not the wand, the staff. Its true form, 5 feet of ancient ash wood and blazing crystal, runes burning silver along its length, the most powerful magical focus in the Western Hemisphere unveiled in the highest court of magical Britain. The room went silent, not because Harry demanded it, he hadn't spoken, hadn't cast. But the staff of Imrise had a presence, a gravity, a weight of history and power that pressed against every magical person in the room like a physical force. The air shimmered. The torches on the walls flickered, and then burned brighter, responding to the Imrise magic the way campfires respond to bellows. "I am not here to make demands," Harry said, and his voice carried with a clarity that owed nothing to volume and everything to authority. "I am not here to threaten or to posture. I am here because my parents' wishes were ignored, my childhood was stolen, and the truth was buried for 10 years. That ends today." He lowered the staff. The crystal dimmed to a gentle glow. "I claim lordship of House Potter, as is my right under the Magical Inheritance Act. I claim stewardship of the Imrise legacy, as confirmed by Gringotts and witnessed by the Goblin Nation. And I ask this body to recognize both claims and to ensure that no child, magical or Muggle-born, famous or forgotten, is ever treated the way I was treated." He paused. "That's all I wanted to say." The vote was unanimous. Harry's claims were recognized, his lordship confirmed, and a formal inquiry into Dumbledore's guardianship decisions was authorized. Dumbledore did not resist, did not argue, did not attempt to minimize or deflect. He sat in the chief warlock's chair and accepted every charge with the quiet, devastating dignity of a man who has decided that honesty, however late, is the only thing he has left to offer. Harry found him in the corridor outside the courtroom after the session ended. The old wizard was standing by a window, looking out at the gray January sky, and he looked old. Not the vigorous, twinkling old of his public persona. Actually old, tired, diminished. "Professor," Harry said. Dumbledore turned. "Lord Potter, or should I say Lord Imrise? Harry is fine." A ghost of a smile. "Harry, then." They stood in silence for a moment. The corridor was empty. Everyone else had gone. The political operators to their offices to scheme. The journalists to their desks to write. Ragnarok and Andromeda to Gringotts to file the formal paperwork. "I meant what I said in there," Dumbledore said. "I accept the consequences. Whatever the inquiry finds, whatever sanctions they impose, I won't fight them." "I don't want sanctions, I want change." Dumbledore looked at him. "What kind of change?" "The kind that starts at the top. The chief warlock shouldn't have unilateral authority to seal wills, appoint guardians, or override the wishes of the dead. No one should have that kind of power without oversight." Harry paused. "Including me." Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, surprise, perhaps, and a dawning respect that had nothing to do with power and everything to do with character. "You're proposing reform." "I'm proposing accountability. For everyone, including the heir of Merlin, especially the heir of Merlin." Harry met the old man's eyes. "I have more power than anyone in that courtroom, Professor. You know it, they know it. If I wanted to, I could tear down the ministry and rebuild it from scratch. I could dissolve the Wisengamot, overthrow the government, install myself as ruler of magical Britain, and there isn't a force on this island that could stop me." Dumbledore was very still. "I won't," Harry said simply. "Because power without consent is tyranny, and tyranny is what we're supposed to be fighting. So we do this the right way, through law, through institutions, through the slow, frustrating, imperfect process of democratic reform, even when I could do it faster, even when I could do it alone. That," Dumbledore said quietly, "is the wisest thing I have ever heard an 11-year-old say, and quite possibly the wisest thing I have ever heard anyone say. My mother was wise. I'm just catching up." They walked together back to the flue. They didn't speak, but the silence between them had changed from the charged silence of adversaries to the quieter, more complex silence of two people who are deciding, slowly and carefully, whether they can build something from the wreckage of what came before. At the flue, Dumbledore paused. "Harry, the inquiry will recommend that I step down as chief warlock." "Yes, I'm prepared for that, but I would like to remain as headmaster if the board will have me." "Not because I believe I deserve it, but because—" He stopped, started again. "Because Hogwarts is my home, and because I believe, now more than ever, that the school needs leadership that has learned from its mistakes." Harry considered this. The easy answer was no. Dumbledore had failed spectacularly, had hurt people, had prioritized his own judgment over the rights and welfare of those in his care. But the easy answer wasn't always the right one, and Harry had spent enough time in a cupboard to know that people were more than their worst decisions. "Stay," Harry said. "Teach, be better. And when you make a mistake, because you will, because everyone does, don't hide it. Don't rationalize it. Own it and fix it and let other people help. You sound like Lily." "Good." Dumbledore stepped into the flue, green flames rising around him, and paused one last time. "Harry, the Horcruxes. Our work together on that front continues. Voldemort is still out there. The Horcruxes are still out there. That doesn't change because of politics." No, it doesn't." Dumbledore straightened, and something of the old fire returned to his eyes, not the twinkle, but something realer, harder, more honest. "I will earn your trust, Harry, not through words, but through action, however long it takes. I'll hold you to that." The green flames swallowed the headmaster, and Harry stood alone in the ministry atrium, the staff warm in his hand, the ring bright on his finger, and the sound of his parents' will echoing in his memory. Under no circumstances is Harry to be placed with Petunia and Vernon Dursley. Under no circumstances. He'd been heard. Finally, after 10 years, his parents had been heard. Harry stepped into the flue and went home to Hogwarts. The term resumed. January became February, and February brought rain and mud, and the relentless grind of schoolwork that Harry found both trivially easy and genuinely enjoyable. Because learning was learning and magic was magic, and he was 11 years old and allowed to enjoy things. The political fallout from the Wisengamot hearing rippled outward in widening circles. The Daily Prophet ran the story for 3 solid weeks. Potter heir revealed as Descendant of Merlin was the headline, followed by Dumbledore's decade of deception. And inevitably, what does the EMRYS return mean for blood purity? That last article, written by a surprisingly thoughtful journalist named Alderton Finch, laid out the implications with devastating clarity. The most ancient and powerful magical bloodline in recorded history had survived through Muggle-born families. The entire ideology of pureblood supremacy, the foundation of Death Eater politics, the justification for decades of discrimination and violence, was built on a lie. Harry watched the reactions with interest. The progressive families embraced the news: the Weasleys, the Bones family, the Longbottoms. The moderates, who'd always been uncomfortable with blood purity but too politically cautious to say so, suddenly found their courage. The hardliners, the Malfoys, the Knotts, the Averys, went quiet, retreating behind closed doors and old wards, trying to decide how to adapt to a world where their fundamental assumptions had been demolished. Draco received 3 letters from his father in the first week after the hearing. He didn't share their contents, but Harry saw him reading the 3rd one, and the look on Draco's face was not anger or fear. It was pity. "He's scared," Draco said when he caught Harry watching. "He spent his whole life believing in something, and now it's gone, and he doesn't know what he is without it. Sounds familiar." "It does, doesn't it?" Draco folded the letter carefully. "My mother wrote too. She said to tell you that the Alliance stands, and that she's invited Andromeda for tea. Andromeda, your mother's sister, the one she hasn't spoken to in 20 years. Things are changing, Potter, even in the House of Black." Narcissa Malfoy met Andromeda Tonks for tea in March, at a neutral location in London, the first time the 2 sisters had been in the same room since Andromeda's disownment. Harry didn't know what was said, but Andromeda wrote to him afterward. It was difficult and painful and long overdue. "She's not the girl I remember, but then I'm not the girl she remembers either. We're going to try." Draco showed up to breakfast the next morning with red eyes and a smile he couldn't quite hide, and Harry pretended not to notice either. The school year wound toward its end. Harry's second Quidditch match, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw in March, was a comfortable victory. The snitch caught in 20 minutes during a driving rainstorm that turned the pitch into a swamp. The final match, against Hufflepuff in May, was closer. Their seeker, Cedric Diggory, was genuinely talented, but Harry caught the snitch after a spectacular dive that took him through a gap between 2 bludgers with approximately 3 inches of clearance on either side, and Gryffindor won the Quidditch Cup for the first time in 7 years. Oliver Wood cried again. Harry was beginning to think Wood might need professional help. Exams came and went. Harry topped every subject, which surprised no one. Hermione was second in every subject except herbology, where Neville was first by a commanding margin. Ron managed respectable marks across the board, largely because Hermione had bullied him into studying, and Dean, Seamus, and the rest of the Gryffindor first years performed admirably. The House Cup went to Gryffindor, which McGonagall accepted with the restrained satisfaction of someone who had been waiting a very long time and didn't want to appear smug about it. She appeared smug about it. The last night of term was warm and clear, and Harry spent it on the astronomy tower with Neville and Hermione, and Draco, who had been quietly integrated into their circle over the course of the spring, not as a permanent member but as an ally, a satellite, someone who orbited the group and drew closer with every passing week. They sat on the tower's edge, legs dangling over nothing, and looked at the stars. "Next year," Hermione said. She had her notebook out, always the notebook, and was making lists. "The gaunt ring, the diary, we need to find them both before Voldemort finds a new host. Ragnarok has people watching the known Death Eater families," Harry said. "If the diary surfaces, we'll know. And I'll go for the ring this summer. Dumbledore's given me the location." "You're not going alone," Neville said. "Number Dumbledore's coming with me. He insisted, and for once I think he's right. The ring is protected by dark magic that I can overwhelm with the Emrise power, but having someone to watch my back is just good strategy." "I can't believe you're voluntarily teaming up with Dumbledore," Draco said. He was sitting slightly apart from the other 3, not quite part of the circle but close enough to touch it. "After everything he did, he's trying to be better. People who are trying to be better deserve the chance to prove it." Harry paused. Besides, he's still the second most powerful wizard in Britain. Having him on our side is a significant tactical advantage. Who's the first most powerful? Ron asked. He'd wandered up to the tower 20 minutes ago, lured by the sound of voices, and had settled in with the easy comfort of someone who didn't fully understand what was being discussed but was happy to be included. Everyone looked at him, then at Harry, then back at Ron. Right, Ron said. Stupid question. They laughed, all 5 of them, in the warm June darkness, with the stars overhead and the lake shimmering far below, and the castle humming around them like a vast, contented heart. The Hogwarts Express left the next morning under a blue sky streaked with high, thin clouds. Harry sat in a compartment with Neville, Hermione, and Draco, the last a recent addition to the traveling party, having declined to sit with Crabbe and Goyle on the grounds that I'd rather have intelligent conversation, even if it's with Gryffindors. The countryside rolled past. Green fields, hedgerows, villages that didn't know they existed beside a world of magic and wonder and terrible danger. Harry watched it all and felt something he'd been feeling more and more often in recent weeks. Not just the Emrys' power, not just the inherited knowledge and the ancestral fire, but something simpler and more important. Belonging. He belonged. Not to a house or a bloodline or a prophecy, but to people. To Neville, who was showing Draco his Mimbulus Mimbletonia with the proud enthusiasm of a father showing off a baby. To Hermione, who was reading and talking simultaneously with the effortless multitasking of the truly obsessive. To Draco, who was pretending to be unimpressed by the plant while surreptitiously taking notes. To Ron, who was in the corridor buying sweets from the trolley and would return with enough chocolate to feed an army. To Hagrid, who would be back in his hut, feeding Fang and tending his garden. To McGonagall, who had been the first adult to offer him unconditional support. To Snape, who carried his mother's memory like a wound and was slowly, painfully, learning to let it heal. To Dumbledore, who had broken his trust and was working every day to earn it back. To Ragnarok and the Goblin Nation, who had waited 16 centuries and found, at the end of the waiting, not a king, but a partner. To a castle in Scotland that had said welcome home on the day he arrived and meant it with every stone. Harry touched the ring on his finger. The starlight stone pulsed warmly, alive, constant, sure. The staff rested against his chest, a heartbeat within a heartbeat. His mother's journal was in his trunk, wrapped in the invisibility cloak, protected by wards that would outlast the train and the tracks and the country itself. The train pulled into King's Cross at 5:30. Students spilled onto platform 9 3/4, finding parents, grabbing trunks, shouting goodbyes. Harry stepped through the barrier into the Muggle world. The station was crowded with ordinary people doing ordinary things, none of them aware that the skinny boy with the round glasses and the lightning scar was carrying enough magical power to reshape the world. He didn't look for the Dursleys. They wouldn't be there, and he wouldn't be going back. Andromeda was waiting by the ticket barriers, Ted beside her, Tonks behind them with her hair a brilliant shade of turquoise. They were his family now, not by blood, but by choice, which was better. Ready to go home? Andromeda asked. Harry looked back at the barrier. Behind it, invisible to Muggle eyes, the Hogwarts Express was already pulling away, trailing steam, heading north toward a castle that would wait for him, that would always wait for him because it was his and he was its and some things were eternal. He thought about the summer ahead. The ring in the Gaunt shack, the cup in the Gringotts vault, the diary still hidden, still waiting to be found, the long, hard work of reform and reconstruction and the slow dismantling of a corrupt system. The wraith of Voldemort, out there somewhere, diminished and afraid but not yet finished. There was so much to do, so many battles ahead, so many choices to make, so many moments where the wrong decision could cost everything. But Harry had faced a dark lord in a basement and driven him out with the power of love and starlight. He had stood before the highest court in magical Britain and spoken the truth until the walls shook. He had repaired a castle, destroyed a Horcrux, befriended a goblin king, and turned an enemy into an ally. He had done all of this at 11 years old, with a fire in his chest and a staff in his hand, and a ring on his finger that carried the weight of 16 centuries. He was the heir of Merlin. He was Lily's son. He was Harry, and he was just getting started. "Yeah," Harry said and smiled. "Let's go home." He walked out of King's Cross Station into the June sunshine, flanked by the people who loved him, carrying the light of the oldest magic in the world, and he did not look back.